The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Things are heating up at the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in Warsaw. With rapid wins worth double, players fought to stack as many points as they could in the slower time control. Vladimir Fedoseev spoiled veteran world champion Veselin Topalov's end-of-the-day winning streak to remain undefeated. The story of the day was Indian phenom Aravindh Chithambaram flagging tournament favorite Alireza Firouzja to jump into a three-way tie for first. The rapid section ends with 3 leaders, but Blitz is an entirely different beast. Who will be able to tame the wild format? Day 4 of fantastic chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Day 4 of the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz here in Warsaw, Poland. Well, reigning champion Alireza Firouzja was cruising along until he was upset in the last round of the Rapid by Indian superstar Aravindh Chithambaram, who is making a name for himself at this event and now finds himself tied for first along with Vladimir Fedoseev. The field is bunched up with 6 players within 2 points of each other with 18 games of blitz to go. Day 4 starts now. Let's jump to the studio with Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
The rapid games are finished and we move on to the blitz. Still a lot of points up for grabs as our coverage from Warsaw, Poland starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my wonderful co-hosts Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter, great. It's wonderful being with you both, but we are ready for the blitz portion. 9 rounds of rapid could not separate the pack that much. We have a trinity at top. 3 players tied for first, but as you've heard, a lot of players in the mix. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings.
Let's have a look. As you've mentioned, there are 3 players sharing first place. That's Alireza Firouzja, Aravindh, and Vladimir Fedoseev with 11 points. Only a point behind are 2 players, Levon, Aronian, and Pragnanandhaa. MVL and Duda also looking at the leaders, trying to catch up with them today.
Absolutely. They're on the outside looking in. Tell us about the blitz.
We're going to have 18 games total. The time control will be 5 minutes with 2-second increment. And it's a regular scoring system with 1 point for a win.
And the schedule?
Today, players will play the first 9 rounds, tomorrow the other 9, and we may have playoffs if necessary.
Well, maybe more blitz. And Peter, you had told us how the players fare when they're playing rapid. Does the same apply for blitz?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some statistical performances over the course of the Grand Chess Tour. As you see there, these are all the events that these players have played in, and there's a bit of disparity, in particular David Gavrilescu there at the bottom, slightly built behind the pack. But as we go from rapid to blitz, the events, the numbers even out quite a bit. So I think we should expect a very, very close fight for the next 2 days, and the tournament situation also is very, very exciting. And as for the top 10 in the world, this is just the blitz because we're done with rapid. As you can see, Magnus is still reigning supreme there up top. But we do have 2 players in the top 10. Alireza, of course, world number 2, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda tied for 6th with the former world champion Incr. So, and I believe they're playing each other in the first round, which is a very, very good pairing for us. So, very exciting couple of days ahead. Looking forward to it. And on that note, we introduce our Warsaw studio. A very warm, I can't speak today, very warm welcome to our hosts in Warsaw, Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Maurice Ashley.
However you say it, Peter, it always music to my ears. Thanks so much. We are here in Warsaw. It has been an exciting 3 days so far, and it's wonderful that the Rapid does not separate the players at the top. What a difference a year makes. Matter of fact, last year it was an absolutely different tale. As you see, Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen had separated themselves from the rest of the field. Actually, Pragnanandhaa was still a couple of points off the pace, but no one else made a run for it. It was just a battle between the two big dogs at the top. Magnus eventually overtook Wei Yi and won the tournament at the end. Well, this year it is way different, and this is what the fans want, of course, because you see 3 players tied for first with 11. Right behind them, only a point off the pace, are 2 players, Levon, Aronian, and Pragnanandhaa. And then you've got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who we know is an absolutely phenomenal blitz player, 2 points behind. Not to mention there's that guy Duda, who's also in the top 10 in the world. But this is the kind of action we want to see. And with blitz, of course, anything can happen. As we said, there's some fantastic blitz players in this field that can make up ground.
Absolutely, and let me take you back to 2021 when the first major Blitz event was organized in Warsaw here, and it was World Blitz Championship. And look at this. 5 out of 9 top players who participated in that event, they're playing right now in Superbet, which shows the consistency, their strengths, and you know, they were playing in 2021, and we see it was a big tie. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and Alireza Firouzja, they tied for the first place. And I was watching this fantastic, phenomenal, dramatic match between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and who won at the end? We know the winner was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who became the world Blitz champion at the times. And if you look at the table on the bottom, you can see one familiar name. Magnus Carlsen came 12th in this event, which shows also how serious event it was, you know. And we don't see him at this place that often. In any case, it seems to me that even though Maxime and Jan-Krzysztof Duda are not now on the top, everything is still possible. They're really good players, and I'm looking forward to see what will happen.
That is the understatement of the year. They're really good players. Yeah, those guys are gangsters, and we expect to see all of them try to make a run and see who ends up upending the leaders, possibly, or will the leaders be able to pull away from the pack? It should be an exciting day 4. Absolutely. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Anastasiya. And tell us about the pairings of these gangsters.
Let's have a look. We do have a very exciting start of the day. We have, like Peter mentioned, Alireza, Firouzja, and Duda facing each other, and that will be our key matchup. And our backup key matchup will be MVL against Fedoseev.
Fantastic.
And the other games, it's Levon against Topalov, Deac against Prague, and Gavrilescu against Aravindh.
So we're going to go and see the... Ooh, sorry.
Players are playing for Grand Chess Tour points and a lot of money. First place winner gets $40,000. Second place, $30,000. Third place, $25,000. Prizes for everybody.
And those numbers you see to the right, those are the Grand Chess Tour points. If you get clear first without a tie, you will get a bonus point and get 13 bonus points. Players at the end of the tour, the top 3 finishers, will get additional bonus money, including $100,000. As well as Grand Chess Tour champion.
It's a nice incentive.
Yes, very nice. Here we see the playing hall, the Museum of...
I believe we'll have a ceremonial first move.
Yes.
So it's arriving. Aravindh is currently sharing first. What a great start for this young man. His first showing in Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, you have to forgive me, but I wouldn't be wearing a long sleeve shirt. I'd be like the
Blitz
camera guys with a polo shirt. For Blitz, you don't want anything in...
Yeah, I like MVL's approach. I've never seen him do it before. Maybe it's a bit chilly.
The sweater?
Yeah, but he went with the sweater, which is a long sleeve, but it's a lot easier to maneuver in.
Less restrictive, right?
Right, exactly. Again, these players will be playing 5+2, and because the round goes by so quickly, what we like to do is focus on a single game. And here we have a first move.
Yes, it's Grandmaster Natalia Zhukova. She's 2-time European champion from Ukraine. She's also an Olympic champion with the Ukrainian team, and she played c4 for Alireza.
After asking, may I have your permission to play the English?
He's taking it back.
Nice to see you. Natalie. And we're underway. It is that fast. We are with Alireza and Duda. And Alireza in the rapid has been playing knight f3, b3, bishop b2, and he's kept.
He's repeating it here as well, but he's double fianchettoing in this one.
Yeah, a London system with h7, h6. I've always felt that this particular way of play by Duda is actually very good because you haven't committed your pawn to c6. And it's very often that you do want to play your pawn on c5. First of all, it's normal to start with a5 in these positions.
It's very tempting to go a5, and he has done that. White usually meets that with a3.
And now here's the point that you would like to play c5 so that you're threatening to play a4. Oops, he's played c6. I consider this second best. e2, e4, knight d7.
There's still, in theory, I see there's still 36 games in the database.
Yes. Now, Peter, this is a funny one, but why isn't White playing the move e4, e5?
I think you might eventually have to do it, but reviving the bishop on h7, I think, is supposed to be double-edged at least. For the time being, it's a kind of a strange piece because it's not really doing very much. It's severely restricted by the white pawn chain, but it creates some pressure against the white pawn chain, which is why I think people go for this line with black as opposed to the normal, let's say, King's Indian attack where the bishop would have been on c8 and would have been developed to the long diagonal eventually, probably. My feeling, go on.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Knight 5 is interesting, right? Black wants to take on e4. So how do we deal with that?
Usually knight e5. So whether you play e5 and as Peter was saying, awaken the bishop and you kind of close your bishop in. So normal for me in these positions is to defend the pawn on e4 with the move knight to e5. But he did play e5 himself. Maybe hoping to use the g4 square?
Start some kingside attack with g4, knight g3, and so on.
Knight g3, knight h5, just kind of shift everything towards the king side.
It's definitely not easy. Position's very closed, and black has counterplay on the queen side.
And potentially in the center, interesting to see the move rook c8, where currently the c file is completely closed, and even pushing c5 requires some prep. But there we have it. Yeah, he wants to play knight a6, and now I think the plan very much is to play c5, c4, or perhaps a4 followed by c5 if white goes b4. But if he wanted that, he probably would have started with a4.
It feels to me like Duda has played the position very slowly in the sense that he's not opening up the queen side so easily, and that was why I felt the move c6 was wrong. With the pawn on c5, he would have been threatening a4, and it's taken him a while.
It has, but he's still going to play c5, and I don't think he's that behind in counterattack. We have c5 on the board.
It's all very, very consequential, isn't it? It's like, am I going to play knight h5, bishop c1, knight takes g7?
That's a very good idea.
You know.
Can white respond with c4?
Black absolutely.
No, I know. I'm saying, can white play c4 to not allow c4?
Yes, but then of course, after takes,
too many trades,
this bishop is wide open. By the way,
you have to worry about knight b6 in particular, I think.
Knight b6, but also c4. No, I don't have time for a4. Just have to be careful that I don't blunder something. But here,
I like your idea of knight h5 and going for the checkmate.
Right,
but this is another point of why the bishop is on h7, right? It's an additional defensive piece against the those types of sacrificial attacks on the king side, which might come very, very useful.
Here, I find myself drawn to the move bishop f1, just to take some of the sting out of the move c4.
I think this move has taken Alireza more than a minute already.
Yes.
That's, whoa.
Move we didn't consider, bishop c3.
Not at all.
Provoking b4.
And very quickly, b4 was played.
I guess Jan-Krzysztof considered it. I think it didn't come as a complete
It's a
surprise
surprise.
for him. And I like knight takes before, just to get it to a good square. And we still want to play c5, c4. And you could maybe even argue that the threat of c4 has been strengthened by the appearance of the knight on before. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Peter, does Engine actually prefer white's position or black's?
Let me
right
check.
now?
Let me check.
I actually do see on the screen, it looks like maybe black slightly better.
Yeah, from the thermometer.
Not even slightly.
It's, clearly.
Yeah, it's just a very pleasant position. I like knight b8 as well. We want it on c6, and then we will have an option of playing c4 if we want, or maybe in some positions we might even like playing d5, d4. Knight c6, knight d4 might be playable in some positions.
Or just open up c file.
Yeah, very flexible plan. And the bigger issue for white is that, well, we kind of pretended for a bit we played g4, we played knight g3, but now...
H4, g5.
Yeah, but now all the play appears to be in the center and on the king's side, and black doesn't, at least so far, have really anything to worry about on the other side of the board. Should be 2 back. Queen b6. I don't know. I guess he wants c3. But that's not great either. I think we can play queen b6, and if c3, I think knight takes d3 will work out.
We see a question mark next to bishop b2. It's a passive move, and it's not in style with Alireza's play.
Knight d4 apparently straight up winning here.
Wow.
Queen b6 second best, better for black. Knight d4 winning.
Wow.
Because after you take and black recaptures, the pawn on c2 is very difficult to protect, and he's found it. Yeah.
Knight d4 on the board. Yeah, the opening hasn't gone the way Alireza wanted it to go.
Not at all.
Very, very passive play, I was going to say, by Ali. I didn't understand. Rook d1, queen
He was trying to stop
e2.
c4. There was a knight on d7. He was move by move trying to stop c5, c4.
And yeah, well, the whole idea with bishop c3 does not attractive. One cheap trick. Knight takes d4, c takes d4. If I defend the pawn with rook d2, you can still play rook takes c2 and follow it up with bishop takes d3. That bishop on h7 comes alive.
Somewhat unusually, Alireza is playing so slowly, you could have actually shown this line on
made
the
all the
analysis
moves.
board because we have time. Yeah, this is best play by Alireza. Everything else was pretty much losing material, but this is unbelievably ugly, as you can see. Pieces have no good squares. You can add bishop g5 to take away even more squares from absolutely everything.
And Duda has 3 minutes against 1.
The one thing that white had going for him in his favor with the pawn on e5 and the bishop on c3, there was always those ideas of knight h5 and knight f6 check. Without the dark squared bishop, it's just not good. And
I think attacking ideas completely disappeared once that bishop got traded.
Exactly. I like the move rook c5. I like bishop g5 too.
I thought bishop g5 was even cleaner because I was struggling to
come up with something.
Name a move for white.
Yeah.
But I guess Jan-Krzysztof just says, I just want to win the pawn on c2. I'm not really all that worried about allowing f4. Yeah, it will get protected for now with rook ac1. I don't see how rook ac1 loses by force. Although you can
Maybe
go
knight
rook
a2, knight c3.
Yeah. Or you can play rook c3 and rook takes b3, which I think is kind of unstoppable, to be honest. If you play rook c1, I think rook c3 actually does win a pawn. Because
It's a healthy pawn.
I see no way to stop rook takes b3
I also
whatsoever.
wanted to get the bishop on e7 involved, so I wanted to, let's say, move the knight, and then rook and bishop before is coming in as well. There's so many ideas.
And the clock times, I think Firouzja has played so slowly.
Yeah, he's down to 22 seconds.
Now, the move rook c3 is an automatic, but something to be said for bishop h4.
Absolutely, yeah.
And this is the glue in white's position, the knight on e1. I think this move, king h2, was intended to take some of the sting out of bishop h4.
In anticipation, but rook takes b3,
Yep,
this idea is just extremely strong.
Yeah.
And white still hasn't started anything on the other side.
Exactly. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He's got to go.
Kind of bluffing, yeah. I guess hg he'll play f5 or something because I don't really see like what the follow-up is unclear to me. If you
Queen
queen
g4?
g4, yeah. But there are no attackers on that side.
Alireza is playing so calmly with 10 seconds on the clock.
And by the way, no real threats because queen takes e5. It might be just time to play.
Well, there's a bit of a trap maybe. I can
What's
go
the
G4 and knight H5, queen takes E5. Seems like we've taken everything, but then after knight F3, it gets tricky.
We can show it maybe.
But then I suspect black is still
Duda
winning.
has
but-
2 minutes, so he might.
Yeah,
get
yeah.
Well, I think he
rid of
might
it.
just take on D3 here. Knight takes D3, knight takes D3.
Knight takes D3. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, there we
he's
go.
done that.
Yeah, there we go.
Knight takes D3, taking
Yeah, why
advantage of
open
the
up
spin.
G-file and give any chances to white?
Knight takes D3, rook takes
Alireza
D3.
made that move with 1 second on the clock.
Wow.
Yeah,
But it's
and-
all fallen apart for white here. Rook
No, I'm
to
kind of
E.
drawn to the idea of playing rook takes G3 so that knight H5 never happens because we have enough. But yeah, there's no reason to do it.
Good
Rook
one. He's
C3,
still
rook-
trying
Yeah,
to
rook
create
takes C2. Just
something on a file, but yeah.
continue
pieces
calmly
will
collecting everything.
Get traded.
Bishop takes to have queen takes E5.
Exactly, keeping queen takes E5 in the pocket. Bishop will drop back to G6 or maybe even D3 suddenly.
Duda's playing a perfect game.
So far, it's all gone very, very swimming.
And this also reminds me of that interview Vladimir Fedoseev gave after the last round where he said adjusting to the new time control and playing as quickly as you have to play in Blitz after playing 3 days of Rapid is not often very easy. And we're watching this because Alireza is definitely one of the strongest Blitz players in the world.
He's being dismantled in this game.
But also look at his time management. This is not how he normally plays in terms of pace. He's playing much slower than he normally would be.
I think a pawn's about to become another queen.
By the way,
It's a
yeah,
handshake. Great
very
game for Duda.
impressive game. We're going to switch quickly to our backup game. That was a game between
MBL.
MBL and our co-tournament leader
Fedoseev.
and the sweater. So what do we have here?
Looks like an
Nazi?
even material.
Okay.
So the last
Clock
move,
times.
15 seconds for, around 15 seconds for both. Huge time trouble.
Wow.
What do we
Usually.
think of this endgame?
Yeah, well, it wasn't an end game until the queens got swapped, but for a moment there, I was looking at queen f1 check and trying to figure out if there was some kind of an
Checkmate.
attack. Yeah, checkmating attack.
Now we're going directly into the knight endgame. 93.
Well, tempted to say black should be a little bit better because maybe you
Exactly.
can create an outside passer on.
Well, this move knight d2, as you keep that in the pocket.
It's
And-
actually
ooh,
very
the
unpleasant
king.
for black.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This might just be winning.
King f3, king e5. We cannot challenge the king on e5, and then it might get to d4, and then you start collecting absolutely everything. Yeah,
G6 and H5 just
Yeah,
to
king
establish.
d4. No, this is just bad.
4 seconds for MBL.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
I think he underestimated the dangers of transitioning into that knight ending.
He could have kept the rooks on, would have
Yeah.
been easier to play.
I think it would have been, yeah. He maybe was slightly worse there anyway, but not as badly as
C5,
he
let's
is
go.
here.
I'm watching the clock, they're both
D10.
down to 10 seconds.
Ooh, 10 seconds. That's a nice move, king e5. Now he's threatening knight d5 check in order to
This
force
is a nice
it.
shot, yeah, but like, okay, now I guess he's completely lost because it's
an
now
extra
2,
pawn.
and you
Two
can't
pawns
really.
on different sides.
By the way, breaking news, Levon Aronian won his game. A very impressive game by
Fedoseev wins with the black pieces.
Vladimir there.
Only game left is
Prague
Yep.
And Prague is in
And-
trouble. He
against.
Oh, Prague is down an exchange and a pawn in an endgame. And there we
Yeah.
go, we have a handshake. Deac wins.
You went, Prague is in trouble.
Yeah, but your
An
description,
exchange and a pawn
your description
down.
was more on point, yeah, so I kind of
Wow.
stayed silent there.
Tell us about this game, Peter.
Yeah, if we begin with this, Prague went back to an opening he plays quite a lot, in particular in shorter time controls these days, this Bogo Indian with bishop b4 check, and he got a position, this kind of a typical structure where black has given up the bishop pair. It has this setup with e5 and knight c6. I think black generally is quite okay here. I did not like this move e5, e4. I thought something like bishop g4 is much more natural, attacking the pawn on e2, provoking perhaps f3, and e4 instead allows white this very comfortable play with knight b3, knight d4. Deac should have played b2, b4 here to prevent c5 and challenging the knight, and then the game kind of equalized itself out. As you can see, black managed to trade the bishop on e3 for one of the knights. This is very, very level. And the game continued being level. They got to this endgame. The e4 pawn is slightly weakened, but even if you lose it, let's say you play something like king g7, f8 here, the e2 pawn is weak. If you play knight d5, black can immediately equalize by taking, and playing rook d2, and there's enough counterplay against the white pawns here to equalize very, very easily. And instead, I don't really know what happened here. Pragg played rook takes e2, allowing knight f5 check, and that's end of game. I'm assuming he was on, yeah, it says here 9 seconds, so, I mean, you don't really make mistakes like this when you have at least a little time to think. But the entire game was decided at this one moment where Pragg made a kind of a natural-looking capture, which loses immediately. And my second game of the first round of Blitz is the one somewhat uneventful game of the round, the game between David Gavrilescu and Aravindh, which began as a Veselin with d6, bishop d7. They had this structure. This is also kind of a typical structure in these variations where black pushes the white bishop back to f1 and then goes bishop d7, g4 and takes on f3, which is why there is no knight on f3. And my preference for white here is to play slower. You play d3, you play g3, and you kind of shuffle. Gavrilescu instead went for, sorry, this is a bit too far, but this way of playing, black plays rook e8. Of course, if you stabilize, and in particular if your bishop is already somewhere around b3, using this very nice diagonal and preventing d6, d5, then maybe you're better. But what happened in the game is black instantly realized the very important push with d6, d5, e d5, rook e1, queen e1, knight takes d5, and yeah, you maybe are occasionally a little bit better here with white because of the bishop pair. But this is a very nice bishop. Your bishops are on starting squares, and it ended up quite an uneventful draw. If you progress a bit further, you see the outline of the draw in progress. So the one quiet game of the round was this one.
I got it. Let's do the standings after the first Blitz.
Things have changed for sure. We have Vladimir Fedoseev now in the clear lead in first place with 12 points. Aravindh in clear second, just half point behind. And now two players sharing third are Alireza and Levon.
Duda, we saw MVL losing. That was a big surprise, but Duda just completely dominating Alireza, who, well, again, came in as tied for first, and we all expect him to run away. Over to you, Maurice in Warsaw.
Yes, I'm here with Anastasiya, and that was definitely an important round to start the day, to get the rhythm going. And what was interesting to me about this round is Black had only won one game in the Rapid since round 4. I mean, Black went literally rounds 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and only had won one game in the Rapid. This round, 2 already in the Blitz. So it sort of started to even out a little bit. And this one you said was a surprise, Yaz. I'll tell you what was surprising about this game between MVL and Vladimir Fedoseev. It all came down to this position you see on my screen, which is somewhat remarkable. Here he did white MVL, the move G4. And of course, this move exposes your king. I mean, there was a threat to his pawn, or at least a semi-threat to the pawn on D4. And so he decided to play this move G4. And after bishop G6, I was curious to see how he would play. And I was waiting, and I was waiting. And it took him about a minute or so before he finally played G5. I said, okay, that's pretty loosening around your king. Not a bad move, however. And after knight to D7, I was waiting, and I was waiting. And again, he took another 40 seconds or so to get down to this position, where he finally played the move knight to D5. And after knight B6, he suddenly realized that the advantage he may have had was not that real, that he had advanced these pawns, and he took quite some time before making the decision. Knight takes E7, and then knight H4, and the pieces started coming off. And all of a sudden, you looked at the position, you said, if you don't have an attack, you're going to have to deal with this pawn structure that's somewhat loose, and you may not be much worse, but you have to handle it in blitz. Not easy. It's not a practical position to play. He actually eventually equalized the position. But that knight ending, as Peter pointed out, was dangerous, and it was one slip that cost him. But that's what happens when you spend a lot of time in the opening moves. Below 2 minutes, you only got 5 minutes on the clock, Suddenly, you find yourself nervous and in trouble.
Actually, yesterday I spoke with Fedoseev, and he was complaining to me that he played the last rapid game with black, and now he starts with 2 black pieces. But as you pointed out, it worked well for him, so he managed to win this game. And if we come back to the game I was analyzing, I was checking the game between people who know each other very well, Levon Aronian and Veselin Topalov. They played so many games in the past, and now they came back to the board again. You know, you were talking about the time. I was surprised that Levon was spending quite some time at the opening, but I can understand why, because you can see it became tricky from the very beginning. So you can see after e5, black took on e5, which is like maybe not the first choice. And after knight e5, queen d5, white had to go back with his knight because g2 was also hanging, double attack. And after queen e6, Levon had this interesting choice to exchange the queens or to move the king. And we know he likes these moves like king f2. He showed us in rapid. So he played king f1, just keeping position, you know, like interesting. I would play maybe bishop b6, like natural move, trying after d3 maybe to play something like c4. But Veselin decided to play c4 right away. And after b3, I mean, they went to this kind of position, which was quite interesting, and it was just playable position. And that, I would point out a couple of moments, like when Veselin blundered the pawn after knight f4. So they exchanged queens at a certain point, and now we have descending. But after knight f4, he kind of lost the pawn on c5.
Strange blunder.
Yes, it was a blunder, but already they were level on time before Veselin was ahead, and then Levon started to play faster. He realized that it's time to do it. And now with the pawn, it's a little bit easier to play. Still, the position remained quite unclear until this moment when Topalov blundered again. Let me show you. It was somewhere here that tricky Levon played this move knight c3, and after c takes e takes d3, knight d5. Unpleasant fork happened, and he had to give the exchange, maybe hoping that this d3 pawn will go somewhere. But Levon just defended very well after king s3, knight f4. Interesting move that you cannot take the knight, d2 is hanging. After rook c2, this pawn doesn't go anywhere because he just played king g2, and that's it. I mean, white is much better, and in a couple of moves, Veselin resigned here. I mean, but it was really interesting battle between two people who know each other very well, two players from, you know, who met so many times before.
I noticed you didn't say the old school.
Oh, I did. I tried to avoid it, but I could.
Those words. Well, indeed, a fascinating battle already. Lots of wins. We can expect a lot more suspicious decisions as we continue in these tense rounds of Blitz.
Thank you. It's Blitz. It's Blitz. You're expecting mistakes. Once again, the standings, just to refresh.
Let's have a look. Vladimir Fedoseev in clear first. Aravindh just half point behind him, and then sharing third, Alireza, Firouzja, and Levon Aronian.
Fabulous form by Duda in the first game. If he keeps that up, watch out. Pairings for Blitz round 2.
Well, guess what? Players who are in the first and second are playing each other.
All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on that one.
Actually, maybe not. I thought Aravindh was playing Fedoseev. That's what's on my paper.
I think we've got the wrong graphic. We've got pairings for the rapid round 9. We need the pairings for the Blitz round 2.
Nice catch, Yasser.
Good morning, St. Louis. It's nice to have our production team, our ace in the hole there. That was well done, well done, well done.
Yeah, I believe Aravindh is playing Fedoseev, and that's going to be the key matchup for the first. Yes,
there we go.
There we have Aravindh against Vladimir. Then Duda is playing MVL.
Ooh.
Also interesting matchup. Then Topalov against Alireza. Alireza, of course, will try to bounce back after that loss. Prag playing Levon.
Also a huge game. We're seeing boards 1, 3, and 4. But please, sorry.
And Gavrilescu is playing Deac.
Yeah. Prag versus Levon. Fortunes can be made early and easily lost early because in Blitz we know, Peter, it's about that confidence in getting
and Blitz is a very streaky game, so you do want to start well and you do want to catch a bit of wind. And for Alireza, this will have been an unpleasant experience. Not only has he lost, you absolutely can lose a Blitz game to Duda. It happened to most people.
A lot.
But the way he lost, he was outplayed on the clock, he was outplayed on the board with the black pieces. This will not have been good for him. But he has plenty of rounds to recover.
Exactly, but also in that game, I mean, he just didn't even land a blow against Duda's king. I mean, he tried G5 at the end, and that just looked like an
it just feels like he hasn't woken up yet.
Right. Well, that's okay for us to say, but not for him.
And actually, he lost now 2 in a row, right? Because he lost the last round of Rapid.
Of
That's
the
a good
Rapid
spot as well.
Yeah, that's 3 points out the window. Normally these events are...
And against people you don't want to be losing to, because you don't want to give them additional confidence.
Rivals.
And these are the games that count double, so to speak.
Exactly. Yeah. And what do you think about this switch from Rapid to Blitz for us? I mean, we didn't get a chance to see the other games.
Yeah.
I missed that part.
I'm assuming the question is more for our playing career. And,
I meant as a commentator.
as a commentator, I enjoy it. I think covering Blitz is very challenging. You do miss stuff, and it's very difficult to really dig in. But it's so exciting, and there's so much happening at all times. But as a player, what Vladimir said in the interview, you remember the times, I think, when in the World Cups and in the early knockout tournaments that FIDE organized, playoffs would be on the same day.
Yes.
I still remember that.
Yes.
And you would occasionally play 3 time controls in one day.
Ridiculous.
And that would just do your head in completely.
Right.
It was just utterly impossible to figure out what you're supposed to do with your clock. This, thankfully, is no longer the case. But even if you play like a long playoff in a World Cup and you start by 15 plus 10 and you end up playing those 3 plus 2s, this is very challenging. And I think this is what we're watching right now. Some people haven't really sped up properly yet.
Yeah, there's an adjustment period for sure.
Well, for me, Vladimir's victory, again, with black, against MVL, as you say, pushing down a rival. You don't want to be losing any games, but especially helping Vladimir, who came in tied for first.
Who's about to play his 3rd black pieces in a row.
Right. As we see Veselin, former world chess champion, with the white pieces facing off against the new kid on the block, Alireza. How old is Alireza again? He seems so young.
I think he's around 21.
Yeah, something like that.
wow.
22.
And already twice Grand Chess Tour champion.
Yes.
And I think he did it both times by winning 2 tournaments in St. Louis. So
saving his best for last.
Here we have it. He's 21 years old. World rank is number 10, but we saw in Blitz he's world number 2.
2, exactly.
URS rating 2789. I mean, that's a crazy number.
Truly.
And yes, he's won the Grand Chess Tour twice already.
And he's lost 2 games in a row. He's got to right the ship. What does he have to do, Peter, to right the ship? You're his chess coach. He comes to you and says, what happened? What's gone wrong, coach?
Well, I think there were a lot of problems with that game he just lost to Duda, but he needs to play faster. And he has a perfect player to play faster against, I think, in a game between him and Veselin. Veselin is, I'm assuming, having the same problems.
Yeah. I'm going to use the game of Aravindh and Vladimir, our 2 first and second, as our marquee matchup. I'm going to use this game as our backup. But I do think Aravindh and Vladimir...
first and second place.
First and second place. You got to respect what they have achieved in the tournament. Both wild cards.
Yeah.
Both tied for
Doing
first.
amazing in this event. And Fedoseev started well. And
yes.
He's still the only player who hasn't lost a single game.
Absolutely undefeated.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
He said after the first day that he was not going to celebrate the good first day because it was still very early.
Yeah.
I think he has already a lot to celebrate.
Still early.
But for him, I'm sure he still thinks it's early because 18 or 17 games left to go, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, for MVL, I mean, he needs, especially just losing with the white pieces.
Both of these players absolutely need to start winning.
Exactly. They're on the outside.
Yeah.
They're on the outside. But Duda, what he just did against Alireza was absolutely
a very smooth win.
Impressive. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't believe how many crucial games there are for this, the second round of Blitz.
It's only the beginning and already.
But it feels like the matchups are really, really important. Again, we're going to have Aravindh and Vladimir as the game that we're going to watch. This one right here. It's Vladimir with the black pieces is in clear first. And boy, if you told him that before the tournament begins, he would have said, sign me up. I agree.
And we don't have a lot of statistics on Aravindh's blitz play yet.
We don't know.
Because he has not played a lot of events with this time control.
Well, I think one thing I will say is that I'm very curious about Ben Underwood's projections after today. Because I think we will have some sample size of Aravindh playing against this field in blitz, and I'm expecting his numbers to be higher.
We have Petrov on the board.
Exactly.
Are we going to see another piece sacrifice on f7?
No, did not happen. But bishop d3.
Yeah, I think he's been doing this consistently, and it's not as empty as it might look. But of course, you're not really attempting to refute the Petrov if you play this.
That's for sure. Again,
Interesting, because you normally see c3, bishop c2, and d4 type development here, but Aravindh just goes for the very, very symmetrical.
And that's a very concrete reaction. Not these bishop f5, knight d7, and it's just 4 versus 4 and 3 versus 3. But c7, c5.
Yeah, c5 and c6 does look quite comfortable here, because I think you can maybe make an argument that this is like a Rubinstein French, right? Maybe not the Tarrasch French. But in the Tarrasch French, the understanding as I knew it was, if the black knight is on e7, white is a bit better. If it's on f6, you generally tend to be quite healthy, and this is why people play c5 in these positions, I think, with wild abandon.
With wild abandon. h7, h6. That's a move that Viktor Korchnoi hesitated to play because you get in these positions where after knight c6 and there's a pawn takes, there's a bishop takes, you don't want the bishop actually defending the pawn on f2.
That's a very interesting, subtle thing.
Yeah, exactly. So knight c6 came with the inclusion of h6.
I wonder how theoretical this line is, how many games still. Actually,
I can't imagine it
there's
happening.
none in my database that I see here.
I was about to say, I can't imagine them being too many. Now, in this moment...
So this is a pretty old line, right?
No, I think it's a pretty fresh line.
Fresh, with bishop
d3.
f1.
Oh, bishop f1.
Yeah, bishop d3, bishop f1, and it's bishop d3 in general is not that huge of a move against the Petrov, and this is very much.
So I wanted to say, for me, the question is, should I take knight takes d4, bishop to g4? Should I keep the tension with bishop e6 or try to play aggressively?
There was also an option
g4?
of c5, c4.
And finally, a positional approach of c5, c4. He chose none of them.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
He played
Play
bishop e6, after which...
a3. If you were going to play c4, the inclusion of bishop e6 in a3 might be the encouragement you want.
Yeah.
I'm
Now
having
it really does
trouble
feel very comfortable.
Guessing the moves, because I never played Petrov, and hard to understand the subtleties and dynamics in this position. Yeah, bishop g4 looked so intuitive to me.
Exactly. a2, a3, a kind of suggestion that I might be taking on c5, but finally, I just don't see the objection, I would put it like that, to grabbing a little space and just asking what your intention are. Are you going to play g4, g5 and kill me? Or are you going to play knight e5 and kill me in the center?
Do you think black will continue playing on the queen side with a6, b5, b4?
I think more like
Depends
rook
on what
e8.
black does.
Yeah, we're
Rook
stable.
e8,
Yeah.
just keep the position stable. Queen b6, trying to provoke white to capture. That would be my
Now I'm
approach.
also thinking that white's bishop would be very good on g2, but we can't really play g3.
Awkward, that is true. h3, g4?
That's a good idea. That way I get to fianchetto my bishop and keep g3 available for the other bishop.
Exactly. Now again, I feel that if I'm on the black side, I want to play queen b6. I want to put pressure on the pawn on d4 and try to force this resolution, this trade of knights. B3, okay. Now we understand that A3 has a drawback because,
It's a bit of a weak
exactly.
pawn, but
Queen A5?
he was feeling uncomfortable with the pawn on C4, and since black didn't play A6 and they can't play B5 now,
Yeah.
the pawn is going to get traded.
Quick question, how do we answer Queen A5? Where are you going to
So
go?
if I were to go Queen D2, am I blundering something?
Perhaps Knight E4?
I will take it.
Yeah, take on H4. Interesting. What I'm looking at is the move Queen A5. I feel compelled, drawn to this move. Taking on B3 and Rook C8, that's very, very simple solution, and nothing wrong with it. Knight takes C6.
he
Whoa, 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 whoa,
included
whoa. Oh, that's a check on
He said
E7.
he takes it.
Yeah. I almost thought I saw a pawn. Takes on C2 is a tempo, but there is knight takes E7 check.
So now black has the backward pawn on C6.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can white take advantage of that? Put in the
I think
rook
black
on
probably
C5.
should have done something different after b3 because it's not going to be much for white, but it's quite pleasant. You want to play rook c1, knight a4. Rook c1 actually blunders the pawn on a3. So,
yeah. So let's say rook c8, bishop a6 could be awkward.
Very concrete. Okay, if this works, it's fine, but does it work?
There's
C5.
some bishop b5 in between move.
Yeah, that's a little.
But also even sort of simple chess, dc5 and b4 I thought was quite good. Knight a4 immediately is also not bad, but I kind of wanted to straighten my structure out a little bit and ask black a question. Where does the bishop go?
Actually,
Knight
I like
A5.
knight a4. It looks. I didn't notice that move, but now that I see it, it's very nice.
Knight e4, bishop e7, rook e7, then try to play knight d6, knight f5. But these are not very pleasant positions. You have to be quite precise with black now, I think. Maybe I should go g5, knight e4? Is it
G5,
if it works?
knight e4. I like that. I like the dark, keeping the dark square bishops for black so that you could play bishop f6 in the future. Now he
gone
chooses
queen
queen
A5.
a5.
By the way, white has 1 extra minute on the clock.
That is significant.
Definitely.
Queen a5 is a bit awkward for white because now you have this knight on a4. You would very much like to place it on c5, but for that you need the move b4, and that has been ruled out for the time being.
Right. I like queen a5, and it also arrests the rook from sliding over to c1.
We can maybe white can use the e-rook.
Yes.
E-file didn't really open up.
Right. Again, I don't think Vladimir is giving up g5, knight e4. Okay, this is kind of proof positive that
He's committed to
Vladimir's
playing
played
b4.
a very good game.
Yeah, and bishop d7 is maybe has been missed because I think queen d1 was played with a very clear intention of pushing before next move.
Exactly.
And you're still not allowing it with bishop d7.
This is getting a little bit awkward here.
For white.
For
right?
white.
Yeah.
Why,
Yeah.
Yeah, knight has to go to b2 and
You might still be okay, but this has not been the best 3 moves in a row.
Okay. Again, I'm starting to be feeling the
start to play
aggression.
actively with
Yes.
punish white for
Queen
having
b6
knight
for
on
now.
b2.
I'm guessing maybe improving the same ideas in some cases.
f2 can be hanging.
And also meeting before with a5 is very much on his agenda, I think.
Exactly. B4, A5.
Yeah,
Maybe we
definitely.
play before a5, knight d3.
Yeah, I tried to equalize actually.
I'm giving up that pawn very happily, I think, for the
Exactly.
chance to spoil the structure on the other side.
Exactly. I think it's time to pull the parachute here and say, okay, well done. You've made a draw.
Well,
I mean, moves are coming easier for black. I don't even
Exactly.
think it's,
and the time is also equalized now.
yeah. They're both at minute and 20 seconds.
The reason why we like the move b4 followed by knight d3 and trading off the minor pieces is once we see the move a5 and rook b8, start to understand that our queen side is actually really a liability.
Even
It's
though
a
we have
target.
the extra pawn on the queen side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why we're doing that.
And usually when we have
Knight d3.
isolated pawn positions, it's the target is the isolated pawn. But look, none of the white pieces are even looking at d5.
No,
That's how you know black's done something right.
exactly. And there we see a picture of Duda but we're going to stay with Vladimir for now. And b4, very good.
Yeah.
Arvind kind of understood that it hasn't gone very
time,
well. Let's swap everything off.
You can maybe play bishop b5 for now.
Bishop b5. I would take on a5.
Queen takes, maybe?
Queen takes.
Yes, sir. Why are you not taking the pawn on b4 that's hanging?
I am taking, and he took on a5.
Because in the end, there's rook b1 in the end. I'm not sure you can actually win the pawn. Well, maybe you can. There's bishop c3 in response. Yeah, very beautiful line.
So how does it go? Bishop takes.
I thought rook b1 was winning a piece, but there is bishop c3 there.
Right. So we're looking at bishop takes. I was thinking that you were just going to trade.
But then I don't get to play bishop takes f6 because he will take on e8 with the knight.
But I thought
it's still a draw, yeah.
Yeah, I thought you'd put your bishop on. Oh,
it begins with g5.
Ambitious.
I'm not sure that's a good move.
He's going to go knight e4 now?
Yeah, that has to be the intention.
Yeah.
But f2 is not hanging, so we can go bishop b5, d4.
I like that.
Unless I'm blundering something, but I don't see
no.
exactly what I'm blundering.
Bishop e5, bishop d4, and
This has become quite sharp suddenly, and long time, both players, 30 seconds.
whoa.
Anything can happen now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's desperately trying to calculate what happens after bishop b5, bishop takes b4, because
Bishop
f2
d4.
is... Yeah, but then bishop d4, it seems to my eyes like it's working out for white.
Exactly.
He's gone queen a5 instead. Yeah, that's also a very useful move, driving the queen away from the good squares.
Notice how
Queen
Quickly.
Fedoseev responded, yeah.
Exactly. Sometimes when you talk about the difference between these top grandmasters, one of the things is you've also got to keep your nerves. When the position is even, and both sides are down to 30 seconds each.
Less now, yeah.
Yeah. Now you got to keep calm.
That's
keep
where a
playing.
lot of games are going to be decided. Yeah.
Exactly.
17 seconds for both.
Yeah. H5 is not really.
Bishop
So
f5.
easy to make
Yeah,
mistakes.
he is really asking white to play bishop b5. I don't quite see why he.
Why hasn't he played it?
Yeah,
Have they found repetition or no? Just
Not
gaining
yet.
some time?
Not yet, no.
Bishop
E6.
e5 is still
Now d5,
Very
d4,
good
knight
move.
c3, and yeah, 5, 6.
knight c5.
Queen
Knight
takes b4.
c5.
b4 is hanging.
Queen takes
That's
b4,
a
but
free
you
pawn.
get rid of the bishop, and fe6 is not a
That's-
very beautiful move, but you
that's-
are a pawn up now, yeah. And
3 seconds.
Wow, 3 seconds.
it looks like Vladimir is, on this evidence, the calmer of the two on very, very low
Yes.
time.
So far.
But there is
definitely.
rook c8. Some awkward pins, yeah.
Rook f8, I guess.
Knight takes g3.
King f7, bishop b2. I don't know why we've allowed bishop b2.
Oh, bishop e2 was missed.
It wasn't winning. Rook f8, king g7 was still available, but I think you
It was
play
good
it
for
if you
white.
can. Yeah. Okay, this is now a draw.
Yeah, we have opposite color bishop
He
endgame.
didn't.
with queens.
This is clever. Actually.
Queen
h7
check,
coming
careful.
In, yeah. Okay.
Oh, that was very good
That
move.
is
I
good,
admit,
yeah.
I missed
That is
bishop
good.
e5. Again, keeping calm, and Vladimir, very, very impressive.
And while
You
we
should take on c7
we'll watch
here.
this
I really
maybe
don't know
until
why
the-
we are
until the end.
doing this to ourselves.
Topalov
Queen takes
is
g3.
much better against Alireza.
Wow.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
he blundered.
He blundered
Now Fedoseev's winning.
completely.
Yeah. No, this is an experience, I think.
Exactly.
More than anything else.
King
This is just an
g6 and bishop
experience.
g7.
Oh my
Queen
god.
h8, queen.
Okay.
Clever.
Trick.
Pawn ending was.
And look at
completely
this,
winning,
the
yeah.
march of the king all the way to e4.
Queen
Can you go
f6, I guess,
king
or
d3? Okay. Just take the
just
pawn.
bishop f2 and give squares for the king as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
king
managing
d4.
to set up tricks with 2 seconds on the clock. It's
Remarkable.
absolutely incredible.
Queen e4 check. Finally.
Now it's game over.
Whoo, and very impressive victory. Where shall we go?
All games are finished.
All the games are
Alireza
finished.
lost again.
Wow. But with this victory, Vladimir cements his...
Really pulling ahead, yeah.
Yeah,
And,
first place position.
Elsewhere, I guess we'll start with this game between Duda and MVL, which featured a London. And
You
first,
can play it with white, you can play it with black.
absolutely, yeah. And in this position, slightly surprising that MVL didn't just go after this knight. After this bishop with knight h5. I don't think I've ever seen this knight e7, knight g6 maneuver, which was kind of surprising to me. But the game continues kind of balanced. And in particular here, you prefer white, I think, it's interesting to at least consider forcing black to take with the f-pawn. You can also just play like queen e2 for now and push in the center. I didn't really like, and the engine also kind of dislikes the idea of trading the knight. And possibly a very important turning point in the game was here, because yes, white is kind of intimating he will be attacking on the king side somehow, but you can kind of do the walking, castling, king f8, king g7. If you need to, you will play h7, h6 later. You have the bishop pair. Yes, white has some prospects in the center, but black is not without its own trumps and his own trumps. But he played f7, f5 here. A very kind of a weird game by MVL, frankly. I don't understand many of these decisions. This feels panicky. This feels like it really wasn't called for. The position isn't immediately bad, and in fact, after f4, the engine says playing something like b7, b6 would have given MVL a perfectly healthy position. But he played d5, d4, hoping, I guess, for something like takes, 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 and bishop c6, and black is doing really, really well. But this was never going to happen. Duda instead plays bishop c4, saying, like, please keep your hands to yourself.
Right.
Bishop should stay on d7. And sometime down the road, you see that the bishop is still on d7. Now there is a very strong rook on d6. The king is very unsafe. And Duda eventually got this rook into the game, and as you can see in the final position, black is kind of collapsing absolutely everywhere. There's extra material. The king on f7 is getting mated. A very nicely painted picture there by Duda, held by MVL, I want to say, because, yeah, some of the decisions in the opening the Frenchman made are strange to me. I don't think they are all that great.
Picturesque.
Yeah, and the other game, I keep on getting the one quiet game of the round, and this time it's this fairly theoretical draw between the two Romanians. David Gavrilescu playing the 4 knights against Deac. Deac played this fashionable d5, e takes d5, bishop g4 line. Sorry, let's go back here. In this position, white generally, if white tries to do something, it normally involves playing d5 takes c6. Instead, Gavrilescu played bishop g5. C takes d5 is, as far as I know, completely fine here, but Deac went for even more kind of a rock-solid and unexciting approach of giving up the bishop pair, but having this really, really safe position. c4, bishop g6, takes, takes. Yes, white is currently a pawn up, but black's activity here is
excellent.
So excellent that, as you can see from the final position, it all kind of evened out, and draw was, well, you can't agree a draw, but you can find the repetition here quite easily.
They managed. Tell us our standings if this Blitz tournament is going to have any draws. Pardon me, there was one. I thought there was 5 wins there for a moment.
So many things have changed though. Fedoseev remains in the lead, but look at this. Levon is in clear second now.
Wow.
This is the first time in this event that he's been in clear second.
Alireza has lost 3 games in a row, but if you include the Rapid as being 2 points, he's given up 4 points that were on the table.
And Duda won 2 in a row, so he's slowly moving up.
Maybe not so slowly. But we're going to throw it over to Anastasiya and Maurice in Warsaw.
Yes, indeed, fortunes have changed in this event, and you look at those places. Levon sitting in second place. But I got to tell you, Prag's going to go back and look at this game and say, why do I respect this guy? It's like he's respecting his elder statesman, if you will. But Levon bluffed his way all the way through the opening. If you look at this, what supposedly quiet London system, Levon played this move, knight to h5, and after bishop to g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, and then Pragg found exactly the right move, e3, attacking the knight with the queen, and after knight f6, bishop to g3. Now, Levon should just chill for a second. Instead, he decided to play this move, bishop f5, just as boldly as you want to. And then after the move queen to b3, tickling the pawn, he played the move b6. You see loosey-goosey moves like this one, you think this guy needs to be punished for this kind of chess. The best move here is c4, and immediately try to open up the position with all those pawn moves and pawn weaknesses. Instead, Pragg decided, again, respect, let me just develop a piece. And then Levon decided to move this knight again. How many times has this knight moved? Dancing around the board. This move is a flat mistake. Pragg, again, too much respect. He could have refuted it straight with the move bishop to e5. The idea being that if you decide you're going to play a move like f6. Then, boom!
Wow.
Bishop takes, and takes. Excuse me.
Attack, I see, yes?
Yeah, this move is getting in my throat. It's so bad. I'm going to let you talk.
Yeah, I see
while I
the
recover.
bishop is hanging and also the rook, and good luck defending both of them, you know, at this moment. Yes, so he didn't play this. Yes, bishop f5 was not played. He went for something like more normal, and let me see. So what happened at the end?
I lost my voice.
No problem, we will cover it. So he played something different, not bishop b5, he played c4, you know, trying to create a mess in the center, but I think after knight g3, this bishop was gone. Good timing for Levon, you know, to get rid of this bishop. Yes, and then, let's say after all this move, knight e5 followed up, we're losing most of the advantage for white at this moment, so bishop g7, let's move further. I think the most of the action happened later in the game.
Yes, he blundered, actually. If I can recover my voice now, it looks like. He blundered later by being, again, too quiet. In this position, I got to tell you, it was stunning. He had a simple move. Trade queens.
Yep.
Defend your pawn. No problem.
Yes.
What did he do? Blunder his pawn. The guy just took his pawn, and that was it. He was down a pawn for no reason. And then later, all these quiet moves, rook a2, rook a7, the pawn just calmly marched up the board, takes, and then king f1, and he just lost.
Kind of lost this game just like this.
He just literally handed Levon the point. And this point again, back in the opening, the shot with bishop takes c7, queen takes d5. Simply extraordinary.
Yes, he could make it better for sure in this game, but you know, I think it's also about the mood. Levon and Topalov, I think they have a good time. I saw them in the players' room and they were chatting, laughing between the rounds, after the rounds. I don't know, when they go to the stage, they're still kind of chatting, and they have a lot of, they analyze some games as well. So Topalov played against Alireza Firouzja, and let's go there, because it was really interesting moment, because you know that Alireza lost the previous round. Actually, he also lost the last round of the rapid portion of the games, and I think it's time for him to stop bleeding somehow, because this game also didn't go his way. It all started with like quiet English opening, but things went really crazy, I would say, somewhere here at this moment. Let me get rid of this one. So after knight g2, suddenly this move knight d8 somehow makes white feel much better. White could simply take on c5, actually moving this, like opening the bishop from c3. He didn't do this, given himself the option to play maybe d5 at a certain point. So after what happened in the game, we can see that he played first knight f4, which was a very good move, and he took dc5 later. And Alireza understood that this position probably is worse for him right now, and he decided, you know, to make things a little bit sharp by playing knight e5. Veselin actually could ignore this and just simply take on d6, allowing actually black to take this exchange. And you see that he would have this great, you know, pawns d6 and c4 in the center. But okay, he decided simply to take on e5, and then the game just, you know, threatening knight e7, important moment. So that's why Alireza played king h8. So I don't want to go into much details. It was a crazy game after that. Both of them didn't have much time, you know, so they were playing with 10 seconds literally at a certain point. But what was really funny, the comment of Veselin after the game, because he decided at a certain point that he's playing one of these kind of suicidal games where he has to take all the pieces of his opponent, and this is what he did. He literally took all pawns of his opponent. Like, look at this, like move by move, he was getting all the pawns, and at the end, if we go further, he ended up threatening the last one. So 4 pawns up, and at this moment Alireza decided to resign. As I said before, it seems like he cannot still find his way into the tournament after losing this rapid game against Aravindh. Remember, he lost on time. So now 3 zeros, and he really needs to do something about his tournament right now.
He really does, and he's the prohibitive favorite, at least he was. He's a reigning Grand Chess Tour champion. He's one of the best blitz players on the planet. He needs to right the ship, but right now he is totally at sea. We'll see whether or not he can bounce back. There's still a lot of games to go, but it's Levon Aronian Did we have him picked as a victor? Who picked Levon?
Varush, he did. Varushan.
His countryman, surprise, surprise.
Yes.
Well, he is definitely showing why he is indeed, as he said before the tournament, out for blood. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Get your voice back there and tell us the standings once again, Nancy.
Right, let's have a look again. Fedoseev leading the tournament with 13 points. And then in second is Levon Aronian, just a point behind. And in clear third, Aravindh. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but Alireza is in fourth place. Because the entire tournament he's been in top 3.
Exactly. And he started in first coming into today. Sorry, Peter.
I think 2 people are in 2 out of 2, right? It's Duda and
3. Levon has won 2.
Yeah.
Vladimir.
Vladimir also won both. Yeah,
yes,
of course. Yeah.
Exactly. And Duda. Tell us the pairings coming up for round 3.
Let's see, we have Deac against Aravindh.
Good game.
Levon playing Gavrilescu. Alireza against Prague. MVL facing Topalov. And our key matchup will be Fedoseev against Jan-Krzysztof.
Wonderful. What a matchup there on the 5th board. And Alireza versus Prague. That might have been a game that we would be calling for first place, but boy.
Prague is struggling so far. Prague is, as well as Alireza, currently on no points today yet. And not the easiest way to continue the streak here playing against Alireza.
Now, we all know how it goes in Blitz. You get on the streak where you just win a lot of games in a row and you think to yourself, boy, I just had a 3,000 performance. And then you get on a streak where you have a 2,200 performance. Alireza, how do you explain that?
I don't think I've seen him play so shakily. I mean, it's an incredibly small sample size. We should not be overstating these 2 rounds, but that round 1 game against Duda really wasn't him at his very best. And he missed some shots against Veselin. We just saw that highlight from Anastasiya and Maurice. There was one shot in particular there, which I would take him against the world there.
Yes.
There was,
Queen H3,
on
G5.
any amount of time on the clock, I would take him to find Queen H3 in a heartbeat and progress from there, because really the win after that would not have been difficult. So yeah, something isn't quite right. I have no idea why, but 16 rounds to go. We have to remember that this is a very long Blitz tournament, and we know his quality. He just needs to win a couple of games.
We had one Grand Chess Tour where Magnus started badly, and then the next day he won 11 in a row.
Yeah, it was 9. But yes, but
with the Rapid, it was the 11th. So
exactly.
Alireza could do it too.
Wow.
He just needs to change his mindset.
That was really stunning to see him lose so many points. Again, he lost on time. The last game of the Rapids yesterday starts with 2 losses in a row on our first day of Blitz, allowing Vladimir to say, excuse me, I don't mind taking the first place in the lead here.
Absolutely, yeah. And Vladimir continuing slowly to accumulate points and to play confidently. And that game he won against Aravindh
just finished.
I just wanted to. We events kind of moved too fast for us to discuss it properly. But I think that game shows in some ways it's extremely admirable the way these young players play because he is playing an endgame where he's down a pawn. Against somebody who is very much in the lead, against somebody you really don't want to give additional points to. And Aravindh consistently refused queen trades, which would have given him a very comfortable draw. I don't think there's any problem there whatsoever, holding once you trade the queens off.
He refuses.
But he keeps the game going, even though it's really going for his opponent, not for him. And I think experience will teach him not to do these things, but still, it was very notable how he just kept on turning down draw offers pretty much.
Let me see.
Alireza at the board, trying to wondering what has gone wrong in the last 25 hours.
And yet he can't think about that. He needs to focus on his next games.
Exactly. Put everything out of mind. Easier said than done. Exactly. Yeah. But I'd like to talk about Vladimir. Again, he may have complained about his 3 blacks in a row and everything else, but that's...
He got 3 out of 3?
Yeah.
No, 2 out of 2 plus the last round. Yes.
Was a draw. He drew against Topalov, breaking the streak.
Yeah, there's a fantastic story about 3 blacks in a row in Garry Kasparov in Linares one year, which I don't think we have enough time for, but maybe there is a break coming at some point, which we can
Mention
that.
Tournament leader coming in,
Tournament leader.
looking confident.
Yes,
Winning so many games in a row gives you confidence boost like nothing else.
absolutely. No, I've always felt that Blitz especially is a game of confidence. And guess what? We have 2 of the hottest players in the tournament right now sitting down against one another. Duda started with 2 wins, as had Vladimir. Somebody's going to break their streak.
Exactly, and the same in the game between Prague and Alireza. Somebody finally is going to be on the scoreboard.
Yes, exactly.
And we mentioned it before, but Levon also has a great start today, 2 out of 2. But let's start with Fedoseev's game against Duda. We'll be following this one. It's the key
More
matchup.
Catalans.
More Catalans. Absolutely. And
Catalans
for those of you
all day, every day.
joining us late, Vladimir with the Catalan
And the
as
knight
white.
c3, also sticking to this particular line.
He scored very well and hit the positions he was getting, especially, well, sign me up.
Absolutely.
I like the positions very much, what he...
And Duda's option of c6 is an invitation to play a full game of chess, because dc4, knight c5, 95 c5, as was played by Deac, I think, against Fedoseev in the Rapid, is a way to try to make a draw. This is very much, let's play a game of chess here.
Exactly.
And this is a gambit now, I think, because after d takes c4, it might not be, although 95 still exists, it's not really a gambit just yet.
I like this move, a5. I like this idea of playing b6, knight d7,
Bishop a6.
and bishop to a6.
Yeah, there's still a lot of games in the database, and most common was b3. Bishop f4 is kind of rare.
Yeah.
What is
Now
the
you
bishop?
can actually take on c4 and meet knight e5 with knight d5, getting that structure which you do sometimes see in the Catalan, where white has a kind of a wide center, but you give up a bishop pair, and you also take with the g3 pawn towards f4, which makes your king sometimes a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
There was an absolutely exemplary game won in that structure by Gukiash in the Olympiad against a very strong player, where he kept the pressure for...
And just as you prescribed it, Peter,
Exactly
full
the
body
structure.
game. White's happy, he's got an extra control of the e5 square. Black's happy, White's king is a little looser, and you could imagine queen h4 landing one day.
As a Catalan player, every time I get the structure, I'm happy because I have 100% result.
Wow. How do you do it? 100%.
So I'm always happy to give up the bishop on f4 for the knight.
Okay, knight d7. Well, miss 100%. How do you continue with white? Do you put your pawn on
I mean,
e3?
e3, definitely.
Okay, king
Like
h1.
h1.
Yeah, and an indication that
Yeah.
you might want to play rook g1, e3, rook g1.
I mean, in Blitz, going for an attack, even if it's not the most accurate attack, is the way to go.
Keep the initiative.
Yes,
Yeah.
keep the initiative, attack, make it difficult for your opponent to find the accurate moves.
Peter, black has a problem. The bishop on c8. How do you solve?
You don't, at least
don't.
not until some kind of a sharpening up happens. It goes to e8, I think, in most cases, and just parks there. Sometimes it goes, like, if you play bishop d7, bishop e8, knight d5, maybe in some scenarios you might go knight d5, f6, bishop f7. But it's a crawl. You never really break out of the cage in any kind of a forcing manner.
It's a word I really liked from Tony Miles. He said, well, you know, it's a bit of a grovel, but if your bishop gets out, you know, you're kind of happy that you have the 2 bishops. And so we're expecting queen c7. I was about to say we were expecting knight to d5.
I'm surprised that Vladimir hasn't played e3 yet. It's such a natural move.
Why is he holding it in reserve?
He'll do it.
He has to play it at some point. Yeah.
Well, rook d8 is an indication that the counterplay is coming against d4 with
He's going to
c5.
go rook g1.
Rook to g1. Again, you're just coaxing me into playing c5? If I fall for it and play c5?
I think then he'll play either knight b5 or e3.
Okay.
Like
I mean,
after
I would have
g1,
played e3 and rook
Yeah,
queen
5
away.
moves ago, right?
Yeah. Queen would have moved away. Rook c1.
That's against c5.
indicating that he'll have knight b5. Yes, you
So
were
I was
about
going
to
to say, after rook g1, the way to double up on g file would be to play e3, queen f1, queen g2. Pretty
Right.
straightforward.
Right. If you had put your pawn on e3 a moment ago, you put your rook on g1, then, as you say, slide over, queen f1, queen g2. It's not that you're just threatening checkmate, which is a good thing, but you are making this diagonal that much more fun. Rook c1, indicating there's some tactics. Peter, are there some tactics after rook c1?
Not that I can see. I don't think it's time to play c6, c5 yet. And after queen b6, and now we'll play e3. I'm assuming he's intending to take on b2, but...
I would.
Well, are you sure it's coming back?
I don't know, but I mean, you got knight c4, knight d3.
There's
I
all
think
kinds
it's
of-
coming back.
White could also ignore and just go rook g1. Because you have to spend so much
Hold on, there's
time.
an f2 pawn too.
Oh, my bad. Wouldn't want to give that pawn up.
I don't know.
It is funny. We're looking at queen takes b2, and the move rook f1 is very suggestive. Rook g1 is very suggestive. The crazy part is the queen goes to f2 and maybe ends up defending.
Yeah, and
on the
he ends
king side.
he ends up bailing on queen takes b2, and then I don't know why we played queen b6.
We could
I
have
don't
waited for knight b5 before. Yeah, because now knight a4 is a tempo.
Yeah, I guess it goes back to c7 and yeah, knight c5, and then maybe put it on d3 to kind of double up on these good squares, prevent c5 forever. And then we switch to trying to give mate on the king side anyway.
I feel that Vladimir somehow has magically gained some tempi by not playing the move
Right?
e3. He
It feels
encouraged
that way.
queen d6. And now it's time to go rook g1. Let's do it.
Yes, he provoked some moves that
Maybe don't fit. Rook g1.
he's playing on the queen side.
Knight b6. Approved, Peter? Approved. Peter's very happy.
Oh, not the computer. No, no. Queen b3 is a question mark.
Question mark.
I think Peter's focused on a different game.
Oh, sorry. I saw a thumbs up there that suggested to me that he was happy. Yeah, but we'd like rook g1. Rook g1 and...
Maybe now Duda wants to play knight d7 to finally trade that fantastic knight on e5.
a3. Okay, now I can't guess the moves. I don't see how this is an improvement for white. a3.
We've been saying rook g1 for
Yeah.
the last 5 minutes.
We're going to be right one
day.
in one moment and when it's least expected as well.
Knight d5.
By the way, this is an indication
There we
that f6 is on Black's agenda. F6, bishop f7, bishop f8. That's a very solid king side.
It is. Can white play f5 now?
Yes, that's one of the other benefits of having an extra f-pawn, is it can be used as a battering ram.
Right, and it's not even a sacrifice, right?
No,
At
you
the end,
have
knight
bishop takes
hangs,
d5
but
and knight
there's
b6.
checkmate on f7 and g7.
Exactly. Okay, Peter, do you like dropping the knight on c5, or do you feel it does anything there?
I like it on d3. I think maybe the reason he hasn't done it yet is he's worried it will provoke the immediate b6 followed by c5, and he doesn't want to give Black an easy way to start actually doing something.
b6.
I also believe he's calculating f5 right now.
Yeah.
Clock times, if you don't.
Minute 44 for white, minute 50 for black. Very even.
Very even. But even a 20-second clock time difference in blitz can be a lot.
And now it's about 20 seconds. And it's still a middle game position with so many pieces on the board. So everything will be decided once these players reach 10 seconds.
Exactly.
F5
Here we go.
on the board.
F5.
Actually, after e takes f, he could, instead of trading, he could go maybe queen c2. I
what's the
somehow want
idea?
to very quickly switch pieces over to the king side.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking that this bishop one day wants to get into the game. So I'm going EF. You're going queen c2. Probably go f6 with the idea of bringing my light square bishop.
Are you maybe getting mated after queen f5, fe5, and then something? I don't see how, because the bishop comes to g6 in a lot of positions, but
Right.
I'm kind
I've
of
got a lot
excited about it.
I got a lot of defenders
yeah.
over there.
And also
He's
these are
done
not
it.
my pieces.
Yes. That's the beautiful thing about chess commentary. When
He's gone bishop d5. He'll take on c8. He'll play knight b6. I'm pretty sure this is the
yes.
This is the idea. I think it's probably stronger than
But he can't take on d5 because that opens up the diagonal for the bishop, h1, a8. I'm a little bit concerned about that.
well spotted, but
well, we are
that
currently
we do need
controlling
a
it with
pawn.
knight on e5, and it's awkward because you have to play b5, you have to give up one of the bishops because allowing knight f6 check would have been disastrous. Disastrous. But this is now a very sharp position because if you
Do I take the bishop, play f3?
yeah, but then black maybe kind of slowly tries to get out of the corner, maybe g6, king g7, then play f6, and once I drive away the knight from e5, it becomes very much anybody's game.
Isn't the white's king weaker now?
Yes.
It is, right?
Yes. Yeah. Once you start seeing what Peter just said, g6, king g7, drive away this knight from e5 and get bishop c6, and Duda will be.
Yeah, he begins with f3.
That's what I was thinking he was
Yeah.
going to do. You suggested g6, king g7. Anything for holding on to the two bishops, bishop h4?
Yeah, it's definitely an option. I would maybe like to keep both of them, but I don't know how comfortable it is on h4.
But it's hard to hit.
Yeah.
It's offsides. I agree. It is offsides.
The queen really should be on h3, not on b3. I'm very much on Nazi's side on this. I think in this line in particular, you are supposed to be playing on the king side with your full throat, so to speak.
Well, she had 100% for a reason. She went queen f1, queen g2. King h8. And, okay, that's a strong indication by Vladimir that he feels he has to play for the attack.
And also knight e7, queen e7, you can't stop f6 anymore. And by playing knight f4, he currently stopped f6 very convincingly because knight f7 check will be very strong.
Players are down to their last 30 seconds.
And again, this is where nerves play such a huge role. Tickling the pawn.
The computer says Duda's completely winning.
Completely.
Bishop e5, queen e3.
There's something pawn's just hanging.
Very simply.
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5, queen e3, and everything falls. f3 falls as well. Like, the game just ends if he takes. Yeah, there it is.
He spotted it.
Will he spot queen takes e3?
10 seconds for him.
That's his follow.
I don't think he sees it.
He kind of doesn't believe it's happening. He's shaking his head.
But as you said, Peter, it collapses. f3, f4, e5, all hanging.
Yeah, looks like Duda will be on 3 out of 3.
Wow.
Incredible.
And Alireza lost to Prague.
Wow. Our tournament leader is completely
still
fading away.
Yeah.
Queen g2, it's about to say, doesn't hang.
It's still not
Queen
over.
f3 check.
Oh, I have
Rook
knight
g1
G2 is very sad.
Yeah, Rook g1, I guess. Queen g5. Has
he just played with
No,
1
he hasn't
second.
lost on time, no.
Yes, it's still not over because
h4, bishop c6.
either of them could still fly.
There's
allowing
h6.
h5 was
h6.
Queen takes e5, rook e1? No, it doesn't work. Queen c6.
Okay, black is still winning.
Black is still
No, rook e1.
Oh, no.
Rook e1.
Oh.
And now
Unbelievable. Duda had played this beautiful game. Now he's completely lost.
No,
Queen
that's
f6. Queen f6 and go after the h-pawn.
Commentator's curse strikes again.
Exactly. Queen h8 mate.
Now king started running.
Now it's just over. He just
You can
cleans
start
up the
collecting
queen
the
side.
as well.
Yeah. Wow, what a turnaround this was.
Everything happened in just one move.
But he played the move with 1 second on his clock. That's bad time management by Duda. He'll get punished.
I mean, these players are so used to making moves on 1 second. They always think they can get away with it, but sometimes just does not work out.
No.
Yeah.
Queen takes a. I've had enough of this. Queen takes a5. I've had enough of you. Go away.
And he
Queen g7.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And Duda's just shaking his head. What just happened? And for Vladimir,
3 out of 3.
Let's go
cruising.
Let's go to Arvind's game. He's also winning.
Arvind.
He's playing Deac.
Yep.
They're also playing with just
There's
3
a
seconds
white
on
king on f4, and suddenly the white king is on f2. What? f4? Oh, queen e5 mate.
Oh, that's nice.
Ooh.
And he wins. And we have 1 game left. It's Levon,
who's also 2 out of 2.
And might be 3 out of 3. He's winning.
He's in a rook ending.
So far, we had 4 decisive results in this round.
Wow. But why is he... Okay, hold on.
Wait, is this winning?
Why is
Maybe
this
not
winning?
anymore. Yeah, he should have made more progress. This is now
He
looks
could've-
like it's holdable.
He could have brought his king to e6.
Rook endgames are so tricky.
Yeah,
Oh, now he's
that was a
winning.
mistake. Yeah.
That was huge.
that
Now
should
you're
never been
threatening
allowed.
rook f6 check.
So black was supposed to play king e6 or
Rook
something?
e1.
Okay, now king comes close and e-pawn
What?
starts running.
Why did he go rook d6? What?
I don't understand.
He doesn't see the win yet. Yeah, I don't
mean,
know. If,
It's easy for us to judge when you have 3 seconds on the clock.
Not so
Sometimes
easy.
You just go blind. You can't see everything.
Right.
And just e6
now
now, yeah.
e6.
Oh my God.
Clock times?
4 seconds against 6.
4 seconds. They're only getting 2-second
Yeah.
bonus. That's not a lot. Rook e7.
He's
Now
picking
your
up
rook takes
G6.
g6.
That should be
Yeah,
the
f5.
end. He's still playing it out, and there we go. Levon, 3 out of 3 as well. Not as well.
Ooh.
It's Fedoseev and him.
Yes. Congratulations, Levon. Levon is taking second place in his. But let's look at. We just saw Duda blundering through the magic of television. He had to move his
Second.
king.
And yeah, he allowed the pawn to go all the way to h6.
And this is where he drops the bishop.
he's probably still fine, but yeah,
That he had to move his queen to maybe. Well, I don't know. He touched his queen.
Rook e1 is coming, and it's game over.
Oh my word! That was just. Ooh, that was.
yeah.
tough
And
to
briefly for
watching.
the other games of the round, this is a game between Alireza and Prague. Alireza goes for the very, very old school Nimzo with the Zamish a3. And we get a very typical kind of a Zamish position by move 15-ish, where white has completely abandoned any pretense of trying to protect the queen side, but is trying to give mate. Prague understandably says block that. g5. Idea of d5, d6 completely sealing off the knight on e8 exists, so Prague says d6. And the game, I think, was more or less decided on this one moment, where Alireza should have just continued kind of in the same spirit, just trying to do something on the king side while not deciding anything in the center. Instead, he took on e6, which looks not natural, but now after queen e7, g4, g6, knight g3, knight g7, Black holds very comfortably on the king side. Black will take on e6 with the queen, and then the entirety of the white center will start collapsing. And as you see somewhat later down the line, no attack. In fact, there's a very strong attack coming on this diagonal. And in order to not get mated along the long diagonal, white had to give up an exchange on b7, but that doesn't really help. And eventually, somewhere around here, Alireza just threw in the towel because he's down on material, down on the board, just very, very poor position for him.
No play.
Yeah. And elsewhere, MVL did beat Topalov. That was a kind of a strange game where it started its life as a kind of a pure Benoni. MVL was better, but then he allowed this very beautiful tactical shot of rook takes b2. And Black really should not have any trouble whatsoever. Yes, there's a pawn on h5, but Black is currently a pawn up, and not a lot of pieces left, but somehow we progressed to a position like this where, because of the pawn on h6, white, I guess, is pressing, but it is 4 against 4 with very limited material, and continues being zeros. And then Topalov plays queen f3, one active move too many, and suddenly there are no more checks, and the pawn on d6 is falling, and that ended up costing him a full game. So MVL finally wins one.
Wow. Peter, boy, I tell you. Quickly, the standings.
Let's see how things have changed. Well, Fedoseev still in the lead with 14 points. Levon is still in clear second, just point behind, and Aravindh also in clear third. But now in the fourth place, it's Alireza and Prague with 11 points.
Wow. And we'll throw it to you, Maurice, in Warsaw.
Yeah, we're looking at the separation that's starting to happen with those top 3 players. At the beginning of the day, they were more bunched up. But now, surprisingly, Levon has arisen from the ashes. He winning these games, I got to tell you, it's like magic. Somehow, he's just getting these victories. He's playing some funky openings. This position I have on the screen, he was actually better. His opponent didn't play great. He played this very direct line and then just play d6. Let me just push my pawn. And guess what? The guy said, okay, we'll let you do that. And we'll take it. What was the point? To give up the D pawn for the A pawn. That wasn't a very good decision. And somehow, again, you know, you go into hustle and flow mode. It looks like he's a little bit more hustle than he is flow, but maybe he's both. Maybe he's just doing what he needs to do in order to win. And you saw the end game, the way it worked out. It was a hot mess. But when you're in that form and you're just being aggressive, your opponents feel it, and it looks like the energy is transmitted. And Aronian is now just winning all his games.
Yeah, also it's a matter of self-confidence. We start winning, you feel that you can do it, and then it helps you as well. So I was checking the other game of this round between Bogdan-Daniel and Aravindh. Here it is. And I just want to show you just one moment when everything fell apart for Bogdan. You know, they played a very nice positional game. Black is strong on the queen side, white is trying something in the center, and until this moment, you know, so now Bogdan had like 10 seconds against like 1.5 minutes, so he was not really managing his time really well. And at this moment, bishop before, very nice move, ruining completely everything in the center for white came, and this is how it started and never finished for Bogdan. Aravindh played really, really smoothly after that, not giving any chance to his opponent. Like now he just won material, and that's it. 2 pawns in a row, like after rook e1. He just simply took on f3, and that's it. He managed to convert very, very precisely.
Indeed. So, you know, you talk about the word precisely. I don't think that word is going to be used a lot in Blitz, but we'll see if the players can right the ship, particularly one Alireza Firouzja. I don't know what he's doing right now. Unbelievable.
Yeah, precision and Blitz don't often go hand in hand. We're going to get ready for a break, and before we go on break, we always like to check in with our friends at Cube Boutique and ask them, what's your special of the day? Well, pick out a St. Louis Chess Club roll-up chessboard in your favorite color and hit the road. These are flexible boards that are easily cleaned. They always lay flat, 20 square inch boards with 2.25 inch squares. Screen printed ink on vinyl. Don't forget the chess pieces and your travel bag. All your chess shopping needs at QBoutiqueSTL.com. And then we always like the Stump the Commentators question. Here it comes.
How well did each GCT Tour winner finish in the Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Poland in 2022, 23, and 24? This is anybody's guess.
It's
none of the above?
It's either fifth or none of the above.
Well, we'll find out after the break.
And what are we going to do on the break?
Right. As we go on to break, Anastasiya had a chance to catch up with the defending GCT champion Alireza Firouzja. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Alireza, welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. You managed to win 2 Grand Chess Tour events already so far. What can be better than this?
Yeah, I think I'm very fortunate to participate last 3 years. So it was very good experience for me, and whenever I come back, it's joy.
So can it be to win 3 times,
Yes.
4 times? What is your goal?
I think 3 times is already very good. So if I achieve it, it'd be amazing.
Absolutely. So how does it motivate you going into these events? Let's say having already 2 cups from Grand Chess Tour at your home.
Yeah, I mean, I choose Poland because it's a new destination for me. I never played here, so I'm happy to be here. Anyway, I have to a bit make my rating look better, and it's always motivation there. So.
What do you think about your chess lately? I mean, after last Grand Chess Tour, like you didn't play that much, but still, like, how can you estimate your, let's say, performance before and your chances in this tournament?
Yeah, I think I played really well in Singfield Cup. After that, I played few tournaments and some league, German league, but I didn't play any significant tournaments. So I don't know how will be my shape, but next 4 or 5 months I play all the time, so we'll see.
How would you estimate your chances in this tournament?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Certainly, there are not important figures in Grand Chess Tour like Fabiano and Wesley also plays well sometimes. So maybe the field is a bit easier here than, let's say, in Zagreb, but still it's a very tough tournament and one of the strongest tournaments in the year.
This year we have also the final tournament in Brazil. Are you looking forward? Are you motivated to play there?
No, it's one of my childhood dreams to go to Rio de Janeiro. So if I qualify, I will go a few days earlier maybe, so to just see all the country.
Say you get a chance to play against any famous athlete or a star in the Blitz. Who would you pick in this case?
I pick Michael Jordan.
Ah, yes? Okay. And I'm just kind of wondering, would you be easy on him or you will show no mercy?
I'll make it go longer so you could talk with him more, so I'll not beat him. So.
Yeah. Why is he your favorite athlete?
Yeah, I watched his documentary on Netflix. It was like amazing, and he's, I think, like such an inspiration. He also lost motivation at some point, but he came back, and I think he's one of the most important figures in the sport.
Yeah, I also watched it. It's amazing. I agree completely with you. Is it something that in particular you liked about this movie, or some advices which you kind of took for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, if you watch it, he lost his father, and he was always not everything looking good. From outside, it looked easy for him, his life, but he had such a struggle. So he passed all of this and managed to focus on his career. It was amazing.
Would you like to have such a movie one day about yourself? Like,
yeah, of course. I still have to write more. I have still things to do, so maybe at some point later.
Yeah, like winning 2 Grand Chess Tour events, like what does it take to be so consistent and show such a good result? Like which qualities, which skills you need to succeed and play well in Grand Chess Tour?
I think Grand Chess Tour you have to be strong in all formats, rapid, blitz, classical. So I think as I am very good in all of these formats, this gives me edge rather than just one classical tournament. So I think this gives me big motivation also, because I know I'm big favorite in blitz, and I will be confident when I'm playing the classical. So to be consistent, it's also to not lose motivation and always looking forward to the challenge.
Absolutely, and in an interview before GCT, answering the question which skill he would steal from any GCT player, Gukesh said that he would take your tactical vision. And is there any skill you would actually steal from Gukesh?
Yeah, probably his work ethic. He works all the time. He also sacrificed many things, probably. So I would say he has very good work ethic.
Yeah, and now that the tournament is about to start, I wish you all the best of luck, Alireza, and we will see what will happen in the end.
Thank you.
Really curious. Thank you so much for the interview.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Welcome back, everyone. Coming up is round 4 of Blitz Day. But first, let's find out the answer.
I was thinking that was what we're doing. I was going to go with the 5th place.
Sure, I'll go with that
Sure.
one too.
No, I'm thinking none of the above.
None of the above. Okay, it's C or D. That's our thinking.
Or A or B. All right, Peter had it right. None of them.
Lucky.
That's a trick question.
Very tricky, yeah.
They just did not play in Poland in any of those years.
Oh, now
They got us.
they did it. Oh, they
got
sure
us,
did.
yeah.
Well, let's have a look at the standings after 3 rounds of Blitz.
Congratulations. Get out of
We
here.
have 2 players who are 3 out of 3 today. That's Vladimir Fedoseev and Levon Aronian.
Impressive.
And they're in first and second place. Aravindh, I believe, has 2 out of 3.
He lost to Fedoseev and won the other two, yeah.
Yes.
We didn't know how good Arvind's blitz is, but it's pretty good.
It is very good.
Alireza Firouzja, he continues to make headlines for all the wrong reasons. Sorry, you were about to tell us the pairings. Nazi.
Let's have a look. We have Aravindh playing against Duda, who just lost a very devastating game.
Oof, yes.
Then we have Topalov playing Fedoseev.
That will be our marquee matchup just because we want to see how Vladimir's going to do against this former world champion.
And it's already started. We have C4, E6. Oh, they also
Veselin?
played last round yesterday was same setup. Veselin was with white,
Yes.
and he was very close to defeating.
He went for E4, Knight of 3, D3 in that one. And he's playing, weirdly, he's playing
Whoa.
What?
Bishop
more official
E7 and Bishop F6. That just looks, it feels wrong,
Is there
Peter.
a
After
name for
D4,
this opening? No.
no. After D4, the question is, what is the bishop doing on F6? I mean, you're
Knight,
going to
yeah.
have to put the knight on E7 to justify your setup?
I mean, Fedoseev played it fast and confidently. He must have seen this for sure before. Some kind of prep?
Feels
I'm not
wrong.
Sure. I'm not sure people prep for C4, E6, B3.
D3, yeah.
That's a good point.
Starting to enjoy the concept of knight to D2, followed by knight to E4 if allowed. So I'm thinking knight to D2, threatening knight E4.
Sorry, my screen went off. So I'm starting to like white here already, right? It's very simple.
Yeah,
Just develop
I
knight and bishop, and
I just don't get this bishop on F6. It just
Yeah.
feels like a target
it's misplaced.
to my eyes. Peter, weigh in on this one.
No, I think he's playing D5 next move. You're
Yeah.
never allowing Knight E4.
Well, exactly. So knight to D2, D5.
D5, yeah.
I take on D5,
He takes.
and
I think it's fine, to be honest. It's some kind of a strange, I don't know what to compare it with even. But it doesn't really feel all that odd to me, because we can't actually challenge that bishop on F6, provided we play D7, D5 with black quickly enough, and we will. I think it's fine.
By the way, Veselin's sinking into deep thought,
Trying to actually solve that problem immediately by,
defending the bishop.
creating the idea of D takes C5. And I think, he's going to take with the knight. That's the explanation for Queen D2, because if you were going to take with the pawn, Queen D2 is kind of unnecessary.
Exactly.
He's basically trying to offload some of the pressure, trade some pieces,
Put his knight on C3.
put his knight on C3. Yeah.
Maybe on a good day. Okay, I mean, you're going to have to cooperate to allow me to land a knight on D6.
Yeah, it looks like white's development is quite typical, and I haven't seen this pattern with bishop on F6 very often.
No, it's a rarity. That's
And as for
sure.
black, I think we're still playing D5 here, reasonably happily. And
I think Fedosev's so confident right now. He could play any opening, and
It's all come out roses for him as he has started with just the dream start of 3 out of 3, beating his rivals along the way, I might add, is Vladimir.
and he seems to be very good at handling time trouble. When he has less than 10 seconds, he's very calm.
Yes, what he did just now against Duda was extremely impressive. He was in a losing position, but he just kept playing, but something good happened. D5 on the board.
yeah,
Peter, Vladimir, as far as a blitz player, is unknown to me. Is his success catching you by surprise, or
Not
is
at
it
all.
something you might have expected?
not at all. I know he's good, and he is a very well-established presence as an online blitz player. He has a lot of successes in blitz competitions online. So no, I think this is sort of to be expected.
Oh.
Actually, whoa,
There's a
gambit.
blunder. G2's hanging.
Yeah, he'll play bishop f3 and then knight e4, and then we will finally. I don't think this works though. Queen g2 and bishop f3, queen g6.
It looks all wrong.
This was
Oh, you
missed.
can see Veselin shaking his
Just
head.
shaking his head.
He definitely missed this.
This was missed. Queen h3.
Maybe
even.
he should just castle long now without bishop f3.
But then after knight takes d4, you will have to take with a pawn,
Which is just
and that kills off your entire counterplay.
not what you wanted
No,
to
it's
do.
just
I
a
think
disaster.
I think you're going to have to go bishop f3, queen h3, bishop takes f3, and knight
He
e4.
did castle.
No, but this is
this
is just pathetically terrible.
yeah.
Knight to f5. There's no attack whatsoever.
Only problem black has is developing the white square bishop.
Yeah. The way this could somehow
Minor
become
inconvenience.
unclear
Yeah.
is if you allow knight e4 in such a good situation for white that you're forced to abandon the long diagonal and then maybe d5 comes in. But these are absolutely kind of dream scenarios. You're not going to see it. Bishop
Absolutely
d7, rook
not.
c8. I mean, you're in no hurry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
now-
think
this
there's
is terrible.
Now
This
that
is just
bishop on
terrible.
f6 is perfectly placed, it's defending the king side. You don't
Yeah.
have to worry about the g7 pawn.
I mean, for that reason,
Silencing the doubters, yeah.
Yeah, you might even want to start with knight d5 and just say, okay, look,
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my bishop on f6 no matter what.
Bishop g5, f4, bishop h6 maybe. Actually moving it away from those ideas of knight e4, just placing it on a square where
Not
it can
bad.
really not be challenged.
Not bad.
Very nice. Can he take on h2 as well?
I think he won't. I don't think he needs to open more files for the white.
Oh, he's taking it.
Yeah. He's playing very concretely, yeah.
Wow.
Rook df1, knight g6 maybe, and just like
Yeah.
pick every single one of them up.
Except I do want to sacrifice my rook on
But
h6.
queen takes h1, Yasser, will
And
be
bishop
a bit of an
f4.
unpleasant
Oof.
surprise for you.
That yeah.
We have time to show it, I think.
Yeah, we're just looking ourselves at the moves.
He's
rook
going king
f1.
b1, yeah. No, we no longer have time to show it now.
Yeah, but there was an idea that when we played.
Oh, I like this move, e5.
Whoa!
He's
Yeah.
giving up one pawn back, but his bishop's coming to f5 with a tempo. Oh, it's a very nice play.
And your king is going to be so
He's
wonderful.
playing well, but he's also running quite well, I want to say. You have to admit that
Yeah.
Aravindh not taking a bunch of clear draw offers in round one.
Right.
And Veselin just blundering the g2 pawn by move 10 in this one.
Exactly. He could have played bishop. Ooh.
But that's very much the nature of blitz. Those two things go very much hand in hand.
Yeah. We are expecting bishop f5 check. Nothing gave me as much joy as capturing my opponent's pieces and attacking them. I love developing with tempo. Bishop f5 check, and I just feel like I'm getting my pieces
You get
out.
to play a lot of happy moves. Right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Why not take on f4?
Absolutely. Queen takes it.
Bishop
f4.
takes.
It's all good. It's all in one direction at the moment.
Is
in
it
favor
Is
of
it in sync though?
Sorry?
Oh, that's a.
Queen takes it.
Oh, he's playing rook d8, not as greedy as we thought.
I'm greedy. But not bad. D6.
Can still
Okay.
take bishop f4, right?
I mean, Veselin is just fishing for some kinds of chances here.
95 maybe. Yeah. Just do
95.
some jumps.
Maybe
yeah.
it's time to take on f4 now with the bishop. Yes,
He's done it. He kept
Is this
it in
3
his-
pawns now? 3 extra pawns?
Yeah.
That's too many.
That's a little bit too many, yeah.
Okay. Again.
D6, there's a 4th pawn hanging.
Well, there might be 97 check. I agree. You know, giving up an exchange for
He's
4
done it.
pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what else can he do beside 97? Rook takes. Rook takes g6? No.
Oh, that's possible.
I'm trying. I'm
No
searching
matter
for
what you
tricks.
do, it'll be down material.
I'm going to be down a lot of material. 97 check.
Yeah, but then black just has so much for the exchange.
Of course,
you don't
4
really even
pawns.
care, yeah.
And those bishops are amazing on f4 and f5.
Absolutely. I mean, there's no attack.
Knight c6, knight d4 maybe. You do have to. I mean, the queen on h2 is not really
I want to go
where-
knight b4 and go for the mates. Oh, he's going the other direction.
I just like this idea, this construction of such a safe king. Black
Just
has a
want
straight safe king.
Play e4, maybe bishop e5.
H5, H4, H3.
H5, rook H1.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Yeah,
you said
E4.
it. Bishop E5 and give me...
I got excited momentarily for some idea of rook to H6 followed by queen C3, but the one on G1 is also hanging. And also there's bishop H6. So there's not much scope for romantic chess in this position, you know. Much as I would like to.
That was one of the great fails ever.
Yeah. And now rook H1, rook GH5.
Okay.
Honestly,
okay.
Veselin is playing, like, considering
Rook
that he
H1.
gave his opponent like a
Four.
two-pawn handicap.
Right.
He's fighting really well. It's probably not going to be successful, but
Rook H1, Rook H5. Maybe you get some coordination. You got to try something.
I can take on c4 and then play h6, right?
I'm hoping to take on H7, actually.
It does throw in g7, okay.
Right.
Right, because
Yeah.
like h8 is protected, but
Right.
g7 is hanging.
If I have to play BC4, I'd rather resign.
And they're both down to 45 seconds.
Well, here it goes. Again, this ability to handle your
H1.
nerves in these moments. Everybody can
queen
see
G3
good
even.
moves.
Is that shutting down everything?
Queen takes
e4?
E4.
Whoa.
Great move.
is it?
Great move.
The rook's hanging on d5.
I mean,
But just you
have
got to
do
play
something. Yeah.
bishop
Queen E3
E5,
now? Or
bishop
yeah.
E5.
yeah, let's get rid of some of those bishops, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't really care about the pawn on B7 enough to not do this.
And there are 3 healthy extra pawns. Okay, 2 now. As I said that.
And then
it's
there
not
was
going.
one.
Yeah.
But okay, Veselin, for somebody who was down 4 pawns a moment ago,
Would you force the queen trade here, bishop b2 and queen e5?
I would.
And then push the 3 pawns?
I would. Because I know it's just play on one goal at that point.
Well, here, with the queens on the board, you can still blunder.
Yep.
There's last rank checkmates, some tactics.
Although I have to say that's a pretty darn good move.
Yeah.
The rook d8. I'm not going to make any objections about that one.
It's White's king who's still weaker.
Precisely.
Yeah. Down
Clock
to
times.
4 seconds for Veselin. Okay, now they're going to trade queens, and this is just a matter of technique.
Yeah, a moment ago the rook was on f8 instead of d8, and you might make an argument that the rook is well placed on d8, and it is. But sometimes rook belong behind past pawns, and there was something to be said for f5, f4, f3. Here we go. Veselin's trying to make a race. b4, a5, b5. Let's go.
Ooh. It's important not to blunder any of those extra pawns.
Copy that.
Rook b8 though, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then rook g4 in the end, not to give up on g5, I suppose, yeah.
You could take a4. Okay.
Who
Wow,
flagged?
4 out of 4 for Fedoseev.
Congratulations.
Let's
And
go.
our backup plan is Duda.
And Duda's in trouble. He was doing completely fine, and then something happened tactically which derailed his position entirely.
So Arvind have an
Jan-Krzysztof
exchange?
started with 2-0. He was cruising to victory in his third round game, blundered the game away.
5
and
seconds
now
for both players.
Rook to d4, knight to d4. He's got to stop rook to d7.
The knight's actually very good on d4, but
Yeah, this is no longer so clear. We can also eventually take on g6 and be
queen b4. I like this.
aggressive,
Black has
yeah.
some initiative now.
Ooh, there's a
Oh,
threat
that's
of mate on
tricky.
f7.
yeah.
And again, they're playing with just 3 seconds on the clock.
h5. b5? b5? No. What's going on? h4.
Rook h4, knight f3,
Rook-
but
Oh, wow.
Knight f3.
or knight e2 somewhere, yeah. Knight.
How did rook sneak in there? But
This
he
is maybe
still can't
winning
take
for
the
white
queen.
again, because
Isn't
there's
that
g7
mate?
in the end. Just queen
Wow.
takes h4 and g7.
That's beautiful.
And yeah,
G7?
hg doesn't happen because doesn't help because after f4, yeah, it doesn't get
He
there
can't
anyway.
catch the pawn.
Yes, he can't catch the pawn.
It's like a
King h1 and
study-like finish.
Even king
Did-
f1, yeah.
yeah.
He doesn't even want to give up the f3 pawn.
oh
Yeah. And now
yeah,
it's
and
over.
that's it.
Let's.
And for Duda, that is
Okay.
just
They're playing.
enough.
Yeah, handshake. Let's quickly jump to Levon's game. That's the only game left.
Levon also is
Levon is losing.
Levon just lost.
Has lost.
Wow.
Unexpected result. And again, 5 decisive games.
Wow. Let's just see
Yeah, let's check the ending of Levon's game. Let's see what happened there.
Okay.
Looks like opposite color bishop endgame. He's down a pawn. Oh, it's same color bishops.
Yeah, right. Yummy. Give me that pawn. Give me that pawn.
And then we
give me
just
that pawn.
You can't push e3.
Yeah, you can't push e3. Bishop takes e3. But the extra pawns are too much. Peter.
Yeah, this is one of the games I wanted to talk about, and it turned on its head sort of in this position. It began its life as a kind of a Maratsi where Levon was completely fine, and then mass simplifications happened. And this is a pretty safe endgame for black. You really should not be in any kind of trouble, but rook a7 is a particularly unfortunate move here. And now suddenly after rook d2, Levon realized that he cannot support this bishop on d4 with anything. The bishop has to go back, and then things start falling. And from here, you can sort of see the outline of what we saw on screen.
Right.
f5 or b5 needs to be given up, and white will have passers, and Deac from here converted quite convincingly. Elsewhere, importantly, Alireza is finally on the board. Alireza has beaten Gavrilescu from probably, maybe if we forget about the game against Duda, from his worst position yet. Because bishop b5 check, Gavrilescu is doing this consistently, not the first game, even today, where he played this. And Alireza tried to play for some kind of a very slow setup with not very much going on. Gavrilescu said, how about trading everything?
Right.
Alireza said no. And now after queen h5, he is in tremendous amounts of trouble.
Oh, dear.
Knight g6, knight takes e6. It's so much trouble that the computer actually suggests playing a position a full pawn down compared to the position Alireza chose, which is b takes e6. This is
missed opportunity.
This is horrendous because this structure is just really, really bad.
Of course.
But then somehow Gavrilescu, I guess, wasn't very, very precise. Somewhere around here, you can just play knight c4, you play g3, perhaps you, if allowed, you play a 4 or 5 yourself. But he allowed black to play a5, took on f5, which makes black's life slightly easier. And we end up in some position like this where white is still in control, white is still a bit better, but this is obviously a huge improvement. There are now some files for our rooks, some problems maybe with king safety. And then the game, I think, basically was decided on very low time, where you see most of the moves are colored red. And even here, I have a feeling maybe white lost on time, honestly, because this looks like the final position of the game, in which white definitely doesn't risk anything and
Queen
says
e1.
And says 0-1. So I'm assuming I missed the moment where white flagged. But yeah, this was, I'm assuming, somewhere from maybe move 27 or 30. Both of them were playing more or less on 5 seconds.
I gotcha.
Very nervy play in which David finally lost control of the clock. And this is Alireza's first point of the day.
Couldn't have come soon enough. And our standings after 4 blitz rounds with all decisive games.
Well, Fedoseev extends his lead. Now he is a point and a half ahead. Incr first. Second place, now Aravindh passed Levon with just half a point. And Levon remains now in clear third. Alireza in clear fourth.
After a fiery start, Duda's fading. We're going to go over to Warsaw and get the view with Anastasiya and Maurice.
Thanks, Yas. We are looking at some interesting positions here, and I'm going to find mine, which we have a little bit of a strange result. You guys had Pragnanandhaa losing. We have him winning this last round. So, all right, that's something to check on. But, all right, now that we did that, let's get to this game that Aravindh won. And Aravindh is really showing his stuff. I think he drew 1 game, lost 1, won 1, and now win again. So he's a point and a half behind Fedoseev, who's not playing stupid chess, apparently.
Not at all.
According to his measure. I'd like to say about this game just a couple of things. First of all, he started with a very modest opening in the Alapin with this move c3. And he didn't have much in the opening, particularly after this setup here, where you can look at it and this is not something to write home about. And he played the move knight to e2, also not a great square for this piece. His opponent played the move bishop to g4, and then the move castles. And we're looking at the game right now between Aravindh and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. E6 played f3. Now this move is a memorable move for us because he could have played it in the game against Alireza and would have been a fantastic find. It looks like he doesn't have this prejudice about pushing the f-pawn and slightly weakening his king. I point this out because later, very quickly, this position occurred, and his opponent played the mistake queen e5. And after this trade, bishop to c5, and you think, okay, see, I told you so, that diagonal. Here he had a very aggressive option. Nobody's going to play the move g4 and attack with his pawns. This would have been really non-standard to play chess like this. But
the king is in the center still.
The king is still in the center, and in fact, he could play with f5 and then even g5, shutting down the bishop and playing for rook e1 check. That would have been interesting. Instead, he just played a very basic rook e1 and then played bishop e3. And again, you see those dark squares are protected. And I got to tell you, a stunning development here was the move bishop takes d4. Giving up your dark square bishop is the one piece you think you would have kept, but he gave it away. He had an edge, did white for some time, but it turned around and beautiful defense by Duda. We get to this position, and here Duda was doing just fine. What I tell my student, don't hate your rook on a8. Just bring it in the game, whatever. Instead, he decided to do what my students do, which is, hey, I like my knights, I like pawns, let me take it. And this was a terrible move because of suddenly you see the queen is threatening to play queen e4 check in addition to picking off the knight, and Duda had made a terrible mistake. You saw the rest of what happened in this game, and Aravindh scored a nice victory.
Wow, so this was really a good one. And let's come back to our game between, I lost it. Pragnanandhaa and Maxime, yes. So according to what I see on chess.com, Pragnanandhaa won this game. In the tables, it was a little bit different situation, but you know why it could be a mistake? Because Pragg played with 2 seconds, basically, the rest of 20 moves. So I don't know really what happened. We should find out. I hope the result is right. But, it was very nice positional game right from the opening. And the players, they just played it smoothly until certain moment. Let me show you. So somewhere here, some massive exchanges happened. And I think Maxime could actually continue by doing this. He could play like bishop by 6 and then activating his rook all the way to the first rank. And, with this rook on c1, maybe the situation would be better for him. Because you see what's happening in this game. He has like 2 weaknesses. c5 and a7 can be targets for white at certain point. And this is what happened in the game. Later, he decided to keep the bishops alive. And I think maybe this was like a certain mistake. Pragg just continued slowly increase his edge. And somewhere here, he managed finally to get some advantage. So let's say after e5, this was like crucial mistakes. He played knight d3, and it's really hard to defend anything anymore. e5 and c5 are hanging. And after winning this pawn, of course, white is better, but 5 seconds or 4 seconds against 1 minute of Maxime, I mean, it wasn't easy for Pragg at all. As far as I know, he managed to win this game.
He did win.
Yeah, he did win. Correct. And that's great, I mean, for Pragg, and he improved again, of course, his tournament situation, but everything is still ahead. We have still 5 rounds to go.
We have 14 rounds to go overall.
Yes.
So a lot of chess to be played. But at the moment, one player is perfect. I mean, perfect. No losses whatsoever in the tournament, and 4 wins today. This guy, Fedoseev, can anyone slow him down?
Probably why he's in first place. Let's take a look at the standings, Nazi.
Yes, Fedoseev's leading with 15 points, and Aravindh is in clear second with 13.5, and then only half point behind him is Levon Aronian. Firouzja and Pragg sharing fourth. They still have a chance to catch up with the leaders. A
big game coming up between Vladimir and Pragg. In fact, tell us the pairings coming up for the 5th round of Blitz.
Right, that's going to be our key matchup.
Vladimir
against Pragg.
Board 4, you see, yeah.
And then our backup will be Levon against Aravindh, because these players are in 2nd and 3rd place.
Absolutely. And Peter, weigh in. What has 4 Blitz games shown you thus far?
Well, we were waiting for somebody to
emerge.
to really emerge as a front
Yeah,
runner, and Vladimir
that's
has
right.
done that in tremendous style, using every opportunity available to him. And yeah, he's going to be a difficult proposition for the rest of it, because the amount of confidence you get from starting so well, from
Yes.
converting every advantage, from using mistakes, from not being punished for your mistakes, which could have happened at some points.
Against Duda, as we saw.
Yeah, it's just going to be. Today feels like his day. It's a bit early. It's not even halfway through, but today really feels like his day.
Yeah.
And the people you would expect to be able to catch up are also having, like, if he was a point ahead of Alireza,
For example.
you would feel like this is still anybody's. But there's now a 3-point gap. They began tied.
Right.
And there's now a 3-point gap between Vladimir and the player we expected to cruise through the blitz session. So very nice, very comfortable situation for Vladimir to find himself in.
I mean, winning 4 games in a row in a field like this,
Yeah.
his confidence must be through the roof.
Exactly. And it's all going his way. Whereas for me, equally shocking, stunning was Alireza. Okay, he had that last round loss on time against Aravindh in the Rapid. And somehow he's carried that with him at the start of the Blitz today. And he started with 3 losses in a row.
Yeah.
And then he finally
And
won
a
his
really-
game. It was
Really
shaky.
poor position against Gavrilescu as well.
Yeah, a very, very shaky position. So can he right his ship?
Well, at least, now that he's on the board, maybe he can sort of dust himself off. And
Right.
if he goes on a bit of a tear, we still have a full
14
day tomorrow.
games, yeah.
14
Exactly.
games left. So.
Duda, he's on a roller coaster. My guy. I mean, he started with 2 out of 2, playing beautiful game against Vladimir. He's going to go 3 out of 3, and then suddenly he lost, and now he's
And that lost to Aravindh as well, because he was he was comfortable.
right.
It was maybe not a huge advantage for Black, but he picked Black every single time there. And then after blundering that, it's not even a fork, it's an attack on everything, we were kind of laughing in the break,
Right.
just how many pieces the White Queen attacks there.
That was the whoops.
He got away with it.
Yes.
He was fine again, and then to lose that game all over again would be very, very unpleasant.
Let's just see, through the magic of television, the end of this game between Aravindh and Duda, as this white G7 pawn is heading up the board for coronation.
Yeah, the knight can catch the pawn, and even though he has a check or 2, still, pawn's gonna promote to a queen.
Exactly. By the way, you like the move king f2, not to even allow king g3 and to take the pawn.
There's a queen h8, no counterplay, e5, pawn falls, and it's just
Yeah, we've
game
seen enough.
absolutely over.
Wow. Again, the way the fortunes turn in blitz, and it happens so fast.
Yeah, and for Duda, had he beaten Fedoseev in the previous round, you would start really thinking of him as a contender, even though he began the day quite some way away from the pack.
Right.
We know how strong he is in blitz, and we know that he can go on huge streaks. But now he followed it up by losing 2 in a row, and he must be feeling quite unsatisfied with how the day is progressing so far.
Exactly.
And what about Levon? He started with 3 out of 3 and just had a painful loss in the last round.
Exactly.
Can he recover quickly? Because he's playing someone who is now in second place, just half a point ahead of him.
Yeah. Who was that lonely man on stage there?
I think it was Alireza. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, he can't wait for the game to start. I think he really wants to be in the thick of it, to try to ride the ship, to try to get some points on the board. And
can't wait for the game to start or for the tournament to finish,
No,
the day
I
to
think-
finish. He really wants
No, I
the
think-
next game.
I think he wants the next game. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think
And he's smiling. He's clearly feeling better after that win.
Yeah, you just spoke about that, this feeling of confidence, and Vladimir must be going through an amazingly good feeling. As you say, everything's broken his way until it doesn't. Until something stops.
So
As
we've
we
had
see,
a total of how many games now, including Rapid and Blitz? Because he hasn't lost any.
Vladimir's undefeated.
13,
That's
yeah.
right.
13? Yeah, that's
But what's
very
interesting
impressive.
was Vladimir started so well on day 1, And then he seemed to say, okay, I don't want to lose any games. And he went through a drawing streak.
It looked like he tightened up a little bit, perhaps
Right.
even further than he needed to. But
Right.
today he's nice and loose and going for it.
It's all going
He's
very,
taking
very
risks
well.
and it's all working out.
Exactly. Okay. So we're looking for the game between Vladimir and Prague will be our marquee matchup.
And Prague just defeated someone.
Levon, yeah.
Levon, wow.
Very important
so
game as well. Yeah.
Right.
He's also feeling good. This will be a very important match.
Yeah. Levon versus Arvind too, because I didn't know how good Arvind would be.
I think we're getting some info now.
Yeah.
He's
he
on,
belongs.
he's on 2.5 out of 4 so far.
Right.
He had one very uneventful game against, I believe, Gavrilescu. But I think he's confident. I think he's playing quite well on low time. And yeah, he's going to be a threat. He's a 1.5 behind Vladimir. And I guess if you were to, you always pick the guy with more points. But,
Right.
But
and he stumbles. And
yeah,
there
but
you go.
Arvind clearly is there to pick up the slack.
And it's
if he
double
gets a
round
chance.
robin. He has a chance to play Fedoseev again. So
Exactly.
he can definitely catch up.
Yeah, well, for wildcard players, they're certainly acquitting themselves.
Second
very,
year running,
very well.
we see the wild cards really shining in this tournament.
Exactly. Wow. Okay, we are getting ready for
So
round
they're
5 of the
playing
Blitz.
hold. I think the games have started.
Okay, let's get there.
Let's jump into
As
the
I've
game.
got Catalans all day, every day. No, we're going to maybe have a Bogo Indian. Bishop B4. At one time, everybody just played Bishop D2 as just the standard automatic. Knight D2. Okay.
I actually remember preparing this line and seeing a lot of Fedoseev's games where he plays Knight BD2,
Followed
which
by
inspired
G3?
me to play it as well.
Really? Okay. Now, a different approach from Prague. So Prague is saying, look, my bishop on C8 wants out, and I will change the pawn structure by playing D6 and
E5.
E5.
Yeah.
This is still very similar to that game he ended up losing to Deac in round 1 today. It's almost move by move. I think they may have had this exact position.
Do you take with the queen here? The reason I would take with the queen is because in my mind's eye, I would rather have a fianchetto bishop
So
on
Queen
D2.
D2, Knight E4, Queen C2, F5 is
And
a
then,
possibility. Yeah,
and then I
Maybe
go
play
B3 or B4, and away we go.
It's similar
He's
to
hesitating.
Dutch positions.
Yes, he is hesitating, Vladimir.
Because this is an important moment. Whatever piece he takes with will lead to a very different middle game.
Exactly. Bishop takes D2, E5, E4. Peter, you were telling us about a game that Prague had where he put his pawn on E4. He was perfectly okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit early. I think it has to stay on E5 for a bit longer, and I didn't think he needed to play 5 E4 as early as he had. But yeah, he knows the structure inside and out. He's been playing this for years, and it clearly is his kind of comfort food, these types of bogos.
Right.
He goes for it when he wants to be very confident of what he's getting and of the following play. I think it's very good for Blitz to play structures specifically, not even lines, but structures where your hand doesn't betray you in terms of where to put the pieces. You kind of instinctively know where things belong.
Where they're
Yes,
going.
how would you respond to E5? And are you at all afraid of E4?
I'm not afraid of E4. The one thing I don't want to do, actually, funnily enough, is I don't want to play D4, D5. In that case, I'm kind of shutting in my bishop, and I'm encouraging my opponent to play knight to E4 followed by F5.
We like to keep the Catalan bishop open.
Yeah.
go
On
with
the
bishop
other hand,
G5.
I'm not a big fan of this move either, bishop G5, because after H6.
You traded, right?
Is
on
he
the
intending to
six.
go bishop H4?
Really?
Ooh.
And on
I mean,
G5 just suck?
Probably not, but I'm curious, because otherwise, what's the point of bishop G5?
He can take on F6 and then maybe play B4 or something and just queenside play.
Well, he's being
Moment of
asked the
truth.
question.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
He's in first place. He should not take risks like bishop
That-
H4. Well,
Right. But then on the other hand, Black has probably just come out of this with a very comfortable equality. In these positions, you're encouraged now after this trade to bring your pieces to knight c6, knight d4, rook to d8. The bishop can swing out.
By the way, it's very early, but Vladimir already has a time disadvantage.
Huge.
Yeah, there's more than a minute gap.
He spent a lot of time recapturing on d2 with the bishop and then playing bishop g5.
I don't
this
like
feels
this.
artificial.
I don't like this. I'm
don't
wondering
know.
why not just a 5 here.
I don't know what Vladimir
Knight
is
to
doing.
I want to
And
play
then
c6 and then
c6.
play e4. Yeah, I'm trying to.
So if we start with c6, we're encouraging queen d6, which is why Peter is looking at chasing away the knight first, f5, knight c3, followed by c6 and
I think
e4.
black is also completely fine after knight c6 here, but I want to be more ambitious.
Yes. I was doing it a different way. I was going rook d8 and knight d7.
It shows a knight a6.
The one move I didn't consider. Knight.
Queen d5. Oh, we are not predicting those moves.
Rook g8, queen a5, I suppose.
Oh.
Why is my queen so beautifully perched on a5?
Misplaced.
Beautifully misplaced on
Beautifully
a5.
misplaced.
Beautifully. Wow. I'm not a fan. I am not a fan.
Of knight on a6 and
And
the
queen
on
on
a5.
a5.
I
don't
can
know.
play c6 and then move the
Rook
knight.
a1, it does something if you play
Yeah.
c6. It kind of controls the d8
Well,
square, but
bishop
black is
g4.
fine, yeah. You can begin by playing bishop g4 here, maybe, if you want it to be. But then knight c3 might be a touch awkward. You have to calculate things.
I still have to play c6 in those
Maybe
And then
bishop
bishop,
c6.
then bishop takes c6 exists, yeah.
I think I'm going to have to play c6 in most cases, so I might as well start with
bishop
c6
d4.
and bishop to e6.
Maybe
Just asking the question.
hear me out. How about bishop f5? I don't want to allow c6, c5, knight d6.
I like it.
Knight c3.
And potentially taking this knight and putting a knight on c5.
Or
Okay.
this, yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to play knight c3.
Maybe black can play queen c7 and just,
Yes.
yeah,
Uh,
no issues.
Or queen
well,
c5.
queen c5.
Well, d8 is hanging, so.
Thank you.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Thank you. Yeah, that is.
Whenever we hang our queens or rooks or any... Knight c5, rook takes d8 is another way of hanging material. That's kind of
Pawn?
actually funny. So we're probably playing queen c7 just to sidestep a lot of this awkwardness.
There's also a rook d4 interesting move if he wants to keep the queens on the board and keep the game going.
I like rook d4, specifically not because I want
double
to
up.
keep the game going, but to double up, yeah. And maybe even playing queen to d8 in some cases, right? Okay, queen c7. Again, from Vladimir's point of view, look, he's in first place, and his rivals are going to have to win a lot of games to catch up with him. I'm happy to play queen takes c7 and maybe b3 and play for f4.
Yeah, there's not a lot of risk in this position for white or for black.
For that matter.
Yeah. 2 minutes for both players. No time trouble either.
Right.
Yeah. For black, I guess you want king f8, king e7 eventually, just to
Very useful.
include it in the
Yeah.
game, yeah.
Should we stay with this game or try Levon?
Let's just take a look at Levon. I mean, this one is not bringing us a great deal of joy. We're going
It's very
to
solid.
jump to Levon and Arvin, where we've got action.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's
We have action.
a lot of action. White's king is in the center, but it's still white attacking black's king.
Yeah, but kind
What's
of who's
going on?
attacking whom?
We can't castle because of knight e2.
Right.
Actually, knight e2 is playable even now. Right? It's a very unpleasant move.
Who invited this knight onto our doorstep? Knight
I
e2.
guess we want to play rook g1, but currently it will run into knight e2, so perhaps we begin by playing knight e4.
Knight e4 is
Yeah, and then
his
queen,
choice.
I'm assuming queen h6, and now we can play rook g1 should we want to.
Well,
Or
was queen h6 necessary? Because you kind of put the knight in this pretty awkward pin.
Well, rook g1 is coming, and you do want the pawn on g7 kind of pre-protected.
Pre-protected.
If Levon's concerned about his king, he could play queen g5 and force a queen trade.
I like
Yeah.
that. But I like especially recapturing
And there
the
you have it.
pawn.
Yes.
If I can play h takes, then in my mind's eye, hey, easy peasy, checkmate down the h file.
In the future, yes.
Right. Queen g5.
I'm curious
Clock times?
what opening this was to get this position. I mean, I know it was e4, e5, but
Right, which
What
was it a
line?
4 knights with
It was this
bishop
this
d4
very
takes
fashionable
c3?
line where black plays bishop c4, knight f6, and immediate d5 in
We
the
see it.
not quite an Italian.
question mark after
Queen
queen g6.
g6 question mark.
Might be a slight inaccuracy because I see the bar didn't go up too high. Rook g1. And
Rook
by the way,
g1.
Levon has extra 1 minute on the clock.
That was my question.
Arvind's down to last 30 seconds.
Okay, just a second. I can play bishop takes f4, e takes f4, king to d2. I mean, there's some action going on the king
Straight
side.
in the queens.
In the meantime, Pragg has a chance now. Pragg has a very strong continuation, and he has actually a massive advantage if he finds all the right moves.
Okay,
But we'll stay with this for now.
I was about to say, after the trade of queens, things have calmed down a bit. I am going to take a look at the
Yeah, let's
Vladimir
go back.
versus Pragg game. What is... Whoa, there's a rook on b2.
Yeah,
How-
and the
how
point
did
is,
that get in
if
there?
you try chasing it around after knight d1, you have the idea of playing rook c2, knight e3, knight d4.
Take my rook.
Yeah. And that means that you can't actually get rid of that rook very easily.
So this is a very cute idea that Peter is saying, is you've trapped my rook, congratulations, but you don't want to take it. And I do want to take on e2. So the current position, Vladimir is facing issues.
And
He's only
Vladimir
3, but now knight c5.
has 15
No,
seconds
This is,
against 1 minute.
by the way, MVL won his game, but I'm looking at this position and I'm saying
Rook
huge
c2?
advantage. Huge advantage for Pragg.
Yeah, rook c2, it looks busted, frankly. It just looks like you're not going to get off the back rank.
Exactly.
Your
Rook
pieces just
c2.
don't have squares.
I don't know how the rook got to b2, but boy, that's a beautiful outpost.
You don't
Rook
even
c2.
need to play rook c2, yeah.
King
You can play a7, a5, or king e7. White has no moves, yeah.
Yeah, I was about
Why
to
is
say
it like
a5.
Zugzwang?
Yeah, a5 it's one of those moves where you go, okay, you're not moving your rook.
Knight
Wow,
A4,
it's so
that's
bad you played knight
desperation, but
a4.
yeah. And now, a very beautiful motif. You can play bishop b1
Ooh.
and just like seal it off completely
Because
in the
white's
corner.
king can't
yeah.
come closer. Yeah, king d1, rook takes f2.
So, yeah. Ah, yes, Karpov Unziker.
Yeah. You're also completely winning after king e7. You don't need to do anything.
Exactly.
Anything.
Oh, it's picturesque
by
move,
the
bishop
way,
d1.
For Vladimir, who has a losing position, he may save it.
And now king e6, king c4.
Yeah,
that-
Where was the pawn? C4.
for Vladimir, he came into
Yeah,
this
king
round
e6, king c5 would have been cleaner.
undefeated.
This might be his first loss. We're still not going to call this yet because we
No.
know when there's 10 seconds on the clock, still
Anything can happen.
anything is possible.
But the king will be black. Black has every piece is superior to its peer. The bishop on d3 is fantastic. The king is fantastic.
Bishop
The
b3
rook,
check.
the
though.
pawns, all of them.
Right. I was expecting
F4.
g5.
Well, this is a massive improvement for white now. You're
like,
still in trouble.
like he couldn't
Really
play.
bad.
Black could have had his pawn on g5, and
But he can now go rook h2 and start picking up all the kingside pawns.
that is a good point. This advances did come with consequences. But wait a minute. If I go rook h2, rook b3,
Nobody has any time though, so I think the most important thing about this position is that
Yes.
nobody has any time.
5 seconds
So we
for
should
each.
just watch.
for Vladimir,
F5.
His
just to
king is-
completely lock everything
3
in.
seconds for Prague.
his king is completely trapped by the combination of the rook and the bishop. Uh-oh.
We
Yeah.
had some moves made with 1 second already. Is it some kind of a fortress? I mean, of course it's bad.
No, it's not.
Well,
but
when it's 3 seconds on the clock,
Yeah.
it might work. Because I don't
rook
see
takes
it,
h5.
the
I
easiest
guess.
way.
Bishop f7. Oh, how did the king get to d4?
It's such a big improvement.
That's huge.
There's still nothing for white, though. The position is that bad.
Oh, my goodness. Oh my goodness.
But little by little. If rook gets to take the h-pawn.
He could have played rook d3.
Okay, now white's fine. I'm taking on h6.
Yeah, he's done it. What?
This
He's
is
just
some
faster and
magic.
more confident, yeah.
King d4, king c3, and king b2
So-
in case of
Take
rook
the
d3.
draw.
Oh, on rook d3, there is king b2. That's the issue.
Wow. Refuse and threat of mate in one. Rook c8.
And now
Vladimir
rook
has
h7 and then they takes b. Yeah, that's
White
a
is
mis- no,
winning
that is a-
now.
rook b8, rook b1. He played king b7. He didn't take, yeah, but white is winning.
okay, but there's a check on h7. Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
I don't see how white's winning, but I see the bar, the eval bar.
You have to take on e3, yeah.
Check on c7. No, bishop to
Bishop
d5.
b2.
Oh, that's
Black
a
is
blunder.
winning now.
King takes b6, and black is winning.
Yeah, this is not
It's remarkable.
rook
and-
c4.
Rook takes. Yeah, okay.
So there's
Take
a
on
bishop.
d5 with something.
Yeah, there's a bishop hanging. We have seen so many swings in this game.
Bishop 6, rook d7, or
Well, just f5 and bishop
Yeah.
bishop
he wants to put the
e4.
bishop on e4 and be very, very solid from
Can
there.
he still save this somehow?
Anchor? No, the bishop is now anchored, and that's easy now.
We say that, but
Yeah,
Yeah, but it
let's
is.
let's not call it way too early again.
No!
God.
Don't call it way too early again.
And after
Rook c5?
I think he will end up losing this game now.
No.
It's hard to watch.
Maybe not though.
Okay, this has to end
King
in a draw
e6.
now.
Yeah.
You take on a5 and you try to queen the a pawn, but you shouldn't
Okay.
be able to,
Yes.
right? Yeah. In a way, draw will be a kind of a quote-unquote fair result because of like what we've just watched.
I mean, I think both players had, 4 chances of winning this game. Okay, this is a dead draw. This is a dead draw.
Yeah, okay, he's not gonna. We have to assume he's not gonna lose this.
You
yeah.
can't, I mean, it's virtually impossible to lose this. Your king is so close to the.
3 seconds. I mean, you can still lose on time if you just blink for a second.
I think your king needs to be like on c2.
Yeah, it really needs to be a lot further
Yeah,
away
I-
than this. Yeah. Yeah.
They're going to repeat very soon and shake hands.
King c8.
Just to announce some results, MVL beat Gavrilescu, Topalov beat. What did Topalov beat?
Krzysztof Duda.
Duda continuing to.
Oh my goodness, Duda's on a.
And Aravindh,
Losing
Aronian
streak.
game ended in a draw.
And Alireza also drew.
Hmm.
So we only had, we had 2 decisive results. And this could have been
Maybe
anything.
3, yeah. Let's not, I mean.
The players have been playing on increment, I assume, for some
Last
time.
40 moves at least.
Whoa, rook c1. Why did you need to play rook c1?
Why not?
I don't know, but I like the rook on a1 and the rook on
king.
b1.
This might be the longest game we've had, at least in Blitz. It's 110 moves already.
Okay.
Is there anything to calculate?
No,
No, not really.
No.
But yeah, Fedoseev keeps trying. He's not repeating.
Well, he is pawn up, so it's not like there's much risk involved.
He has rights.
Yeah, but he could save some energy for the next round.
I guess he wasn't thinking about the commentators.
I think they're going to gain some time, and once they're out of this crazy time trouble, then they'll make a draw.
We've been here.
So I believe
Rook
arbiters
A2?
are counting, right, when it will be 50 moves?
Well, a6.
A6 was a recent development.
Was
We're-
recent.
And
We're
he can
somewhere away, I think.
Yeah. It's just weird that you can't claim a draw.
Right.
You have no time to do that. A7, okay, now they'll start counting.
And the new 50 move.
I don't think he's going to
Declares.
torture him for 50 moves. Yeah, there we go. What a crazy game.
Wow. And how he lost his bishop. The bishop was anchored on e4. It was beautifully untouchable, and then he
Yeah.
moved his bishop, and then
Yeah.
it was a rook check.
That was
That was crazy, Peter.
that did not feature the best play by either of them, frankly.
Wow, 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 wow. Just catching our breath. I'm sure we're going to get our standings in a moment, but if you don't mind, just take us through the results there.
Yeah,
Peter, for a
so
moment.
this is the game between Veselin Topalov and Duda, which began as this. This is the I don't even know what it's the Blumenfeld adjacent,
Yeah.
and we get a position like I think the one to show is somewhere around here where dust settles and the structure gets kind of rigid. White is, I guess, a touch better because you have this beautiful knight on d4, the bishop on g7 is very restricted. And then there's a lot of shuffling, and the situation doesn't really change very much. And then black just leaves the pawn on a7 unprise. So to create a threat of mate in 1, which is easily parried by the move f4. So you have to wonder exactly how white managed to lose from here. A game continues like this, and then in fact, we even go into this endgame, which now, how do we get here? I guess, yeah, I guess black attacked the pawn on e3, and white decided not to protect it or not to play the move knight c7, which kind of begs to be played. And then, yeah, my first instinct was to say this is very easily drawn, but in fact, the pawn on the 4 is quite weak, and your pieces are shaky, and the engine, of course, holds this, but Jan-Krzysztof eventually ended up losing, despite material equality and seemingly no immediate threats. White is completely tied down to the protection of these two pawns, and this bishop is much better than this knight. This rook is much more active, and eventually things started disappearing off the board, and black won. And another game I wanted to talk about was that game between Levon and Aravindh, where the opening was, as I mentioned, it's this, white says Italian, black says sorta but not quite, and goes knight f6 and d5 immediately. This is a very recent development. It looks kind of outlandish to be able to do this with no development, just to open the center, seemingly for white. And then we saw this really, really sharp position where black could have perhaps postponed the decision which side to castle, but Aravindh opted for castling kingside, and knight g5, knight f4, h4. The knight should have been shooed away immediately. h7, h6 here is quite strong. But after queen f6, queen f3, we basically land at that position that we were watching.
Yes.
After h5, a very strong move, which Levon didn't find, would have been knight e4 with the intention of just giving up on g4 and then recapturing it by playing rook g1. But this wasn't played. And we left the game and switched back to the one that we were watching somewhere around here in this quite sharp endgame in which the structure is all over the place. White has pawn islands everywhere, but two bishops and perhaps some initiative on the king side. And it continued in this fashion. Levon actually gave up the bishop pair on c6, which is something I really wouldn't have done. And it looks like maybe black was even running the show for a while. We continue further, but no, just mass simplifications, I guess, in a position like this. You can play with all the pieces, but Aravindh decided to maybe keep it a bit safer, got the knights off, and without too much in a way of massive changes in evaluation, this game proceeded to a drawn result.
Thank you, Peter. And let's just take a quick look at our standings after 5 rounds of Blitz. And here we have them.
Vladimir Fedoseev in the lead with 15.5 points. Arvind in clear second at 14, so still 1.5 behind the leader. And then Levon remains in clear third. Alireza and Prag need to start winning.
Yeah, they're on the outside looking in as we throw it over to Maurice and Anastasiya in Warsaw.
Thanks, Yasser. You know, by my count, we had 4 wins in the first round of the day, and then we had all decisive games. That's kind of crazy. I can't imagine that's accurate, but it seemed to be what I saw. And then this round turned out to be the so-called most peaceful, if you will, of the day so far. There are actually 3 draws, although nobody was just handing out draws. They were playing many moves. We saw that one took over 100 moves, the one you guys were following. The one Alireza also has to feel that same way. He played Bogdan-Daniel, who now you expect him to be able to defeat such a player, but he was really in trouble right from the opening himself. He got nothing as white in this position we have in front of us here. And then he played a bit of a strange move, the move knight to f1. And all of a sudden, the move knight f4 landed on the board. And he started looking and saying, well, who's defending my g-pawn? What did I just do? He had to make this decision of taking on f4 and then putting his knight back. And after rook g8, suddenly he had to defend this pawn. Rook g1 looked really ignominious. He played king f1, also no great shakes. The game proceeded from here. It wasn't much worse. Neither side was. White ended up outplaying black in the long run, but never had a decisive blow to land. And this game took quite a while as well. We can go all the way up to this position, move 67, and they ended up in a draw. So Alireza looking for those points. I guess drawing is better than losing 3 in a row.
Sure.
So he should be happy with that. Maybe he's sort of riding the ship, but he's definitely not playing crispy chess at the moment.
Yes, I also spoke with his second, Ivan Cheparino. He's also trying to put him back into this tournament because it's not that easy. Once you start losing, you start having these ideas, maybe I should quit chess, maybe I should quit this tournament. But no, nothing like this is happening here. Everybody will play until the end. So I was checking the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Gavrilescu. Let me find it. Yes, here we have it. And it was quite, I would say, quiet game at the beginning. It was Sicilian with bishop b5, and then they went all the way to this position. I wanted to show it where Maxime had pawns on the queen side against the pawns in the middle, and both pawns started to run from both sides. And Maxime, I think, went all in somewhere around here, where he decided to try to kind of use this A passer, in order to make the pieces uncomfortable for black. So this rook c8 was not that great move. You can see that queen is a little bit overloaded. It has to defend both rooks at this moment. And of course, knight e6 was a beautiful spotted by Maxime. And here, David had to stay calm and actually allow white to win this exchange after all these exchanges. He could just simply play this position. I think black has enough compensation because he just takes this pawn and then this knight lands on c3. I think it was his best choice, but he played differently. After knight e6, he took with the pawn, and after that, Maxime got better position. You can see it completely. So he just exchanged up, and this extra rook makes it, and the queen on the board makes it completely different. He played very nice move, queen b8, threatening some checkmate ideas or take on a5. And I just want to show you the final position where he played this nice move, rook a1. There is no threat of the checkmate, but after e4, he still played rook a8, very beautiful move. And if we continue the line, you can play queen h8 and win this queen. Very nice, puzzle for those who likes puzzles, chess puzzles. So
I like them.
A really nice game of Maxime. I think he was a little bit angry after his previous loss against Prague, and he just played really beautiful.
Very nice. Yeah, I should have gotten rid of those queens. Well, that was, again, one of the only 2 victories in that round, but we expect to see the excitement turn around once again with 4 rounds left for the day.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Maurice. And once again, tell us the standings. It goes by so fast. It's good to refresh where we are.
Indeed, Vladimir Fedoseev at 15.5, Aravindh at 14, Levon with 13.5, and 2 players who can still catch or get close to the leaders. It's Alireza, Firouzja, and Prague.
But everybody's looking up to Vladimir at the moment. Tell us about the pairings for the upcoming round 6.
Oh, we are already at round 6.
I know, it goes by so fast. And they are
still waiting, but I think Fedoseev is playing
Gavrilescu with
Gavrilescu, okay, with the black pieces. And given that Gavrilescu is not having the best event, I think Fedoseev will still try to press. So that will be our key matchup, and our backup will be Levon against Alireza.
Very, very nice. Bogdan, MVL, both players at 11 points. Victory important for them. But good time to take a quick look at our stats.
Yeah, let's take a look. I'm very curious about this.
I mean, I'm sure Firouzja came in as an overwhelming.
Not 90.
So before the tournament, 50% for Alireza.
0.1. He's tied for thirds. I don't know. That was pre-tournament.
Right. So this was, I think, after day 1, Firouzja was at 70%. What is Arvind 0.2? He's
Zero. I didn't
climbing.
believe that at all.
Climbing.
climbing
Okay.
slowly. Then after day 2, Firouzja at 85.5. I mean, that's
And again, this is the rapid chess. Remember, they had 3 days of rapid. So,
yeah. After day 3 was, I mean, Firouzja was a massive, massive favorite, 82.4%.
because again, his blitz
Despite
rating.
being tied with 2 people.
Yes.
Yeah, but his blitz rating speaks for itself that he was going to dominate the blitz. Did he?
Well,
Yeah.
didn't have a good start.
No.
He still might.
Fedoseev being below both Prague and Levon, despite being ahead of them in the cross table, is mystifying to me.
Exactly.
But there you have it. And yeah, as for the story of the day, the major story continues to be Fedoseev kind of
Yes.
running away with it a little bit and also running really, really well.
Exactly.
He had such a rotten position out of the opening.
He
Not
could hardly
immediately out
move.
of the opening.
His move knight a4 was indicative of the fact he was almost in Zugzwang.
Yeah, he was completely tied up, and Prague managed to almost lose that game somehow.
That was
which
incredible.
Is testament of just how resilient Fedoseev is and how well he uses every single chance.
And how well he can play with just 3 seconds on the clock for maybe 5-10 minutes.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
He's arriving at his board.
Now, let's see, where am I?
By the way, we were criticizing yesterday Leonard. I did see color in his hair, so
Okay.
it was just a bad angle yesterday.
Is the lighting?
And I do want to once again to issue correction to my own statement. Levon was actually winning at one point in that game against Aravindh, very late into that opposite color
That's a
bishop
big
ending.
miss.
We-
Important game.
We haven't gotten a
We have
chance
a-
to see David.
We have a Caro-Kann.
Yeah. and,
Whoa.
David playing a very safe line and
Whoa,
Smoke.
A6. A6. Well,
big question. Oh, okay, bishop h5 even. This is how you go?
Again, I said it before when he was playing with white that when I'm preparing, I always see Fedoseev's games and I take as inspiration. Same, I'm Caro-Kann player. I see his games all the time. I just repeat what he does.
and what is this? What's going on? And he played
Gavrilescu
knight
seems
e5
surprised, yeah.
like he knows exactly what he's doing. Is this theory?
There's 21 games in the database. It might be something
Wow.
very new.
Okay, A6, first of all. You never played A6 in those positions. I was always capturing
Yeah,
on
and
E4. and
no, this is
developing.
according to my engine. It's not gone very deep, but it's massively unpleasant for black. The idea is meeting bishop takes e4 with f3, and if it goes back, we play h4,
Oh.
and black is going to find
You're going to try to trap the bishop,
yeah.
and it's not going to be pretty.
No,
So if black just plays e6 here, does white still go h4?
he's taken on
taken
e4.
Oh,
knight takes- no,
instantly knight
knight
takes
takes e4
e4.
it actually releases a lot of pressure. It's still decent for white, but it's not anywhere near as ambitious as the line I was talking about.
Well, if we can pick up this pawn, Peter.
Yeah, no, we'll be doing quite well with white, but f3 was an attempt to really get a huge advantage straight out of the opening, and this isn't.
Because David had played so quickly, in fact, he almost gained a minute on the clock. I thought he was going to play f3 a la tempo, and he took on e4 immediately. Bishop takes e4 was hitting the rook on h1, and he took it immediately. But f3 was, ooh, in
know.
hindsight,
Yeah, that would have been really bad.
Missed opportunity.
Really bad for Vladimir.
Right.
So now I think you can play knight d7, just trade that annoying knight on e5.
Right, knight d7, knight takes d7, queen takes d7, bishop takes e4. It's two bishops. It's a solid position for black, but
I think it's
something.
typical Caro-Kann position.
Yeah,
Just this pawn on a6, but
yes.
I don't think there's a big drawback of that move.
Yeah. All right. Are we still in theory, or did we leave it, Peter?
No games.
No
in
games,
this
so we
position.
left it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very much agreeing with. I think knight d7 would have been more natural. I don't know why we're giving white a better chance of keeping the knights on the board. Now if bishop
Exactly.
takes
He
e4.
spent about a minute on that move.
Yeah, long thing.
I think he wants
wrong
to
thing.
preserve life in the position, but once again, I think you're preserving life for your
For-
opponent.
Yeah. As Walter Brown would say, you got to give your opponent some rope.
Yeah.
Sometimes you hang yourself.
Bishop
Are you
e6 is
starting with knight c4 here?
No, I was taking
I think
on
I'm
e4.
taking. I think I'm taking.
But I was going to play after bishop takes e4, knight d7, knight c4, and I would.
Well, if you take on e4, oh, he goes knight c4 right away.
Yeah, I'm playing knight c4 here.
It's not bad either.
I don't know exactly why. Was he afraid of bishop takes e5 and queen a5? I don't know.
But after f4, we're very comfortable.
F5, that's
Oh,
risky. That
gambly, yeah.
that looks very risky.
I don't like that move. Okay, so I'm capturing, I'm playing.
There's also queen
Thing is,
b3.
You don't
Queen
have to
h5?
rush the capture either.
G6?
G6, right?
Yes, and then I'm coming back. Then
You
I'm
won't
just
let me castle.
exactly. I want you to play knight f6 so I can play bishop h6. Peter, you had a different idea. Queen.
There's also
to
queen b3, which forces b5 as far as I can tell, but maybe it's not that horrible for black. But all of these positions are incredibly risky. Vladimir is really
he's
gambling.
flirting with disaster, I would say.
You've played Caro-Kann. How often have you played F5?
Never.
Same here, never.
Never. And I certainly haven't played f5 in combination with a6. But f5, I'm thinking I'm taking, like I said, I'm giving the queen check, and I'm looking to castle long. You know?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because on the king side, white also has some weaknesses, especially dark squares. So it's very logical to castle long. And what is black going to do?
Exactly. I'm going to play bishop, queen check, queen e2, bishop d2, castle long, and I'm looking to play f3. I'll always be able to break open the center.
It was very amusing to me to see what the engine thinks the solution
Queen
is.
b3, yeah.
No, it goes short castles. It wants to prepare f3 as soon as possible, and just you rule out queen h4 check as a response,
Right.
and you will just play f3 more or less instantly, and it just really dislikes this for black. Thinks this is massively, massively risky.
Absolutely.
We
But yeah,
can
he's
have
gone queen
queen
b3, which
b3?
is still okay, but
It's very hard not to play this move.
yeah.
Are we going to say B5?
b5
now?
I
has
think
to be
it's
played. Yeah, you
it's
don't-
almost a
you don't have a
forced move.
choice. Yeah.
B5, F5, wow. Meanwhile, most of his pieces are completely undeveloped.
Fisher random. Keep your pieces on the first rank at all costs. B5 forced. Knight takes d6.
Takes.
Queen
You can include
d6.
a4 just to remind black that there is another side on this board, which
Right.
you've also weakened quite significantly. And then I think you're still castling short and trying to push for f3.
I wanted to suggest the same. Knight takes d6. Queen takes d6. Castles short.
97.
F3. And just
Yeah.
play for bishop f4. You're pawn down, but your rook will come to the e file, and you'll have mass. Whoa.
That seems too slow, right? Going back to E5.
Well, you do have a little trick. Bishop takes e5, queen takes e6.
Sure.
Check.
It's still pretty good. Queen e7 best move. You can actually make an immediate draw here with bishop g5, maybe. Well, or at least if
perpetual.
black wants it, because knight f6 seems risky, and if you take on g5, we do have a perpetual on the e6, c8 squares.
Yeah.
But without bishop G5, oh, it's on the board. I guess
Wow.
we might
Yeah.
see a quick.
Yeah,
I think Vladimir, of course
taken
not.
the draw.
Well, Vladimir is pushing his luck.
And now his
Castle?
position is really, really poor. The best move on
F3?
my screen is f2, f4, which is going to be difficult to play.
4.
But the problem for black is basically nothing moves. You cannot castle short because gf5 comes in.
Yeah, I
You-
like the A4 move.
Yeah, a4 is very strong as well.
As you were saying,
Forest.
reminding your opponent there's another side of the board.
Yeah, you're completely tied up. You have no moves. Like you might have to play knight bd7, knight takes e6, queen f7, trying to castle short.
Just at the moment that I was saying you can't move your knight because you lose the pawn on c6, you were saying you're so bereft of moves. Okay, rook a7, so that at least. Oh no, e6 is hanging. I was trying to defend the rook.
No.
I was trying to defend the rook with the move rook a7.
I feel like you have to take on A4.
Yeah,
but
ba4. He's going b4. Now we just castle short, and we say, please provide me with the next move.
Yeah, be my guest. Open the position.
Yeah, open
for-
some more files for me, please.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
this is looking absolutely terrible for black. I can't castle. F5 is hanging.
Right.
And then E6 falls, E4 falls. They all just fall like dominoes.
And
Castle's correct. Yeah, now
F3
let's
is-
see if he can actually pull
Move.
yet another rabbit out of a hat here, because he is in desperate straits.
He does have extra minute on the clock, so that's in his favor. But his position is Getting
Okay,
close to hopeless.
he has jettisoned the c6 pawn. He's played the move knight d7, inviting knight takes e6.
Take on c6, play f3 next move. What is black going to do?
Hope.
Maybe e3 to close things out. Give that pawn back, but
David is captured. He's going to trade queens and go into what he hopes is a winning ending.
what's the pawn situation? Is he up one pawn?
Yes. He won the pawn back on c6, but now he's won the pawn on b. I think he cashed in his chip early.
It was much worse with the queens on the board.
It looked like a pretty overwhelming attack, actually.
Yeah, he's still doing quite well, but I think he probably sold it a bit too short.
I see a question mark after bishop d2. Now maybe Fedoseev can fight back.
I was about to say, was it a time to play b5 in that position? I think you really do need to play f3 and the bishop on g5.
The engine says black's best move here is g5.
He might play it.
G5.
It's in his wheelhouse. But actually, sort of the exact opposite, going all the way back.
Whoa,
we should go knight e5 check here.
There will be third time knights going to e5? Or maybe even fourth?
Yes. Knight e5.
We might have two knights against two bishops, because I'll probably take go
You're
knight c6.
forced to capture knight c6. Well, at least in that case, your knights are
Well,
that's
just
an
giving up the b4
intriguing.
pawn?
Yeah, he gave up the pawn on b4
Oh
for
no, that was a
particular
blunder.
reason.
Well,
Black is playing for a win now.
Miraculously, Fedoseev is back in the game.
Well, I do have domination of c-file. Rook c1, rook c4.
There's nobody there. The knight on b4 is very safe. The bishop on g2 is horrible.
You can play rook b8.
You are true. I was going to play f3 here and hope that I could force.
I think I have e3
I think
even.
it's pretty much always e3.
Yeah, e3 is winning now for black.
e3.
The bar drop.
f4. Oh my gosh, look at this. Knight to d3 and... Oh,
e2
hold on.
rook e8, yeah.
There's a checkmate.
e2 rook e8 is a queen, basically.
Be careful.
White king.
e2
King f2 rook e8.
is a queen.
Yeah.
It's basically a queen, yeah.
It's a girl.
And 3 seconds for David.
5.5 out of 6.
Okay,
now we can take the rook. We take the rook.
Yeah, and just king of, or even rook e6. You don't really care about your passer because you have e1 is a queen, yeah.
What?
e1 equals.
But e1 queen was pretty strong, yeah.
Pretty strong.
e1 queen was mate in two with checks and queens and things. Yeah.
By the way, you're queening with check.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was to be preferred, but it doesn't really matter all that much.
Wow.
It doesn't really matter a great deal, no. Yeah, and Levon in the meantime is completely winning against Alireza.
And
Alireza is having an absolute mare.
I think David is pointing out that you could have queened with check.
I think so.
Yeah, let's switch to Levon versus Firouzja. Huge matchup going on here.
Alireza's down on 1 second.
And 2 pawns down, and getting mated.
Oh yeah, this looks hopeless.
The rook is so...
f6, rook g7, we can do it kind of.
Wow.
2 seconds.
Rook g7?
Rook g7, right? Yeah.
Followed by rook h7, perhaps?
Yeah, this is just checkmate or winning a rook. Yeah.
And Firouzja just said, forget about it. I am
big win
losing.
for Levon.
Let's go to the MVL versus...
Should we go to Aravindh? Because he's in second place.
I'm sorry, where are you?
He's playing Topalov.
Oh, there he is. Thank you. Okay. Arvind has 2 bishops.
But black has an extra pawn, actually.
What?
So black is pressing.
Oh, big time advantage for Topalov.
And there is a passer. He's winning.
He's winning. He's completely winning.
He is absolutely winning.
93.
Check. Oh, this is a cute little check. Can't take the pawn. There's a fork. Bishop.
You're losing h5.
But I don't think we care all that much. Knight c2, knight take. Ah, okay. Then we will run out of pawns. You do want to have some pawns left.
Yeah, can't lose f4.
King G4? Hang on.
Wait a minute.
Is this going to be a
Where
draw
was
now?
in F4? That's knight b4 or knight e1, yeah.
Bishop C3, I
Knight-
guess.
Oh,
Check.
didn't see that.
Is he going to be forced to show that he knows how to mate with knight and bishop?
Possible.
Yeah.
One second.
Queen, bishop takes.
Wait, what's happening?
Illegal move. He didn't put anything on a1, so
Oh.
what's good? I mean,
I think Veselin is going to be penalized a minute.
penalized, yeah. I don't think your first illegal move is a loss.
He might flag.
Right. But he knows, he has apologized to Prague that
Arvind, yeah.
pardon me, to Arvind, that he should have properly put a queen on the board.
Yeah, it's strange because he did have more than a minute, so he could have
Yes.
done that correctly. And now we're seeing the checkmate technique with two pieces.
Yes. And of course, when you're checkmating with a bishop and knight, what you need to do is drive the weaker king to the same color corner as the bishop. So in this case, what black needs to do to win the game is to drive white's king to the h1 or a8 corners.
Yes.
And
The king might go to h8 and then he'll have to drive it back to a8 or something.
exactly.
And
By the way, breaking news, MVL did win his game.
he was playing
Deac.
Deac. All right, king f6. 95.
The one thing,
Yeah.
again, you want to do is drive the white king to, for example, the h2 or g1 squares. Just keep the king.
There's a famous game in the Women's World Championship.
Yes, where she didn't win.
Yeah. I think that was the only time where it was a big match, an important game, and
There was a fail.
yeah.
And finally,
He's actually kind of...
he's working. He's working.
He's not even
hard.
going to be required to demonstrate the whole bishop h7, knight f7 thing. Yeah, because
Exactly.
the king is not even going to get to h8. This is very impressive. I didn't know you could do that. I was not aware you could actually do that.
And now
The king was
what-
never in a
He's in
dark
the right corner now.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Now this is not going to be
bishop to
difficult.
d1 is bishop e2.
Bishop e2, knight
so-
f4, and
Yeah.
get that set up.
And yeah.
Apologizing again
Exactly.
for his,
you know.
brain fade.
So the whole point is you can't just leave your pawn on the board. When the
How much
pawn
time
gets
does
to
he
the
have?
final,
He had over a minute.
you are supposed to promote the pawn to whatever it is that you are going to promote it to.
Yeah, and put an actual queen or
And he
something.
presses the clock
That's an illegal move.
without putting a queen on the board, and that was wrong. And
Yeah.
Veselin immediately like, I apologize. I'm not playing in the park. That's a queen. Peter.
Yeah. As for some of the other games in the round, we mentioned MVL1. And MVL1 in this very, very modern fashion by going for a line where you're playing a symmetrical position where you're slightly worse and then somehow outplaying your opponent. We've seen this in the Rapid and we've now seen this in the Blitz as well. I believe this might still be repeating the game between Prague and Nakamura from the candidates. And if we are to try and pin down where the things have started going wrong for Deac, here maybe knight b6 was slightly stronger than rook fd1 because rook fd1 allowed this very long forcing sequence, b5, knight b6, rook b8, and then you get to this endgame, which is still probably a draw, but it's a kind of a knight endgame you might lose because your king is further away than your opponent's king, and this is what ended up happening. A3 is probably the decisive mistake. You needed to start getting your king closer to the center. And after a3, knight b7, the game was conclusively won by MVL. If you take on a4 after knight d6, you realize that you can't actually preserve this queenside situation. And the other game that I wanted to show you briefly, we saw the very end of it. That was the game between Levon and Alireza, where they played a very kind of a fashionable type of Carlsbad that everybody seems to be playing these days with this idea of playing knight e8, knight d6, and then a5, knight a6. And after a3, this is still fine for black, but I think Alireza may have gone for a slightly wrong plan because he's gone bishop h4, and then he continued making normal moves, and white suddenly made a lot of progress. Queen c5 is not as precise. You can start with a5, which is a bit stronger, but they ended up getting this position anyway. And suddenly, none of black's pieces move anywhere. And also, your a5 pawn is about to fall. That was the first one to fall. And then Levon calmly, after picking it up, he calmly returned with all the pieces to the king side. Alireza tried to launch some kind of an attack, and all he achieved is put the knight on h1, but then pieces start coming out. And as we have seen, a very comfortable victory there for Levon. Alireza continues having a very, very tough day at the office today.
Amazing. Standings after 6 rounds of Blitz. Nasi.
Let's have a look. We know that Fedoseev keeps winning.
And he keeps extending his lead as well. 2 points.
2 points. That's a
Over
big...
Levon. That's the first time Levon isn't clear second.
Yeah.
I think second time maybe, but yes. So while Fedoseev's winning, his rivals are struggling. So Aravindh dropped to 3rd place, and Alireza Prag still sharing 4th.
It's hard to believe, but Alireza was tied for 1st with Vladimir coming into today's
4 points
game.
behind now.
And suddenly a 4-point gap as we toss it to Anastasiya and Maurice in Warsaw.
It's absolutely stunning. 4 points is insane. How is that possible, given that we've played so few rounds? Well, I wanted to just take a quick look at the game between Pragnanandhaa and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And I got to tell you, if you look at this position, just really fast, this opening was a little bit unusual. And e4 is actually the prescribed move, sacrificing a pawn with move queen f3. And after queen a5, knight d2, he played quite well to this point. And then in this position, he's supposed to develop his other knight, but not sure what to do here. He played the move a4, bishop b7, queen g3, and then after this, he's just 2 pawns down. It's 10 moves in. 10 moves. What's crazy is he could have drawn this game. Much later, after lots of swings, it would be like a storybook to go through all those moves. But in this position, he had equality at one point. I'm not going to go there. This ending is definitely drawn. We all know this pawn of black's is not going to queen because you need to drive the king away, build the bridge and all that stuff, except the guy's got a pass pawn on g7. You're not building any bridges when he's got a pawn sitting on g7, except if you build a bridge of your own. I mean, what is that? And he just moved the king d1, and that's it. You just blocked the king and gave him a chance.
Maybe
terrible loss.
He can play something like this, but then there is this important check, yes, at the end, which kind of changes the situation. Yes, I saw Prag leaving the plane when he didn't look well, I can tell you. So I was checking the game, which you caught at the very end. It was the game between Topalov and Aravindh. And I just want to say that at one point, you remember the moment when he played a1? Yes, somewhere here, yes. He actually didn't put queen on the board, so it was a legal move, and his opponent could claim at this moment. I asked Chris Bird, he confirmed that it's 1 minute, he would get 1 minute on his clock, which he really needed because he played in seconds, the rest of the game. So it went good for Veselin, he was happy about it and about this victory. I just want to show one quick moment, if we have time, where I think Aravindh a little bit tricked himself somewhere over there. He played rook c1. He thought probably that he is defending this pawn by threatening bishop h7, but look what happened. Veselin still took on c3, and now if you do the same, look what happens, g5. Bishop is hanging at the end of the line, and then we have rook for 2 pieces. So it didn't happen in the game, but this is how he lost a pawn, and later on Topalov managed to convert it into the full point.
All right, well, it's still the Fedoseev show. He said, don't play stupid chess. Somehow, he's playing good chess today.
He certainly is, and everything is going his way. As we get ready for a break, we have a new feature, and it's been fun. Stumping the commentators. Okay, go for it, Nancy.
Which specific piece for each color has been captured the most in the Poland Rapid and Blitz?
The b1 knight.
e2 pawn or d2 pawn?
The e2 pawn.
Or for black g8. This is
which specific
do we have to
piece?
pick? Do we have to pick one in each pair, or one pair out of 3?
It's A, B, or C.
Okay, then I'll.
Come on, come on.
It's gotta be
come on.
pawn, right?
I'm gonna take the B.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with the knights.
Pawn.
You got to take the knights.
Okay.
The knights are already getting.
I'll think about it. But as we go to break, Anastasiya catches up with the former world champion Veselin Topalov. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
We got 5 minutes to think about it.
Veselin, first of all, I'm very happy to see you back to Grand Chess Tour. It's been a while, yes. And how do you feel? And how do you feel about the fact that you're returning this year to Warsaw?
It's a very nice memories. First of all, you know, Poland for me is a bit special because when I was a kid, I was 10, and that was the first country I visited in 1985. And then I've always played well here. Last time I played in the European Team Championship. It was quite a while ago, but we did well. And then, of course, the Grand Chess Tour, you know, it's already 10 years. And I played the first edition, and memories are really, really great because I was close not to win it, maybe, to be maybe the top 3. But finally, my last result in London was a complete disaster. But in overall, very good memories.
Yeah, but before this tournament, I checked your Instagram account and you published the list of players, but also asked people to wish you luck. So, and you said you really need it.
Yeah, because, well, obviously, I believe most of the guys prepare, but I just went for Easter holidays with my family for a week. And honestly, it didn't look, just briefly looked at some games, but my preparation is close to zero.
At the same time, do you feel support of your fans every time you try to play chess and decide to come back?
No, I do feel it, but it's not enough simply.
I know what you mean, but still, I mean, maybe how much are you involved in the chess world? How much do you follow the games, and do you play some, games with your friends from time to time?
Online, I don't. Well, some specific events, honestly. But then, if the invitation is good, I accept. And recently, for example, I accepted to try to improve the Italian team, but it will not be. I'm only one of the coaches, and from time to time I do have some simultaneous exhibitions. And I do follow, but honestly, for example, there are so many events now that I kind of concentrate only on the normal ones. And for example, freestyle, I only follow the results, but not the games.
Yeah, and speaking about the chess world, I mean, I'm really curious to know what you think about the current situation that we have a new world champion since the last year, and like in general, what do you think? Like, because we didn't hear from you for a long time.
Well, I think that the progress is coming from private companies like Chess.com, from the Grand Chess Tour, and FIDE is not doing enough. I mean, they've completely lost whole continents, and they missed the digital revolution. And for example, all the changes with freestyle, it will be one more modality, one more kind of chess like rapid or blitz or blindfold, no? So in my opinion, the more events there are, the better it is. So it is good that there's some kind of alternative thing to FIDE, because I remember in the 90s when Kasparov started PCA and then it transformed to another organization. The very fact there is some kind of a competition, it's very good for players, where they say that it's a chaos. But the more events there are, the better it is. So for me, it's a very good idea.
Yeah, and coming back to Superbet Rapid and Blitz, I'm sure you saw the field, the players, and what do you think about young generation, and against whom are you looking forward to play in this event?
It's nice because some of the guys I've never played in my life. For Duda, never in my life. And it's also funny that tomorrow I'm the oldest one, and I'm playing the youngest one tomorrow. So it's a coincidence, and but also I think it is not only Duda Fedoseev. I think I've never played maybe. So, and obviously Gavrilescu tomorrow, and so it's good for me to play new faces. I mean, I remember the top events in the 90s, or they're almost the same guys from one place to another. So now it's nice that maybe the openings may be the same, but the face is different, so it feels different.
So you're looking forward to play against youngsters and those you haven't played before. What about Indian players, Indian school? I mean, so many bright talents these days.
Oh yeah, no, there's so many. But yeah, India is grown so quickly that obviously now that we have to admit that the important continent for chess is Asia. So it's not only India, it's Uzbekistan, it's now Russia also, they changed, China. So the strong continent now, the strong competition in continental championship is Asia, but India is obviously something, the incredible boom going on. And that saves, I think, the popularity of chess overall, because as I said, South America I think is going down. Europe, it depends on the countries, but mostly going down, I think. And for example, in Russia, I think they just use it for propaganda. So.
And I mean, speaking also about like your plans, because now you reached like an interesting destination. You had your birthday 1 month ago, like late Congress. And so, what do you think about your future, and like how do you plan to spend next 10 years of your life?
No, 50, it's not that much, you know. Actually, it's, you know, that I believe that it's one of the reasons I got invited, because they just needed someone on this age difference, over 50, like. So, no, I prefer to play or to do some quick events, like maximum a week, but obviously I'm refusing to fight for these world championship cycles. So.
Round 7 is underway.
We are back and games are already started, so let's jump into MVL's game against Levon.
I don't think I've seen C4 on move 2 against the French in my entire career. And I've played the French most of my career. Really? E4, E6, C4. And after H3, knight takes D5. For me, this is a comfortable position for black. I mean, the French has so many bad things going for it. This is not one of them.
No, no, absolutely not.
Develop the pieces, bishop F5.
Yeah, black seems to have equalized pretty comfortably.
Absolutely. It's the funniest thing is if you take on C3, B takes C3, you would say, oh, we're in a Petrov of
sorts.
Of sorts. And it's not a terrible Petrov. C5, okay, an indication that black is not trying to take advantage of the isolated queen pawn. Just finishes development, queen b6, connect the rooks. Peter, have you seen C4 in a top-level game?
No, not even in a lower level necessarily.
I didn't want to go there, but yes.
No, the move exists, but it's very rare, and I think with good reason. It shouldn't be great in this particular scenario. So,
right. Mm-hmm. And we chose this game, this matchup in particular, out of respect for these two players. They have played each other.
It's always fun to watch MVL, right?
Of course, and Levon.
Levon's is clear second right now, so.
Exactly. Bishop back to F1. Is white getting something? Please do me a solid favor of playing C5 takes D4, knight takes D4, and I'm a little happy. I'm suddenly interested, right?
We will include knight C3, B takes C3, but the fact that the white has by far the better light pieces probably outweighs the slight weakness on C3 in those types of positions. So Levon, I think, wisely eschews that
rook
possibility.
C8.
Yeah. You, I think, want to play C5, C4 if allowed, which is probably why white should maybe do something about it. I'm not quite sure.
So the immediate rook C1 has a drawback?
I am very interested in playing C4 if I can. The question is, do I lose material if I play
That is the question.
And Levon actually leaning back there because he knows this is a chance. He knows if C4 works here, he is suddenly in a situation where he is definitely playing for all three
results.
Yeah, because if you get C4 and B5 in and nothing bad has happened to you in the meantime, you are probably better.
Yes.
And he can do that now because on c4, if white plays a4, he can take on c3 and still play b5.
Yeah. It's very common. Don't ask me why, but rook takes e6 was a move that Ulf Andersson, he just loved playing those positions, especially when the pawn is on h6 too. There was inclusion of rook e6.
I agree, but I do want to say I would much rather my bishop was on b1. Not
In that
f1.
case, yes.
Because we're going to
Funnily enough, yes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So we're looking at c4, rook takes e6, f takes e6.
Oh, you're seriously considering
Yeah,
rook e6.
queen e2.
Okay.
And then what Peter was saying, yes, you're right, Yasser, but then you would want your bishop on b1.
It's on the wrong diagonal, yeah.
So you'd be tickling h7.
Levon included h6. He can still play c4 now.
And again, when the pawn was on h6, Ulf especially, because g6 is a little bit weaker.
Yeah, knight can jump to e5, g6.
Okay, knight takes e3, b takes e3.
I think he decided against c4. Or could he still go for it? Maybe.
He could have.
Yeah.
Bishop takes a2. You know, I'm a pawn grubber, but I'm sure he was a little bit afraid of the move
Getting
c4
trapped.
and getting trapped. a2, a4, you don't want to leave it too long because at some point that pawn does become too tempting.
Are we playing c5, c4 anywhere here? Just to restrict the bishop on...
I think it was what Nazi wanted to do when you could play b5 as well. So c5, c4 definitely...
Still an option.
Yes.
But I feel like if Levon opted out to not do it before, maybe he just doesn't want that type of position.
It does seem like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But, okay, he is establishing the bishop on d5. And, of course, you want to play c4, but then you have to analyze the ramification of bishop f3, queen f3. Takes on d4.
Queen takes, I guess, is
It
comfortable
tickles
for
the
black.
bishop. Yeah.
Comfortable for black. And if knight e5, then finally I think we will take on d4 quite happily because knight takes is no longer a reply.
Right. Nonetheless, I mean, I've got to do something with white. Well, that wasn't the something I wanted to do. I was about to play knight e5, by the way.
This looks a little bit better for black.
Yes, why not?
Looks quite comfortable, yeah. There are no pieces which can attack the rook on c5, so it's quite safe there. And
Split pawns.
Slightly more active pieces, split pawns.
Yeah.
we just need to solve the momentary issues of sort of connecting everything, but 94.
Well, you can see that Maxime is
He's a
wants,
very tricky player.
Yeah, but he's
Yeah.
playing for an attack. He wants the knight coming to f5. He wants to play knight f5 and queen d4 so that he can take on e7 and take on f6.
And
Clock time?
Yeah, I was going to say, Levon's falling behind on the clock. It's a minute and a half difference. That's pretty significant.
When I have played Blitz with MVL, one of the things that's really shocking is his speed. It's like you're playing your nice 5-minute game, and he's playing the same moves in 3, and you're down by 2 minutes on the clock. And it's like you've seen everything he's seen, but he's seen it just that much faster. He's a very quick player.
He is a very quick player, yeah.
How do you deal with this threat of knight f5, Peter?
I haven't actually come to any conclusion that I like. I thought maybe bishop e4, but my pieces continue being placed on squares where I don't think I blundered anything, but maybe knight e4.
He decided
yeah.
knight
Maybe
e4?
Has to be calculated very carefully, yeah.
Yes,
Because after
'cause
bishop takes e7, like if you blunder c4 somewhere, your pieces might be...
Exactly.
You might even get pinned with f3.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess if
Yeah.
he takes with the rook here, but then
But then you start to think,
c4
well,
though?
yeah, c4, knight comes to f5.
Hang on, what's
maybe?
the solution even? Like, where does the bishop go?
Oh,
rook
ooh,
c-
is this a
and this is-
blunder?
Instantly, by
Knight
the way.
b3 resigns? Question mark? Question mark?
Yep, and MVL plays it immediately.
What was the solution
Whoa.
though? He could have just maybe played. No, I don't understand. Like, what was the solution?
Okay,
Big
so
blunder for Levon.
Levon had banked on the bishop being uncapturable because of rook on c1, but the problem is he's missed these retreating moves. It's very easy
The only
to
thing that
miss.
wasn't losing there was the move knight takes f2. I had the suspicion that it was something like this because there's no normal solution. Bishop c6, knight takes c6 loses more than a piece even.
But why does knight f2 save the game?
Knight f2, king f2,
Maybe we can
rook
do
takes
it on our
e1.
board, yes, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instead of rook c7.
Bishop.
Here, after c4?
The
Knight f2, king f2, rook takes e1, and there is no comfortable way to recover, to recapture.
It's
And
queen h4.
because queen h4 check is coming in, and it's very sharp, but black seems to be fine. And in the
Wow.
game, he's gone queen f6, and
Hitting f2.
How do we solve this?
Well,
Queen f3, maybe? Just to put more things on pre? I don't know.
Queen f3.
Queen b6.
Whoa, 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 whoa. f3.
Yeah, it's fine, yeah. So it's a strong move.
It looks risky, but
Wow.
It's completely fine.
Levon's down to 20 seconds, by the
Now
way.
we can just go fe4. Yeah. And this is just one discovered check, but you are going to be a piece down.
It's funny, after rook c1, knight c1, all white pieces are on the first rank.
And he's winning.
But extra knight is extra knight, yeah.
Yeah.
Despite having all of his pieces on the first rank.
There's just one pawn, right, for the
Yeah.
conversation.
You sometimes actually fail to win these because if you imagine losing the a4 pawn, things become a bit tricky, but...
That was a very good move, check, because that just puts black's pieces in this pin.
They're all tangled and
No time.
No
time.
Levon's down to 6 seconds.
Queen a5. Okay, a
Rook
trick.
c1? Rook c1? Because you're pinned. Isn't rook c1 winning?
Yes, it is.
I guess you have rook c5. I thought he was winning on the spot, but...
I think it is actually, because you just trade and you go knight c5.
The rook is still kind of trapped.
Well, it's about this pawn on b7 too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take on b7, play rook a4 and knight.
I would go rook a1. I don't want to give up a4 pawn.
Greedy girl, I like it. But I like this too. Just take on a6. Now you don't even have a pawn as a compensation. You're just a whole piece down.
Yeah, there is.
I think Levon is just playing out of inertia at the moment. He just, it's kind of tragic what has happened to him. He hasn't really played a game here. King f2? No. Bishop d3 first.
Should we wait for the handshake here?
That's a good point. Let's go to...
Let's go to actually Aravindh's game. He is losing, and there's a handshake.
We waited for it. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, Alireza is completely winning.
Where are we
Alireza
going?
against Aravindh.
Alireza.
Yeah.
Handshake incoming in this one as well, actually, just completely and utterly lost. Some kind of an opening disaster. I caught a bit of that game. Aravindh, he did mention he feels he can play against anybody, but his openings maybe need a little bit of work, and it does seem like this is not the first time in this tournament where...
Something strange is
Knight e7 and queen takes
checkmated.
h7. Yeah, and queen takes h7. Very nice.
Puzzle rush.
The
Yes.
handshake. Should we go to Fedoseev?
Let's do
Yeah.
it. He is leading the tournament after all. Where are you,
Up top.
Vladimir? He is playing against
He's
Deac.
maybe a touch worse because his pawns are on the squares of his bishop, but it's not really a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Now everything is completely locked down. It should generally end in a draw. It's very difficult to even find a way to continue from here. He will maybe try, knowing Fedoseev. If he finds any kind of a gamble,
He might try for a win.
With
but
what?
I just don't know how.
I mean, we've seen him perform miracles
But
today, so...
Yeah, this is how. Bishop takes before you lose. Yeah, he's actually lost. Well, I mean, he is lost now. He hasn't lost the game because we've seen him.
But because he blundered bishop d2
Yeah.
check. He
Yeah,
was
he
about to
clearly-
play bishop takes b6.
He clearly did not see bishop d2 check.
Whoa.
But it's still,
It's still
didn't.
fine, yeah. He recovered very nicely.
By the way, we do have a breaking news.
Pragg won that
has
game against
won.
Topalov. He was in desperate straits at one point, but you know,
And
this
who
is
was
now a
trying-
fight because
who
rook
was
c7
trying
is
to
coming
win
in.
this?
Yeah.
What is going on? I thought Daniel had a position of strength. Now I'm not so sure anymore.
And it's 7 seconds for both, so either of them could win
He's
this.
trying to. He's going for mate. Yeah, he's going to go king c4.
King
G3 is not
b5.
hanging. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
King b5.
But where are we going? Because the dark squares are controlled by the bishop.
Yeah.
We can't go king d6.
Rook g7.
It's hard to checkmate without that.
True.
Yeah.
I think they're repeating.
Should
No.
Wow.
No.
He's such a big risk taker.
truly.
But again,
Rook
Yeah, this is a good
G7.
choice. Yeah, just make sure you have everything under control.
But now Rook
Or
G4.
Bishop D2 or something, yeah.
Rook G4.
bishop e3, drop back.
I think Bishop E7? No.
Yep, that was a mistake because now you have to give up on E6.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, at least h4.
Oh
also
my
came
goodness. Rook
Rook
F6?
F6? Is he winning? He's winning.
Every game he seems to be a little bit worse, and then he
Now
turns
he's winning
it
the
around.
bishop. E7, Rook H8. There's Bishop D4
Oh my
check
God.
there in the end.
Okay, he had 10 seconds. I thought he was
Yeah.
flagging.
E7. And
He wins. Incredible.
6.5 out of 7.
how does he do it?
This is quite tremendous, yeah.
This
a
is
run.
extraordinary. Vladimir, 2 points in the lead coming into the round.
And
He
here the
wins
applause.
from a worse position, maybe losing position in the
Possibly a losing position, yeah.
Oh my goodness. It's all gone incredibly
He's given
well.
quite a show. I mean, taking so many risks and then just winning every game.
Yeah.
Peter, what have we missed?
In other events, this is a game between Duda and Gavrilescu, which I caught my eye, and I even pointed this out to my fellow hosts because I think I've seen Magnus do this once, but
It's a mouse slip.
it looks like a mouse slip, and you have to wonder what the plan is against, let's say, something like knight f6. But after knight c6, you can at least get an outline of what he's trying to do. He's trying to get rid of that light-squared bishop, and then play some kind of a, once again, it's a kind of a Larsen/Nimzowitsch, a kind of a I don't know how to define it.
Amorphous.
Yeah, amorphous type of setup. And very important turning point. It seems weird to point this out as maybe the root cause of all the troubles Gavrilescu had in this game. But he put the knight on e7, and it really has no squares. The engine actually says knight h6 is the strongest square because you might want to play f5, and the knight
certainly
will be,
want knight f7.
f7 is a much better square. So he's gone knight e7, and then if you scroll down a bit further and you see a position like this, like he had to put it on b6, and it has no real future on b6 either. And sometime later, it settled like this. Black gave up a whole pawn on the queen side to do something to break the position open a little bit, but he is worse everywhere. He's down a pawn, the bishop on g7 is locked down, and he ended up losing this game slowly but sort of surely. And the other game I was about to talk about is that game between Fedoseev and Deac, which
we saw the end.
No prizes for guessing the opening. We get yet another Catalan.
Yay.
And by move 15, it was very, very safe for Black. If you look at the position, let's say by move 20 in particular, somewhere here, if anyone is better here, it's probably Black. And then I guess the turning point of the game after rook b1, actually Black is not even worse, sorry, not even better. I thought bishop d2 check was very strong, but it turns out that this rook ending after rook takes b6, white has enough counterplay to not have to worry about anything, even here.
Is that true? Really?
Well, zeros on my screen, I don't know.
Oh,
rook a4, rook b6, oops, sorry, not rook c1, of course.
Rook a3.
Why is it insisting on rook c1? Rook a3, I guess we just go forward, yeah.
And I take a pawn.
Yeah, we take this, and then we go king c5, and if you continue taking, I guess the thing I want to show is some position like this where we might start playing for a win. You know?
Right. You get interested.
But still, you really aren't supposed to lose this.
No.
And it was completely fine until that very unfortunate move, bishop f8. Let's say bishop e7 here is completely fine, and maybe in this position you might try bishop d2 and play for more. But yeah, after bishop f8. You're in trouble, and from this moment onwards, it feels like Vladimir used every single opportunity perfectly. So continuing to destroy the field.
Wow. After the game, we saw a very distraught Daniel Deac. He's just running off the stage. You just see him there. He's just like, that was a howler.
Yeah, I mean, until the very end, he probably didn't consider he was going to lose.
No, of course not. Standings, Nazi. These blitz games are keeping us on the edge of our seat, and we can't guess the results. I really
well,
can't.
Fedoseev keeps winning while his
that result I could
losing,
get.
So.
3-point lead.
A very good result. I mean, incredible result. Levon in clear second now at 14.5. Aravindh still in third at 14.
But those two players were in second and third, both losing, opening
but
up the door.
maintaining their place in second and third.
Opening up the door a bit for Alireza in Prague. And we're going to toss it to Anastasiya and Maurice in Warsaw.
Thanks, Yas. I guess the consolation for the tour players is at least he can only take the top 13 points and okay, bye, like whatever. But the reality is, I mean, he drew 6 games in a row to finish the Rapid. We were like, this guy's sleepy playing the rest of the tournament. And now he's got 6 wins and 1 draw in this next part. It's absolutely extraordinary performance. This is one of those epic performances that we've ever seen. Of course, there's still 2 more games he has to play. Now, this one, Alireza was once in contention. He still is never really out of it when we're talking about Blitz. He was playing against Aravindh, who is still up there as well, but Aravindh played a shaky opening. And in this position here, Alireza could play bishop to c2 and just defend his pawn. Instead, he played the move knight to h4. Actually, a fantastic move as well. Say, you could take my pawn either way. The problem for Alireza was after bishop takes on d3, he should have just played queen g4. It's an incredible move, gets compensation for the sacrifice pawn, and you can see the light square weaknesses start to be a problem for black, especially with this bishop on b3 being such an incredible piece. Instead, he played the move queen f3, and his opponent started very well in response with the move e4. And after knight takes e4, he should now continue with the move f5, a really spectacular second sacrifice, hitting the knight on h4 with the bishop. You have to take this pawn and then cool, calm, play queen d7. You're worse, no question about it. You're down a pawn in this position, but your opponent has to play the move g4 and allow g6, and all heck breaks loose. He'd have to play these moves as Alireza after what looked like maybe he had a grip on the position. Instead, he played knight e5, allowed the queen to move, then he tried f5 afterwards, and then knight g5. And the knights were secure, and the pieces just turned monstrous. He tried a sack and exchange, only to see this knight land on e6, forking everybody, the queen, the rook on f4, the mate threat on g7, and this was just absolutely devastating. Not a great game at all by Aravindh, and Firouzja hoping he could play some more games like this. We know if he catches a rhythm, then he can make a comeback, and he's going to need to because Fedoseev is playing so well.
Yeah, Fedoseev actually has 6 out of 6, and I wonder if he will manage to beat Magnus. I mean, he cannot beat it, but if he will make the same record, 9 out of 9.
No, he drew a game today, didn't he?
Yeah, did he? But still,
yes,
he has a chance to win 1 more tomorrow, so it will be 9, maybe 10. So I'm still like, I hope for some really interesting drama here in the tournament. And my eyes were on game Topalov played against Pragnanandhaa. Let's find it. And yeah, we know the result, but what happened before was like, I think Topalov was doing really well until a certain point, but then there was a very critical moment. Let me find where it was, somewhere around here. If we scroll a little bit, so g3 was an important move. He's trying to get rid of this queen. Queen h6 followed, and then knight h5. You can see that this knight at the edge of the board may have some troubles, and this is what Pragg was trying to use. He played g4, and here was a very critical moment after h takes g4, knight takes g4. Here, Veselin had to find the only move, knight f5, here to save the game. Probably he was calculating move queen h5, but very nice bishop g4 could follow, and now you cannot take the bishop because of this fork. So this was very, very important blow, which he probably didn't, which he missed. So instead of knight f5, which was the only move, so after bishop f5 you can take with the queen, I guess, and then you support this knight on h5, also threatening to take on g4. So this was the best move in the position. He took the knight right away, and after bishop g4, you can see that everything is hanging suddenly. The rook on d1, the knight on h5. He went back with the knight, but simply lost some material. Pragg decided even not to take this rook. He played knight e4, threatening now to play c5, bishop f3, give a checkmate on h1. So after rook b6, simply knight c3 followed up, and just rook down for Veselin. Don't lose heavy pieces, you know, then you don't really have chances to come back. Unless, I mean, with minor pieces, it's still possible. This is what I heard, this advice I heard when you play Blitz, that, I mean, with minor pieces, we saw with Pragg and against Fedoseev. Yes, Fedoseev managed to get this bishop back. But this one was really bad after knight d1. What can you do anymore? In a few moves, Veselin resigned.
I'm learning a lot of things. Don't lose heavy pieces. Don't play stupid chess. I mean, it's great. This is the kind of sophisticated analysis we need in order to play good chess. And apparently it's working very well for Fedoseev for sure. Not working so well for Veselin Topalov. 2 more rounds to go today. Can anyone make a dent and maybe come back in this tournament?
Well, I don't see how they're going to do it unless somebody stops Vladimir. But inquiring minds want to know. The Stump the Masters question, I didn't get the answer for the Stump the Masters question.
We're on E2, E7, right?
I am on the Knights. I'm on
Okay,
A.
fine. I'll go with the C then. So we have all the A, B, C.
I got A. So once again, the question was,
Which specific piece for each color has been captured the most in the Poland Rapid and Blitz?
it's obviously the Knights. You take the Knights.
I'm going with it.
You take the pawn?
Okay, of course you
Thank you. Wow.
In 83% of the game.
That's
impressive.
I get 83 to 8. Wow, okay.
We're not even close.
Knights are overrated. Tell us about the standings. I mean, after these blitz games, they're going by so fast, and a sudden 3-point lead, Nancy.
Yes, Vladimir Fedoseev has 17.5 points. That's so impressive. Levon in second place, Aravindh in third, and Alireza and Prague still sharing fourth. But they could jump to third and second place. I don't see them catching Fedoseev at this point.
It's a fight for the second place.
We started the day saying everybody has a shot, and it's now really sort of the Fedoseev show.
Right.
It's his to lose now.
Well, nobody saw this coming because Alireza was such a predictable favorite coming into the blitz. But the pairings for round 8 coming, we have 2 more rounds remaining for today.
Well, we have very interesting matchups. There's
Wow,
Aravindh against
great
Prague.
matchups. Yeah.
Our key matchup will be Levon against Fedoseev.
Because, first and second,
Will
gotta
Levon
go.
manage to slow down Fedoseev? We'll see. And then the 2 Frenchmen playing each other as well, Alireza against MVL.
Great games, but Levon versus Vladimir, and that 3-point lead, at a certain moment, becomes insurmountable. I mean, people are saying, okay, he'll fall.
And also people were saying lots of rounds to go. Only 11 rounds to go.
You're running out of road.
And there are no signs of him slowing down. He keeps on. That game he just won against Deac is just such a perfect example because everybody repeats there.
Of course.
Everything is locked down. You're maybe slightly worse. You have the worst bishop.
Right.
No.
No draw for you.
Nobody's repeating there. No. We're playing this out.
Yeah.
And somehow it all works out for him in the end. And it's just Levon, who's had a good day so far, probably the second best day of all.
Yeah.
Maybe he with the white pieces could actually create a problem. And if there's a chink in the armor, if Fedoseev finally loses a game, he hasn't lost a game yet. We're 16 rounds in.
Right.
Hasn't lost a game yet. If he actually finally loses a game, maybe that kind of breaks the spell.
Right.
And the tournament becomes a bit more open. But for now, a 3-point cushion with 11 rounds to go and the wind absolutely at his sails.
Isn't it like that, Nancy? A little black magic going on here for Vladimir?
It sure seems like that. And do you guys think he should maybe play for the first time actually a solid game?
He tried against Deac. Actually, against Deac, he played a very conservative game, but then he just can't help himself. I remember I had this conversation with him. We haven't played much against each other, surprisingly, despite being from the same city. And he's much younger than me, but still. And we played a very important game in the Russian Super Final in 2017, where he was leading the tournament basically from the word go. And we played in the penultimate round. He was a bit better out of the opening, and then it completely equalized. But we had a 40-move rule in that tournament. He couldn't offer a draw until move 40.
Right, first time.
And he went kind of all in on move 35 for no particular reason. In an endgame, like 4 against 4 on one side, or maybe 3 against 3 on one side, he found a way to sharpen it up to my advantage.
Right.
And I ended up winning that game, and I even won the tournament.
Right.
And we had a conversation years later, and he said, I kind of knew I need to wait until move 40 and offer a draw, but I just don't know how to do that. I need to move forward. Like, my moves need to be proactive.
Right.
And he's much more mature now. He was 8 years younger, but it seems like he's still very much in this mode. When things go well for him, he just feels like every position needs to be played until the very end.
Well, he has impressed everybody. I mean, I didn't know how good he was in Blitz. I know he's a great rapid player. You don't win the European Rapid Championship without being a great rapid player, but I didn't realize his blitz skills and luck.
No, this is absolutely dominating performance.
Wow.
He did say he only trained the 5+2 prior to the tournament.
Yeah.
And we are sort of seeing that he was
Training
serious
is paying
about-
off.
Expand on that, Peter. You said that he plays in the Title Tuesdays that we all come to know of chess.com, and he acquits himself rather well, you were saying.
Yeah, and he's also very on current evidence, because obviously the sample size is smaller there. He's a very good freestyle player. He qualified for the finals of some of those events and showed very good play there as well. So he's just, I think he's coming to his own.
Catching a second win in his career?
Yeah. These days at 30, you're supposed to be a veteran.
Yes.
But
Yes.
I still remember the times when people were supposed to only be coming into their primes at 35, right?
Right.
And maybe this is what we're observing.
Now
And
we have
here
our
we have it.
champion at 18, so things have changed. Yeah.
Levon Aronian is sporting his stylish attire.
Yeah, I like his blue shirt.
Exactly. His overall score has been quite good, but for the blitz so
Yeah,
far.
especially very good.
Vladimir is just on some unstoppable roll at the moment. It's not about the positions, it's about he's keeping his calm in those moments when you're down to 10 seconds. And he's not blundering bad. I mean, he's had bad
he
positions.
definitely
but-
gives opponents chances,
Yes.
but he's such a great practical player.
Levon is
No.
about to play the same line again, yeah, with Queen E293 and that thing he played against
Yeah.
Deac in the Rapid.
With a strange queen on d3 in front of the
Incredibly
pawn.
weird line, yeah.
Well, the B4 stuff.
That whole game looked like freestyle chess. You might get that again. Both of these players really love freestyle, so
There you go.
should be 6.
What's funny is that Petrov has been around for centuries, and you would think that, you know, with the modern engines giving you so much information,
It would be
find
solved and
you'd find something that you could stick with and you'd be happy with the advantages you get. No, not true whatsoever. Black is
96, somewhat inaccurate actually,
Really?
apparently, yeah.
what was he supposed to do instead?
C5 or G6 maybe.
G6 makes sense, but C5 is such a commitment, completely
Yeah.
giving up D5 square.
G6
No, but now,
preparing to
now it becomes a
finish
bit
the-
awkward for you, because if you take on C3, you're getting an unfortunate version of these types of, maybe even B takes C3 actually, and then rook B1 and D4 and G3.
Aha.
He goes knight F6, but yeah, now knight CD5, and he will have to play queen D8. And this is not horrible, but you've definitely been
You're on the
pushed
back
a little
foot.
bit.
Yeah, you're on the back
And,
foot.
yeah, considering what we've seen in the game between Aronian and Deac, I'll give you one guess as to what the move here is.
It better not be F3.
Before,
Before,
yeah.
D4.
If you tell me F3,
We've seen so many.
I'm
F3,
hanging
King
up my
F2s.
mic.
No, but this makes
Yeah,
perfect
F3,
sense.
King
F3, King F2.
Yeah.
No, but B4.
B4 makes perfect sense here. You want to play bishop B2 as early as possible to generate
Absolutely.
additional pressure. And
Absolutely. Trying to encourage captures.
He's gone
on
B3,
He plays-
which
I
is
was
a bit
gonna- I was
surprising.
just going to say, if you want to put the bishop on B2, why not B3? Why go so aggressive with...
Well, it might be that the pawn, the knight on C6 can be disturbed. I noticed that, okay, the choice between B3 and B4 might not be that severe, but I have noticed that in a certain moment earlier in the tournament, Levon had a moment to play H2, H4. He played H2,
H3. Yeah.
H3. It's like he's being excessively cautious, if I can use that term. B3. I like what he's doing. Bishop
Bishop
to
B7,
B2.
maybe we snap on A7 and play bishop B2?
Bishop E7 got a question mark.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Well, it's two bishops.
Was it better to still try bishop G7 development?
Bishop D4, C5 maybe. Sorry, knight D4, C5, and then just leave it there and
Or
play
knight
for...
would be very nice on D4.
Sack the pawn
Yeah.
on D4.
Knight E7, Queen E7, Bishop B2, and then I want to play... I might
D4
even castle long there, honestly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got two bishops, good center.
Yes. And then you can go G4.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
Yeah, Bishop B2 is also okay.
Because there's no rush taking on e7.
Yeah, you can postpone.
By the
at
way,
least for a minute.
I'm seeing a blue bubble. Easy for me to say. G3.
You shouldn't have said g4.
I think it's a question mark. Okay. Has Levon inadvertently given Vladimir a chance?
Well, it still looks like he's better.
But
Yeah, he
G3
is
a
better,
question.
but the suggestion of just going long castles and g4 next move was much stronger.
Okay.
Just sort of going in with it.
Because we like castles and we like the whole G4.
He's actually still significantly better, and yet this is a mistake. This is how much the engine liked his position after long castles.
By the way, I still see knight takes e7 followed by bishop g2 as being such a
Two beautiful bishops.
right beautiful diagonals, long diagonals, and castling short, safe king.
It's a
good
long-term
center.
positional advantage, which I'm sure Levon will enjoy to play.
Vladimir's taking a long time. Whoa, 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 whoa! What just happened? Knight takes d5. What?
So
What?
how is that not losing?
Bishop f6, I guess, is the intention.
Bishop f6.
But I think it should, like, the evaluation does suggest it's still losing somehow.
Bishop c3, knight d4. What? How is this not losing a piece?
d3, knight f3, king e2. No, knight e5 in the end. It's clearly losing to something, yeah. It's clearly losing to something, but what?
Okay, bishop c3, knight d4, queen c4? No.
Knight f3
Yeah, and then
check.
there's d4 in the end. I think you've solved it.
Yeah.
Oh no, but I have b5.
Now it's b5. Now it's too confusing. Okay, bishop f6. Vladimir, you look at him. He's so calm, like no problem.
Bishop f6, queen d1.
Bishop.
But then
F6.
the king will have to run to d3.
So knight d4. you
D,
take-
check, check. You will have to come forward. But there aren't very many attackers. It's better for white.
Queen
But
d1.
would you go for it in the game? King on d3?
No.
This is actually a very good practical option by Vladimir, because if you continue playing passively, he would just be worse for not very much.
Knight
And
takes
now
e7?
He is forcing Levon to calculate some very uncomfortable positions.
Tricky.
Good positions, but uncomfortable to play, because you will definitely have to start taking risks with white.
I was having this conversation. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Captures.
No, that's
He's
third
taking
best,
a pawn.
and black is fine now. Yeah.
He's
Now
taking a
it's
pawn.
black who has two bishops?
Well, but wait a minute. How are we recapturing this pawn on b7?
Rook b8 and
Rook
d6,
b8.
d5.
Sorry, I'm
Not
missing
right
something.
away, but later.
Okay, so bishop
d4.
goes, bishop to d4. I take on b7.
Rook b8,
I go queen a6.
d5. No hurry.
No
You don't want
hurry.
to wait too long to castle, right? Because I
D5,
don't have two
queen d6.
bishops.
d5, queen d7, c6. I have time, I think.
Okay, if you get to recapture the pawn on b7, I agree. My first impression was that it wasn't that easy for you to win back
Fantastic
the
bluff
pawn.
by Fedoseev yet again.
Truly.
From a practical
But
viewpoint,
that was brilliant from a practical.
from a practical viewpoint, just a
Yes.
fantastic decision to go for this.
I agree with that.
Changing the
wholeheartedly.
course of the game entirely. Yeah, d5. No?
Okay, so queen a6. What were you saying?
Queen d7 for now.
Rook
maybe.
c1.
Bishop b6. Maybe I'll have to invest a tempo.
Bishop b6. Investing a tempo
And then
before you
c6
can play
is
c6.
coming, yeah. Or I mean c5 exists, but I don't want to give up on a7. But maybe c5 is also fine.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that easy for you to win the pawn back. Maybe Levon blundered the same thing I did, which is if you can hold that pawn on b7.
Queen b5 now.
Now
Queen e8 is the simplest, but queen d6 is also okay.
Queen d6, rook c1. I'm trying like heck to hold on to my pawn.
I guess we go c5, a6.
Queen e8 looks pretty simple.
No, I
Okay,
think
here
queen
we
d6
go.
is more natural. Queen d6.
Rook c1. So I want to stop c6.
You can actually play knight takes d5 here, but I think very few people do that with the king still on e1. I think it's a difficult.
I didn't even realize it was legal.
Yeah,
It
because
was
queen
like-
c6, knight e7. Yeah.
Yes, I blocked it off completely mentally. I'm expecting rook c1. I'm thinking if black plays c6, he'll have no problem lassoing. this pawn on b7. But if I can somehow manage rook c1 and castle short, my bishop on g2 ready to support the pawn.
You need few tempi, and then you're golden.
Yes, that's the way I feel.
Levon's taking his time. He's now down on the clock a little bit. He was ahead for a while, but now it's 1 minute and 10 seconds for him.
Versus?
1:25.
I thought you were just going to give me a partial. Levon has 1 minute and 10, and that's all we know. Castle's not rook c1. Well, that means c6. And Vladimir is in the safety zone.
So after c6, let's say queen a6, you just go back with the queen?
Yes, queen
to the
d7.
7th rank? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're expecting c6, queen a6, queen to d7, picking this pawn up.
And then even though it's objectively equal, I mean, it's easier to play with two bishops. Would you agree?
Yes.
So c5.
Whoa. Just when we think Vladimir has equalized, he decides, now I should play for a win. He has just played...
And now b3, b4 is
good.
b4.
Yeah.
And then after... Not, knight c2 was played.
Knight c2 is also a good choice there by Lev.
a6.
I was looking at some bishop f5s, but...
Yeah, queen a5.
Queen a5.
And if the bishop goes away, I assume we start having some b4 ideas, maybe?
Yes, I'm sure that's Levon's intention. So, c5 looks excessively ambitious. Is it
25 seconds for Levon.
Peter?
This is not enough time for this position.
Queen d3.
d3. That blows my mind.
That doesn't seem right.
That seems very passive.
Yeah. I guess he wants knight d3, but then after rook fd8, he's running out of things to it. Whoa.
Whoa.
Fast.
No, he's getting to the g5 pawn. What he does makes sense. Although bishop d4 maybe solves that problem even. Maybe black doesn't even have to give up anything.
Okay, bishop d4, f5.
Bishop d7.
Oh, you're threatening bishop
Bishop
d5.
b5 coming in, yeah.
That's a tickle. I forgot about that. Bishop d4, king h1. Getting out of the pin. Still intimating that I might play for f5.
Such a tough position.
Clock times.
20 seconds for both players.
I feel like they're playing it so slowly.
He played rook b7, so at least he is going to...
What? Knight takes d5? What am I missing, Peter?
Just compensate. Bishop d4 check, rook bd7, bishop b7. I don't think it's that decisive.
Knight takes, bishop check, king h1, rook b d7.
Rook b7, I think.
Bishop b7 was your anecdote.
White needs to quickly get some f6, but...
You can do it now. I think you probably should do it now, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's correct. Yeah.
f6 with the threat of knight e7 check. That could be a little bit
what do we do?
annoying. If you have to play g6?
I suspect bishop
take
gf.
Wow,
Very
wow.
It's a good move, though. Computer liked it.
Really? Computer?
A very bold
Engine
move.
approved?
He's not afraid of anything.
Remarkable. But
I mean, there's so many weaknesses now. Knight's coming to f5.
Yeah, he's going to take on d2. White will stabilize. The knight will come back to f5.
Oh, he found queen d4. That kind of cuts the queen off.
Yeah, rook d1. No, rook d1. We can't play rook d1. Knight g4.
What? Why did I? Oh.
Yeah, Levon is equalizing. Rook d2 is a very important. I mean, takes rook f2 is probably a draw, but it's not a fun draw to make rook d4.
Well, black is better.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a draw even. I think you're in trouble.
Black is better. A moment ago, I thought that white was going to put his knight on f5 and be better.
He just played it with 1 second.
No, now he must be losing.
That knight is.
That is not what you do. To a knight.
Immediately? Oh, there's a check.
It's done.
Oh my gosh! What the heck is knight? Okay,
7.5 out of 8.
We have to go.
Go to Arvind's game. Arvind was winning, and now looks like
he is playing against Prague.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Now it's Prague who is winning.
Boom. Is that a pass pawn?
Both players with just
queen
3
e2,
seconds.
Yeah, this is queen.
It keeps the
bar
keeps bouncing back and forth. But how do you stop a pawn?
Yeah, now queen
B2.
anywhere really. Yeah, queen b2 is a very good, strong move. Yeah.
That is a beautiful move.
Queen f3 check. Yeah. Just simplifying to this.
Well done, Prague. We've played this very, very well. And Any other games
That's it.
remaining?
We
That's
had
it?
all decisive round.
Yeah, Maxime, that was a game that I'm really
Maxime
looking forward to.
And Duda lost.
Maurice explaining what happened in that game, because that was a really fascinating Sicilian. As for the All-Indian affair, we missed most of it. It was a kind of a slow, unassuming start. Yeah, I'll wait for the diagram to appear. And then, after finishing development, White eventually played d3 and then d4, getting a bit of a stable plus. Some position like this, I think you enjoy playing with White. And later, the situation kind of stabilized into these types of structures, where you definitely pick White, because this bishop is going to be better than this bishop. The pawn on a3 might become a target. And a dream scenario would be something like knight d3, and if the knights come off, you want to play a4 and d5, and then you're kind of better everywhere. Instead, White went queen c2, Black had a chance to play b6, but missed it, h5, knight d3, knight g4, bishop h3, and this is now massively better for, some position like this, yeah, White is kind of cruising. In fact, it's a huge shock that this somehow became a game. e5, e6 here is very strong, just breaking everything open on the king side and then starting to collect. Instead, Aravindh played rook c1. I think what he missed is simply that queen takes d3 exists. You don't go for this if you see that queen takes d3 exists.
Well, there's rook e5?
Yeah, you don't lose. But trading this fantastic blockading knight for that stupid bishop on g7.
And you could have played e6, as you were mentioning, Peter.
And here, he needed to go rook c8 to make an immediate draw, but it's very scary to leave the back rank so unprotected. And as we've seen soon afterwards, White is just completely busted, and he ended up losing this game. And the other game I wanted to show you is a game where Gavrilescu was playing against Topalov, two players who are not having the most fun event. It was a kind of a slow Hungarian defense where White tries to play the Italian and Black says, I'll keep my bishop to myself. And then a very normal thing happened. White put the knight on d5, and Black, instead of playing something like queen d7, d8, Veselin gave up a bishop pair and also put his knight on b8.
Okay.
Leading to positions which are maybe not horrible, but White has a very nice control, two bishops, much more flexible. A lot of plans are available, and let's say in the game, queen b3 is not the best, but even in this position, White continues pressing, and in particular, once Black should have played queen c7, reminding White that the pawn on a5 exists, but once this happened, the knight will come to e5, it's a very nice plus for White, and I'm assuming maybe Black lost on time, because honestly it says, it says, because White is much better here after the move knight e5, but instead rook a d1 followed, Black played queen c7, knight e5, knight takes d4. Black is completely fine, but I guess Veselin was doing these things a little bit too slowly, and yeah, it's kind of regrettable. We're watching him get tired, I think, towards, it's difficult when you don't play chess very much at all to suddenly play 9 games of blitz against this level of opposition, because normally you should not be losing this on time.
Thank you, Peter and Nasi. After 8 rounds of blitz, I'm going to guess who's in first place, but tell us the standings nonetheless.
Well, we have...
Oh, that's pairings. That's going to come next. Tell us about the standings first, though.
All right, let's wait for the standings. We know that Fedoseev won and Aravindh lost. I mean, he beat Levon also, who was in second. So, wow, 4-point lead. That's absolutely
well, when you
incredible.
Beat the fellow who's chasing you, number 2, Vladimir just won against Levon with the black pieces, by the way. And that's a 4-point lead.
Pragg caught up with Levon, so he's sharing second. Right. NVL is
coming up
with Aravindh, and Alireza dropped down to the 6th place.
Duda just losing to Daniel Deac. He's kind of fading. Tell us about the pairings for the final blitz game of today.
We had a sneak peek.
Sneak peek.
So MVL's playing Aravindh. Fedoseev's playing Alireza. We're going to follow that match, of course.
Absolutely.
Then it's Duda against Levon, and Topalov against Deac, and Pragg against Gavrilescu.
And let's toss it over to Warsaw for a view from the tournament hall with Anastasiya and Maurice.
Well, I got to tell you, this tournament is incredible. You would have thought this guy's name was Magnus Carlsen, the way he's running away with the event, +4 over his nearest rivals at the moment. Just simply extraordinary, a 4-point lead. But Other games are very important. Why? Because Fedoseev is a wild card and he will be taking points. If he continues like this, he'll take the 13 points. But there are other players right behind. You got Prague, you got MVL, you got Maxime. They're all on the tour and they're fighting for those next tour points. So it's a heated battle, despite the fact that one player may be running away with this tournament, at least at the moment, anything could happen. Those other players know that the other points will matter. They're struggling hard for it. A big battle between two of those players is Maxime and Alireza. And Peter, you were right. There was some incredible nuances in this game, and something truly spectacular happened. We have this Najdorf that you can see on the screen. Always nice when MVL is playing the black side of a Najdorf. The Indians kind of don't like the Najdorf or anything that black is a little worse. But, of course, Najdorf players laugh at that, me included. But there came a moment in this game right here where he did white a knight to c5, a little cheeky move. Obviously, the pawn is pinned. You lose your queen otherwise. And then he allowed this trade. And this created a little dynamic imbalance in the middle of the board, which he then responded to very aggressively, did black with the move d5. Interesting move. That caused some problems a little bit later. And after queen a5, I'm going to jump later. I want to show a special moment in the game. Right here. White is in a little bit of trouble. Yes. Somehow I'm losing my voice again. He played this move, rook takes d5. Good move. But it was right here. He played a3. Instead of taking this pawn, he played a3 and left the pawn there. Now, I want you all to take a look at this position.
Everything
Bishop
is pinned, huh?
to f4. Everybody's pinned. The pawn on e5. There's everything. How should you play as black in this position?
That's a good question.
Brief look.
I don't know. Like, I'm afraid even of bishop d4, then queen c2. I know there's bishop d4. So if you take what?
Queen takes. You can't go to c2.
Can, because the bishop is here. Yes. So what you do?
This is one of the most spectacular moves in history.
Queen's, no. Knight e4. I mean, really, he makes puzzles today, Maxime.
Knight to e4. What? Blocking everything. If queen takes, to try to trade, you hit on f3.
Everything is hanging. Yes. Easy to miss knight e4. I mean, I would be surprised if Alireza could see it.
MVL missed it. Instead of taking on d4, he played bishop to d6. He was much worse after that, and even losing. But guess what? The game went crazy, and in this position, Alireza blundered in the end and played rook to c7, allowed king d6. So instead of getting this spectacular win first time, it was a blunderful win later, and Alireza went down.
Okay, ups and downs in this game. It's just such a crazy one.
Chess is crazy.
My game wasn't so excited, I would say, but I mean, of course, it was a really nice game for Bogdan, who outplayed Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And I can tell you that things didn't go well for Jan-Krzysztof from the very beginning. I mean, I don't want to play with black this kind of position. I mean, I think white is doing pretty well. Maybe everybody has different tastes, but this bishop on b7, what exactly is happening there? So a few moves later, Jan-Krzysztof was trying to kind of muddy the waters, and he played knight b3, giving up this pawn on a4, but instead, trying to get at least some kind of play in the position, trying to get some squares, but it didn't really happen because Bogdan was defending so well. I mean, and he just grabbed this pawn and kept it for the whole game. And I'm telling you, there was not even a moment where black could really come back into the game. So it was like very smooth victory from Bogdan, from Romanian player. And even though he had not so much time left, he always tries to play with seconds, but it was not even, I mean, I cannot even show you anything where black could really turn the tables, nothing like that. So really great victory from Bogdan, I mean, against the player who is a local hero. Everybody came here rooting for him. But okay, it goes well. Sometimes it doesn't go well. Sometimes. So it's interesting battle so far for him.
We started the day with a three-way tie for first and 6 players within 2 points of each other.
Yes.
And one person has just come in like Godzilla and smashed everybody. What is going on? We are watching something that is absolutely rare, and we're not worthy. Fedoseev just playing like a beast.
He just wants to be interviewed. He said at the end of that interview, at the end of the rapid portion, I hope I see you in the studio again.
Yes, I'd like to be interviewed. It means I'm doing well.
I think there's a good chance he will be interviewed again. So
wow. Yeah, we had predicted a runaway victory. At least the stats predicted a runaway victory for Alireza, but not a runaway victory for Vladimir. And he is really, really impressing. Once again, I'd just like to take a look at the standings because it's hard to believe, but we are watching history. A 4-point lead for Vladimir. Here, take a look. It's just extraordinary.
And the only player who is undefeated in the entire event.
Yeah, it was scoring every single round. Big fight, as we can see, for second and third. But that's where the fight is, for second and third.
Just 4 players fighting for that second place, maybe even 5.
2 players who started today in first are Alireza and Vladimir, and they will be facing one another in round 9 as we take a look at the pairings of our final day, Nazi. Final game.
We'll focus on our key matchup, which will be Fedoseev against Firouzja. But there's some other interesting matches as well. As you can see, MVL and Aravindh, they have the same points. But they're fighting for second, as we've established at this point. Then Duda against Levon, Topalov playing Deac, and Pragg. Pragg's also doing really well. He's playing Gavrilescu, so he will keep pressing.
Hoping to be in good position for tomorrow's day.
Introducing another topic,
yes,
which would have seemed maybe outlandish considering the Rapid was won with only +2. He's scoring so many points in the Blitz. If he has a really good day tomorrow, he could actually get to those numbers, which are like record numbers for
26,
like 26, 26 and a half, 27,
That's
I believe
crazy.
is the current record by Magnus. But those records were set by people who absolutely crushed in the Rapid, because those are double points.
Right.
And he had a reasonably modest result in the Rapid. +2 is a good result, but it's
undefeated
not,
+2.
It's not, soul destroying for your opposition. But he is just laying waste to the field in the Blitz. He still needs to have a similar day tomorrow for those record numbers. But anything is possible.
Yeah.
And probably Blitz live ratings are changing a lot. I mean, Fedoseev jumping up. Firouzja's probably going down. He was in second world.
A 40-point swing. With, reminding everybody, by the way, our day tomorrow is going to start a lot earlier. Don't we know it?
Earlier. That's just in case for playoffs to have more time for the players. So coverage will begin at 4:55 a.m. Central Time.
That looks like a typo. I'm sitting here in St. Louis. I can't believe it's Central Daylight Time, 4:55. It must mean 16.
Have you ever worked that early before?
I didn't know it existed, actually. Is there such a thing?
But we're in a very privileged position, because one of the reasons for that, maybe even the reason for that, is that we're going to be on Polish TV tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful.
Because I think a local channel carries the commentary, and they had a slot available, and that is the slot.
That's the slot.
Which is why we're here. So if we...
Will we have an AI language
live translate
generator? Could I hear myself in Polish with my voice?
Remains to be seen, but I'm very excited.
Very, very excited.
We should learn some Polish for tomorrow.
Probably. At least good morning.
Yes.
At least a good morning. What it will be our featured marquee game for this, the final. What do you like, Nazi?
It will be Fedoseev against Firouzja.
The 2 players who came in tied for first, having very, very different fortunes from one another. By the way, this game that Firouzja lost after rook takes d5 and knight d4.
Yeah, played a very imaginative game, and it's going to be...
Wow, that is hurtful.
Yeah, sometimes you play very creative games, but nothing goes your way.
Yeah.
And for him, that seems to be the day.
Right. And your backup, who would you like as a backup?
Probably Duda against Aronian, right?
Yeah, those
because
2
Levon
players.
is currently in second place.
Alireza is on 2.5 out of 8 today.
Nobody saw that coming.
He probably hasn't had such bad results since he was a kid.
Right.
Yeah. I can't imagine him having such a bad day in Blitz, or frankly any format, but in Blitz in particular, it's
but all it
absolutely
takes
his
is
bread
just
and butter.
having one bad day. Who can't have one bad day, right?
Exactly, and you got 9 points up for grabs. I actually, I must confess that my choice of Duda, I was starting to feel that he was finding himself. He started 2-0. He had that wonderful position against Vladimir. It might have gone 3-0, and who knows what might have been in that case. But no, he lost that, and
that was an incredibly
him.
Consequential game. Because Vladimir may have, may have had his confidence somewhat punctured by losing that game to Duda, and instead, when you win that game where you're completely lost, you blundered your entire position with that move that he made there in the middle game, and which was like an immediate blunder of 2 pawns. And if you end up winning that, that gives you such a boost.
Right. Yeah, we saw that Queen E3 hitting F3, hitting the knight on E4, hitting the pawn on E5.
Winning that and saving the game against Prague. Two absolute miracles.
Yes. Well, it's all gone beautifully well for Vladimir.
He came close to winning the game against Prague.
Actually, yes. Yes. What else is obviously it's standout, stellar performance by Vladimir.
It's been kind of hard to watch all the games today because we're focusing on the players who are fighting for the first and second. So there's definitely some games that you and I, Yasser, haven't been following as much.
Sure.
Then Peter, Maurice, and Anastasiya do catch us up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a sad show.
This is the man of the hour. He has really emerged. We knew that he was a good choice for the wild card. We just didn't realize
how good
it was. Who made that decision? I mean, my goodness. It is
and
amazing.
I'm sure after this kind of performance, we'll see him invited as a wild card more often.
No question. I'm just wondering if a wild card could win the GCT tour. We're just going to invite you to 3 Rapid and Blitz events where you win all 3.
And they're off.
You score 39 points. And
are we going to see Catalan number 7?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, almost.
Seems like it, yeah.
Yes. G3.
I mean, it's been working so well for him.
A pause, which is
what's
a
this
shock.
about?
I mean, what brought you to the dance? Play what brought
I think video might be frozen.
And that has to be the case.
Is ticking.
Yeah, but his clock is ticking.
Yeah.
But it did look like the video froze. Vladimir has been riding the Catalan with G2, G3, and he rides it once again. And it's brought him enormous success.
Yeah, we would have to check and see how many points he won just with Catalan alone.
Exactly.
And in the very first round of Rapid on day 1, he was beating Alireza.
With
Catalan.
Yes.
Yeah. Alireza miraculously saved it, but yeah. Oh, this line with Bishop F4.
Your favorite Bishop F4, hoping for knight D5, followed by knight takes F4. And this is where Vladimir somehow delayed playing E2, E3 until he couldn't delay it anymore. Rook D1. Has this become a kind of a tabia, Peter?
It's a bit different though, because in that Catalan the knight was on C3 very early on, and here White has the option of developing it to D2, which makes D takes C4 lines less inviting. It's similar, but not exactly the same just yet. It might transpose, and honestly, for that structure, I want to consult with Nazi as a resident Catalan expert.
Yes, I mean, it's 100%.
If we get the same structure, Black will regret having played H6, right? Because you want to be able to play G6. You want your king side to be less soft.
And it's quite possible we'll get similar structure because D takes C is probably coming, then knight D5.
Yeah, I think it's extremely probable now.
Knight C3. I usually like to reach for my whoa, and if I don't blunder my pawn, I like playing A4, Queen A5, but maybe I am blundering my pawn. You can no?
Yeah.
Can I? Okay, if I play A4.
C4 afterwards, or?
Yes, if you take, I was going to take on C4.
Okay. Well, since in Catalan we usually just give up that C4 point.
You're happy anyway.
Maybe knight E5.
Knight E5.
Pawn E4. It needs, oh, well, I can't play E4. Pawn's hanging.
Okay, so knight to D5 again. I'm thinking that I've got B5 in a lot of cases where you try to take the pawn.
Maybe I'm not taking on C4 for a while.
So I like to play the move A5, A4 if permitted. You can take on D5 and maybe something like of this nature.
and then take the pawn. Yeah.
I go queen a5.
We have d takes c and knight d2 on the board. Pretty typical moves.
Okay, sorry, let me just...
Now knight d5 probably is coming.
As you've expected. And what you both were talking about is in these structures,
Yeah.
you don't like your pawn on h6, you like your pawn on
G6.
h7, so that you can play g6 comfortably. With the pawn on h6, you're
Whoa. So Alireza did not play knight d5, and now we have g5 on the board.
okay.
It's getting exciting.
We just have a completely different approach. Knight d2, no knight d5, knight b6. I'm defending the pawn. What are you doing? I am going to play e4. I'm going to attack your bishop. What are you doing?
I like this move, knight f1, because I'm happy to retake with knight on e3. Then c4 pawn, I can take later. There's d5 ideas. I mean, this is
I think we want
pretty
d5,
good.
knight e4,
Yeah.
maybe as a matter of urgency, more than we want d5.
Say it again. What do you want?
If,
E5.
I mean, in particular, after the trade on e3, which I expect to happen eventually.
No,
e5
for
knight-
white, right?
For white, yeah,
Yeah.
for white.
You,
e5, knight e4 for white.
right.
Yeah.
You know, no. On white's agenda is to play the move e5 and knight e4.
Yeah, I mean, that bishop on c8 is just
My,
depressing.
my question to both of you, do you think the threat here is bishop c1?
Yes.
Right.
Like if black doesn't take on e3 immediately, do we
Yes.
want bishop c1?
Yes, because it would be nice to drive the knight away, bring the bishop
keep the
back.
bishop alive.
F5. Well, Alireza is saying, go
got nothing
ahead.
to lose.
let's see what you want to do.
Yeah, and okay, if ef5 is met by recapture with the pawn, then we will play d5, of course. That
Yes.
is a little bit too inviting to ignore.
But what else, Peter?
I have no idea.
I mean,
don't
rook
like
takes
f5.
F5 just doesn't,
Taking it back now.
there's no
D5.
joy in
This
Mudville.
is, this is horrendous.
By the way, 2-minute time difference already, and we're still on move around 15.
This is really not great at all for black, I don't think.
I don't know how he does it, but you got to say Vladimir's Catalan is just destroying the field. This looks awful for black. Look at black's king. So I take on c6.
You can even postpone it. You don't have to.
I
Maybe
can
knight a4.
define.
Knight
Oh,
a4.
yeah, and just pick up those pawns in a row.
Right. I was grabbing pawns, Peter. It's a weakness I have. I'm working with therapists, by the way.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Is it a weakness or your strength? Maybe it's
my
your.
strength.
Both?
I'm afraid they may succeed. My rating will go way down.
Yeah, that's a risky move.
Queen e8. We're looking at take on c6 and knight
That
a4.
looks very good.
Peter, how does the engine evaluate? I mean, it's got to be white. Huge advantage here.
Yeah. No, white is much better. The other move I was looking at was the move rook d1 e1 to continue x-raying the queen, and the other one will come in via the d1 square. I kind of like to include my last non-playing piece, which is why I was saying.
Yep.
He's taking on c6.
He's going for the more obvious option. Yeah, dc bc. I'm guessing
So
knight a4.
simplifying things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will black eventually get f4 and some kind of attack on the king side?
and black will also have an exposed king. By the
Yeah.
time you get in f4, the vestiges of your attack will have gone.
Yeah.
You have to just completely give up on the queen side. You take on a4, you play rook b8 to sidestep the fork on c6.
Right.
You give up both c6 and c4, and
Maybe
you
with
hope
check.
eventually there will be some counterplay on the king side. But,
Right.
There shouldn't be, to be honest.
No.
I've just heard from our producer that Vlad has gained 35 rating points in Blitz, and he's number 23rd in the world now.
So he was starting from a somewhat low
And this is just
start.
today
yeah.
in live
Right.
ratings. Yeah. He's clearly underrated.
Yeah, but that's the thing about the Blitz and the rapid ratings. Either they use a coefficient of 20, I believe, so the jumps are
Pretty high.
the swings are much more
So for
pronounced.
Alireza, it must be absolutely terrible.
Alireza is.
Bishop takes c6, and as Peter was describing, you kind of say goodbye to your queen side.
Yeah.
But you put everything on.
On f4.
You're betting the bank on f4.
Can play bishop e6 because he could take and go bishop d5.
Oh, that's a nice one. What Nasi is saying, that after captures, you may be tempted to play bishop to e6, but you're not going to be very happy with the ending that occurs after queen takes. Queen takes bishop to
Extra
d5.
pawn and zero risk.
Exactly. So that was why king g7, queen d4. Ooh, there's a queen a7 check sighting.
Nice.
So you couldn't play bishop f6.
There's still queen a7 now.
Oh,
with knight d5 coming.
That looks very strong.
That might just be winning.
That's the only thing that is good, but it is very, very good,
Yeah, there is the bishop is hanging on c6. Yeah. So I was looking at...
Black is dreaming of getting the queens off the board.
Queen a7, queen takes...
But we have queen takes e7.
Which piece do we take?
Yeah, well, I was trying to give you a heart attack with this one.
We do have queen e5.
Queen a7, and very quickly, bishop e6 by Alireza.
And now we can defang all this attack by playing 95. And
yeah, once that white square bishop's gone, then rook's going to d7, and
Ooh.
Yeah. And remember how you were trying to checkmate me on that diagonal?
And
that's all gone.
Yeah, I lose all of my attacking options.
Rook c1 also looks good.
Rook c1, just remind
But 95. Forcing trades.
It's begging, because Peter mentioned the idea of bringing the rook to e1. So you start to look at knight d5, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, rook takes b2, and then you see the move rook e1, and you go, ooh, this is tempting. This looks good.
But I have a question. Why not take on d5 with the rook? So we can play the other rook on e1, and that rook can go to d7.
Yeah, I have this engram of my bishop hanging, but on
it's
c6.
Not really hanging, yeah.
But the bishop is also hanging on e7. You're right. Knight d5, bishop d5, rook d5.
Going down to less than 1 minute, though, so he needs to rush it a little bit.
One of the things I have to say, he's played very well with 10 seconds on his clock. Bishop d5.
Might not
that was
been the
not
best.
very accurate, because now I can take on e3.
Yeah, queen takes e3, rook takes b2. Black is very,
suddenly a kicking.
Alive. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
This is actually unpleasant. We have an extra pawn, but it's black who is playing.
Yeah,
right?
rook f1, bishop d8, b6.
I would much rather have my rook on d7 and my queen on a7.
Yeah, that's,
with f-pawn on f5.
That's a very unexpected decision there by Vladimir. I don't know what prompted it.
Yeah, he overthought it. He took a long time.
Mm-hmm.
If he had no time, he would have played knight d5.
Exactly. And suddenly, bishop c5, and the black king is actually kind of safe.
Yeah, and it's time to create counterplay. You need to go rook a d1, rook d7 now. It will cost you the f2 pawn, but at least you will activate some of your own.
And then just hide on h1?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And there we have it.
And put your queen, pardon me, on
11
e4
seconds,
square.
though, against a minute. So
oh, wow.
He's not making it easy on himself.
Bishop c5.
Very easy to blunder here with 11 seconds. Because once black takes on f2, you have to be so careful.
Exactly. But we will create a threat of mate in 1. If you play bishop c5, I give a check, I play queen e4.
Yes.
So black doesn't have very much time.
Exactly.
Actually, how do I defend that mate?
It's not. You're not.
So I have to maybe trade queens, go bishop f2, queen f3, but then.
They have queen f3 check in the end, I think.
Yeah.
Bishop takes f2 and queen f3.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, I mean,
20 seconds. So
somebody's going down on the clock. Maybe both.
But if he doesn't do it immediately, he is going to be back to wars.
10 seconds for each.
And he
rook
doesn't.
c6.
He's gone rook c6, and now bishop g4.
b3.
Bishop b3 is also good, but bishop g4 was for some reason stronger.
But now Vladimir,
back in control. Yeah, back in control.
Big time. The rook is ideal on d5.
He's finding the best move.
Creating the threat of bishop c2 as well.
Correct. Absolutely correct. Oof.
Well, I don't like getting the queens off. I think that's the
first.
That's the first conservative decision we've seen him take all day.
He had like 3 seconds, so I think he. Yeah.
Whoa, bishop e1.
Lose f2, but it's still a draw.
Clock times quickly.
5 seconds
5
against
seconds.
2. Against 2.
King to h5.
No, he's losing again.
It's winning. There's rook d8.
Rook fd1.
Rook c1.
King h.
Oh, now rook e1 is saving the game.
No, rook check. No, where's the mate?
Rook c1 was made in before, but now no longer mate.
Where's the mate? g4. What a move, g4.
Oh, it's still now. He should have played rook d8. It was
He's
still winning.
bishop c2. Bishop c. He had to stop bishop
Yeah.
c2. Bishop g8.
We have to just watch. They're both
Yeah.
missing opportunities here.
There's no way we can
Pop with this.
back to
Oh,
say.
what, is the bishop lost? Oh, he found rook f8.
And bishop e4 check.
Yeah.
Seconds. The players have seconds on their clock.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
white's
fizzling out now.
the white's got the extra pawn. King
Right.
h5.
He will keep playing.
H4.
Wait a minute.
No,
wait a
no,
minute.
wait
This
a
could be
minute.
winning.
I'm not at all sure how Alireza saves this, yeah. Against somebody who wins every single position. As long as he doesn't lose on time. But so far he's been winning on time and not losing on time.
Right.
He has played very well despite
Yeah.
having just seconds on his clock. As
Rook
Vladimir.
b3.
Yes.
This is trouble.
Oh,
check.
he's going to h6. Oh, h4 is fine.
Rook a7. Just make sure you don't hang a rook.
Oh, bishop g6 was a very nice touch.
Take
on
a
h6.
pawn.
Bishop takes h4 exists, but
Rook
yeah, now we go.
f7. Rook f7.
Whoa, whoa. King, bishop f5.
This has to be winning, right?
Well, that's a
A4.
nice touch, by the way. A4.
Yeah, so pawn's not hanging. Don't blunder, mate. Oh, it's not mate. That's bishop h5.
Okay, two pawns.
But a pawn is now vulnerable. I don't know if I would have put it on a5 and I cannot support.
I liked it on a4 as well.
Okay,
Back
now
to-
it should be a draw.
Back to being a draw, yeah.
My
we can't call
goodness.
anything. Okay, finally.
What an eventful draw.
Very exciting. Yeah.
Drama all the way. With our final round, where do we go?
Not sure if. Oh, this was the last game. They're all
Was
playing.
that it?
Yep. Maybe Peter can catch us up with what happened.
A little
everywhere
bit,
else.
yeah.
Good choice on the last game, Nazi.
Yeah,
Well done.
I'll begin. I'll begin with the game between Topalov on the white side against Deac, which was a kind of a quiet double fianchetto type position. At least from black, it is a double fianchetto. A very quiet position with typical Maratzi, not much going on from either side.
Okay.
And then Topalov went for a very unusual sacrifice, just giving up this pawn, playing b4, black took on a4. And the resulting position, I remember staring at the board and thinking, black is a healthy pawn up, why does it say zeros? But this knight has no moves.
Right.
And this dance will continue for quite some time with nobody really moving anywhere. White cannot attack the knight on a4 because rook takes b4 will come, and black still has no moves. And then Deac played king e6, and now you can play rook a1 and knight c7 check, which would have been very strong. But it wasn't found. Instead, Veselin played king d3, and now after d5, he played rook a1, one move too late, allowing knight b2 check. And
What's our king doing on d3?
Yeah, I think they probably were playing on seconds.
Right.
And from that moment on, things have gone kind of sharply downhill, and Veselin lost. And another game I wanted to show was the game between Prague and Gavrilescu, where Gavrilescu actually was playing a brilliant game from the black side of this is a mix between e takes d5 Caro. It actually was a London, but it's the same position anyway. And the plan I have not really seen very much in this position. Black played f6 here, and you should actually respect it. The best move here might be h2, h4, but instead Prague allowed all this expansion. And if you look at the position some moves later, this is not the best. Black had even better options, but in particular after h4, g4, knight d2, bishop h7, let's say we go to here. This is move 20. White is nominally a pawn up. The variation on my screen is -2.5. And you can just start pushing.
F5, F4.
You will you drive everything off the board. But somehow, starting with knight c6, bishop b5, things have started going downhill. And if you look at the position 5 moves later,
The bishop.
the pawn on a7 is still alive somehow, and white has gotten rid of some of the bad pieces, and eventually white ended up winning this game. So yeah, a very important save there for Prague in the fight for second.
And let's jump to Poland with Maurice with Duda.
Thanks, as we are with the Polish superstar Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Jan, it's a difficult tournament to play, I imagine, on home territory, but you did win the first year that event was held here. How has it been in this event we've seen the last maybe dozen games, it's either up or down with you. Today, 5 wins, 4 losses, but it's been certainly fighting chess.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in Blitz, it's sometimes easier to win, actually, than to make a draw. Yeah, I'm not very satisfied with my play. In Blitz portion, in segment, I started with 2 wins, and actually, if I was younger, I would have won, I think, first 4 games, but actually it was only 50%, and after that, I was like maybe more relaxed, but because I don't think I have any great shots, for some serious plays. So.
You say if you were younger, you just turned 27. Happy birthday, by the way. Then you get a chance to say that. Is it difficult to play in front of the home crowd?
Not really. I mean, sometimes when you can't really, get this flow, it can be difficult, especially in Blitz, because there is shortage of time, and in general, you just have to be in this state of mind, to perform well. And sometimes if it goes south, it's like quite, annoying. But yeah, in general, I'm enjoying. I mean, especially Blitz segment, because in Rapid I also had a pretty bad last day. So yeah, Blitz is fun. But it's bigger fun if you keep on winning.
This is true. And they love you more when you win. Yeah. Speaking of winning, what do you think about Fedoseev's performance? Are you surprised that he's running away with this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a very strong player and capable of anything, actually. I mean, he's, I think, a bit unstable, but once, he gets his flow, he's very difficult to play against. So, okay, in Blitz, there were ups and downs. Actually, the game against me was like very bad. I had to show some really special talent actually to lose to lose that game. It was like very, very silly actually, because I was like 2 points up for nothing. But yeah, it can happen in Blitz obviously. And also I saw his game against Prague when he was bishop down, and like 2 months later he was pawn up. So, but yeah, in general, overall he's playing quite well, and I'm not really surprised he's winning.
What do you need to do to right the ship tomorrow? There's still 9 points for grabs.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will chill a little bit once I'm done here. And actually, I can never guess. What tomorrow will bring. And I will just try, to keep fast and stupidly, and hopefully it will work eventually.
Well, the fans love you regardless, and of course, as you said, they're really rooting for you to win. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Maurice. And I was just playing over the game of Duda. He had a very comprehensive victory, I want to say, over Levon in a very nice English. Standings. This is nine rounds of Blitz. I'm still trying to count how many points Vladimir had, but they did it.
8 out of 9.
8 out of 9,
8 out of 9,
right?
yeah.
There we have it. Incredible.
Fedoseev running away in this tournament with 19 points, and in second place now Prague. I believe that's since the first day. That's the first time he's been.
He actually has a 1 point margin.
Clear second by a
second.
point margin.
Good comeback, and sharing third are 3 players. That's Levon, MVL, and Aravindh. Wow.
Nice. And Alireza, the person that we thought was in pole position coming into today, he's tied for first. There was a trinity
3 out
of
of 9.
Yeah,
3 out of 9.
And addressing your earlier point, I looked it up. Before the last round, he was shedding 33 rating points in the Blitz list.
33.
It does cost you a bit, yeah.
And scoring 8 out of 9 for Vladimir will bring you
plus 35 over top. Yeah.
you drop 33, I'll take the 35.
Pretty much direct redistribution of wealth there, yeah.
Wow, that was really, really incredible. We're going to toss it to Warsaw.
Maurice is with MVL.
Yes, we are with one of our favorite people in the world, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, you weren't doing so great, and then this morning, not so great, and then all of a sudden, bang, 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 bang. How did you come back so well?
Well, in these situations, it's difficult to have a lot of control, especially after the first few games, but things started to go my way, basically, in these tense fights. Of course, I can think of my game with Alireza, where I should have lost. and some other games, like even my first win against Veselin was from a bad position. So yeah, I probably shouldn't have lost all those games to begin with, but yeah, somehow when you get into some sort of flow in Blitz, it's helpful.
You actually won here the the World Blitz Championship
Absolutely.
in 2021. Good feelings maybe from years past might inspire you?
Hopefully, I need a very good second day, and that's what had happened back then.
Any thoughts about the fact that Fedoseev is doing so well that you can't even think about catching him, but you are competing against your fellow members on the tour for Grand Chess Tour points?
Sure. I mean, right now it feels like it's Vladimir's tournament to lose, but we've seen more crazy things in Grand Chess Tour. So, like, if there's an opportunity, I will try to make use of it. But of course, it's not realistic right now. And yeah, there's a huge pack for fighting for second place, and I'm glad to be part of it after what looked like to be a very bad day at the office.
Well, we are glad you are in the mix always. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Maurice. Congratulations, Maxime. Wonderful world champion memory of winning the world championship, becoming the world's best blitz player.
Blitz, right? Yes.
Right,
Yes.
and well, in the mix. But he said it very well. Vladimir's tournament to lose.
Absolutely, 3.5-point cushion ahead of Prague now.
Right.
Prague has had in the end, a pretty decent day, starting with 0 out of 2 and then catching a little bit of steam towards the end. But yeah, let's take a look at what happened today.
The line score of Vladimir has just befuddled us, Nazi. Wow.
4 wins, a draw, then 3 wins in a row, and another draw.
And keep in mind, he was undefeated in the Rapids as well, so he was scoring every single round. Only player
if
undefeated.
Anyone has ever in Rapid and Blitz gone undefeated.
Even those players who have won, like Magnus, who, getting a big
I
score.
assume he lost one in Rapid.
Right. I mean, you drop some points somewhere.
You would assume so. I would need to look it up because Magnus
Right.
had some ridiculous tournaments.
Exactly.
But it still feels like maybe he lost one somewhere.
Exactly.
There's still 9 to go, but yeah, today
Yeah.
looked like some positions that he lost today don't seem to be salvageable, but
I like Duda's comment. Yeah, Vladimir, yes, he's unstable. Yes, he's unstable. But when he gets in the flow, he's pretty good. And there you have it.
But Maurice is with Pragnanandhaa.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. We are with Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, one of the great superstars of India, gold medalist. By the way, let's not forget how his team dominated this year in Budapest. Pragg, you started off well yesterday, and well, I'll just call it this way. In the rapid portion, you had a sort of up and down tournament. You kind of righted the ship. And then this morning, you walk in and lose 2 games. What were you thinking when that happened? And then how did you manage to bounce back and have a really fantastic finish?
Yeah, could have been even better, I think. Yeah, starting the day with 2 losses, yeah, isn't ideal, but I know in these events it's yeah, it's a long event and you just have to keep going because I've had these streaks in, I think it was in Kolkata last year where I started with 3 losses, then won 7 in a row, then lost 4 in a row. So all these streaks are possible in these events.
Is it particularly blitz that does it, or is rapid a part of that as well?
No, I think it's mainly blitz because you don't have, you're having this momentum. Either it's positive or negative, but you have this thing which it's not easy to come out of in blitz, especially because you have too many emotions going in.
You've been on the scene for a while, but do you still feel like maybe you're still one of the younger players, or do you feel now like you're a veteran? Because we've known about you for some time, even though clearly you're still very young.
No, in these events, I think I have quite some experience, so I can't really call myself new to this field. So yeah, I expect myself to fight for the top spot in every tournament I play.
You're in second place, which we didn't suspect. We weren't talking about you that much after the Rapid. You also have some tour participants you're fighting against. You see Fedoseev running away with it. What's your context for tomorrow?
Yeah, now it kind of hurts more because I had this completely winning position against him, and I just give up my bishop in one move, and then had to make a draw. So even before that, I was just completely dominating him. So that was kind of a miss, and right now I can't really be. It's not in my hands to fight for the first place, so I just try to give my best and see how it goes tomorrow.
All right, well, good luck with those games.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Maurice. What can he say? I mean, he had him basically in Zugzwang.
Yeah.
I mean, he was so winning.
That was a big miss. More than once in that game, actually. There were so many swings.
Exactly, and he hung the bishop at the end. A 3.5 point lead for Vladimir.
I keep seeing Maurice asking these players, what do you think about Fedoseev running away? And all of them are like, well, I was beating him, but he got away.
I ended up losing. It was really tragic. I had to hold. Yeah, wow. Just
one of
wow.
the more impressive days of blitz chess I've seen in my life. And yes, you can say that he got his share of luck, but that's always the case. I think you never score a lot of points in the blitz without giving some opportunities to your opponents.
3 interviews in a row, Duda, MVL, and Prague just now, each of them complaining about leaving lost points on the chessboard, that they were well ahead, and they were right.
That's how it goes. Yeah, you need to convert. You need to not let go of opportunities.
Absolutely.
And Maurice is with the leader, Fedoseev.
Thanks, guys. You're playing such sharp chess. I'm afraid to get near you. I might cut myself. How are you feeling with the success you're having at the moment?
Yeah, I feel very lucky today. So first of all, I think in many games I've been lucky, and at the same time it was such a wild day. When in most of the games, all kind of results was possible, and we had a lot of time troubles as well. So, yeah, it's probably my best day of blitz in years.
In years.
So I'm really happy with this performance.
You talked about you talked about lucky. I interviewed 3 people, and they came in. And I talked about how well you were doing, and they said, man, I had a good position against them. Like Prague, for example.
Yeah, he was simply piece up. He outplayed me in endgame multiple times. Also, it's true, I also outplayed him at some moments of this game. But yeah, it is what it is. We had some really dramatic game with really low quality of play. Yeah. It happens in blitz format. So it's if in Rapid you can say like I can try not to be stupid, not to play foolish moves. Here, it's better not think you are able to. It's nobody able. Yeah.
Well, you then are going into tomorrow with a commanding lead in the event. How do you get that out your head so that you can play each game one at a time?
Yeah, for tomorrow I pretty much want to enjoy games. I hope I will enjoy games of tomorrow. And in Blitz it's all about momentum and how you're feeling from the beginning of event. Tomorrow we will start 2 hours earlier, so again it will not be easy to adjust, and guys that are here, they probably able to catch me even with minus 3.5, 4 points if I will not have a decent day of chess, like if I will not score 50% or something, like if my quality of play drops and so on. So yeah, they will smell blood instantly. So yeah, I need to be really careful to maintain in top. Yeah.
You've won big events before. Last question. You've won big events before. you've been in a situation in the lead going into the last round, or at least near the lead. What do you do? What's the secret to keeping that mental toughness so that you perform your best on the last day?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of famous with dropping games in the critical moments of tournaments and career. And recently I struggled in many important games. So for here, if with such a lead, I hope I will not be forced to play any kind of this really important game at the end of event. So I hope I will be able to protect my leadership earlier. Yeah. So the key is, in my opinion, the best way to deal with decisive games, important for the result, is not to play them, like to protect yourself from playing this last round, scrambles and so on. Yeah, so better to win earlier. Yeah.
Better to win early. I'm going to have to put that in my notebook along with your "Don't play stupid chess" quote. Well, good luck tomorrow, and we hope you do more than just protect your lead.
Yeah, thank you, Maurice. Yeah, I will try my best.
Indeed. Guys, back to you.
Congratulations, Vladimir. He stole my line. He says, well, we're going to start 2 hours early tomorrow, and I hope to keep my form. That's the way I feel.
Yeah, we all need to adjust.
Yeah. Right.
Anyway, sage advice, yeah.
Right.
Better to win earlier.
It's last day tomorrow.
Last day, there will be another 9 games tomorrow with same time control, and coverage begins 2 hours early, 4:55 a.m. Central Time.
Exactly. We've got to maintain our form, our commentary, insightfulness 2 hours early. That's going to be the challenge.
Good luck us. Yeah.
Yeah, good luck to us. Protecting a 3.5 point lead. That's what it comes down to at this point.
That is what it comes down to. And
he was being modest, 50%.
Yeah.
What do you think about his
he would win the tournament with 50%.
50%
right?
wins in the tournament in 99.9%.
Yeah, with clear points.
Right.
Cases,
Prague would have to go on a rampage.
Like 9 out of 9 for Prague.
Yeah. But let's go to Anastasiya and Maurice for final thoughts of day 4.
Well, it's always fun interviewing Fedoseev, to be sure. I mean, he's such a laid-back personality, and he always has a zinger or two, some kind of quote that you remember. But I have to say, he seemed a little too modest. You talk about protecting the lead. Shouldn't he be thinking about just playing his best chess and forget about who's behind him?
He said that he'll try to enjoy tomorrow, which is, I think it's a good sign. You know, you really need to enjoy no matter what result is happening, or no matter what is happening around you at this moment, and just focus on your games. But I really like this quote: "Don't even play. Don't go there. Don't play these final games. You know, win earlier." Maybe that's why Magnus and Firouzja managed before to win with such a big gap. You know, maybe they were trying also to avoid it. Just they didn't tell us all the truth.
I don't know. I'm a little suspicious about that attitude. I got to tell you, oftentimes you do have to face those decisive games, and whatever comes, they happen. But we'll see whether or not he's able to get rid of that sort of shaky doubts. We heard him say that he's kind of famous for tripping in those important moments. We'll see whether or not the fields can put that pressure on him tomorrow. With 9 games remaining, you can best believe everybody is going to be in the hunt. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely. It's one of those things where, you know, Blitz, the fortunes rise and fall so quickly, but it was great. It was great watching.
I mean, he gave us a fantastic show today.
It really was a fantastic show. Nancy, Peter, it was great.
It was excellent. Yeah, one final reminder for our viewers.
Yes.
2 hours early tomorrow.
2 hours early. Thank you for watching the show. Join us 2 hours early and tell your friends where you're hanging out.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the show, and see you tomorrow.
Wow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.